Chapter 14. I found myself in the corridor where I had stood that first morning. I had not been there since, nor had I wished to go. The sun streamed in from the window in the alcove and made gold patterns on the dark paneling. There was no sound at all. I was aware of the same musty, unused smell that had been before. I was uncertain which way to go. The plan of the rooms was not familiar to me. I remembered then that last time Mrs. Danvers had come out of a door here, just behind me, and it seemed to me that the position of the room would make it the one I wanted, whose windows looked out upon the lawns to the sea. I turned the handle of the door and went inside. It was dark, of course, because of the shutters. I felt for the electric light switch on the wall and turned it on. I was standing in a little anteroom, a dressing room, I judged, with big wardrobes round the wall. And at the end of this room was another door, open, leading to a larger room. I went through to this room and turned on the light. My first impression was one of shock, because the room was fully furnished, as though in use. I had expected to see chairs and tables swathed in dust sheets, and dust sheets, too, over the great double bed against the wall. Nothing was covered up. There were brushes and combs on the dressing table, scent and powder. The bed was made up. I saw the gleam of white linen on the pillowcase and the tip of a blanket beneath a quilted coverlet. There were flowers on the dressing table and on the table beside the bed. Flowers, too, on the carved mantelpiece. A satin dressing gown lay on a chair, and a pair of bedroom slippers beneath. For one desperate moment, I thought that something had happened to my brain, that I was seeing back into time and looking upon the room as it used to be, before she died. In a minute, Rebecca herself would come back into the room, sit down before the looking-glass at her dressing table, humming a tune, reach for her comb, and run it through her hair. If she sat there, I should see her reflection in the glass, and she would see me too, standing like this by the door. Nothing happened. I went on standing there, waiting for something to happen. It was the clock ticking on the wall that brought me to reality again. The hands stood at 4:25. My watch said the same. There was something sane and comforting about the ticking of the clock. It reminded me of the present, and that tea would soon be ready for me on the lawn. I walked slowly into the middle of the room. No, it was not used. It was not lived in any more. Even the flowers could not destroy the musty smell. The curtains were drawn, and the shutters were closed. Rebecca would never come back to the room again. Even if Mrs. Danvers did put the flowers on the mantelpiece and the sheets upon the bed, they would not bring her back. She was dead. She had been dead now for a year. She lay buried in the crypt of the church, with all the other dead De Winters. I could hear the sound of the sea very plainly. I went to the window and swung back the shutter. Yes, I was standing at the same window where Fauvel and Mrs. Danvers had stood half an hour ago. The long shaft of daylight made the electric light look false and yellow. I opened the shutter a little more. The daylight cast a white beam upon the bed. It shone upon the nightdress case lying on the pillow. It shone on the glass top of the dressing table, on the brushes, and on the scent bottles. The daylight gave an even greater air of reality to the room. When the shutter was closed, and it had been lit by electricity, the room had more the appearance of a setting on the stage. The scene set between performances, the curtain having fallen for the night, the evening over, and the first act set for tomorrow's matinee. But the daylight made the room vivid and alive. I forgot the musty smell and the drawn curtains of the other windows. I was a guest again, an uninvited guest. I had strolled into my hostess's bedroom by mistake. Those were her brushes on the dressing table. That was her dressing gown and slippers laid out upon the chair. I realized, for the first time since I had come into the room, that my legs were trembling, weak as straw. I sat down on the stool by the dressing table. My heart no longer beat in a strange, excited way. It felt as heavy as lead. I looked about me in the room with a sort of dumb stupidity. Yes, it was a beautiful room. Mrs. Danvers had not exaggerated that first evening. It was the most beautiful room in the house. That exquisite mantelpiece, the ceiling, the carved bedstead, and the curtain hangings, even the clock on the wall and the candlesticks upon the dressing table beside me. All were things I would have loved and almost worshipped had they been mine. They were not mine, though. They belonged to somebody else. I put out my hand and touched the brushes. One was more worn than its fellow. I understood it well. There was always one brush that had the greater use. Often you forgot to use the other, and when they were taken to be washed, there was one that was still quite clean and untouched. Oh, how white and thin my face looked in the glass. My hair hanging lank and straight. Did I always look like this? Surely I had more color as a rule. The reflection stared back at me, sallow and plain. I got up from the stool and went and touched the dressing gown on the chair. I picked up the slippers and held them in my hand. I was aware of a growing sense of horror turning to despair. I touched the quilt on the bed, traced with my fingers the monogram on the nightdress case, R-D-E-W, interwoven and interlaced. The letters were corded and strong against the golden satin material. The nightdress was inside the case, thin as gossamer, apricot in color. I touched it, drew it out from the case, put it against my face. It was cold, quite cold, but there was a dim mustiness about it still, where the scent had been, the scent of the white azaleas. I folded it and put it back into the case, and as I did so, I noticed, with a sick, dull aching in my heart, that there were creases in the nightdress. The texture was ruffled. It had not been touched or laundered since it was last worn. On a sudden impulse, I moved away from the bed and went back to the little anteroom where I had seen the wardrobes. I opened one of them. It was as I thought. The wardrobe was full of clothes. There were evening dresses here. I caught the shimmer of silver over the top of the white bags that enfolded them. There was a piece of gold brocade. There, next to it, was velvet, wine-colored and soft. There was atain of white satin, dripping on the floor of the wardrobe. Peeping out from a piece of tissue paper on a shelf above was an ostrich feather fan. The wardrobe smelt stuffy, queer. The azalea scent, so fragrant and delicate in the air, had turned stale inside the wardrobe, tarnishing the silver dresses and the brocade, and the breath of it wafted towards me now from the open doors, faded and old. I shut the doors. I went back into the bedroom once again. The gleam of light from the shutter still shone white and clear on the golden coverlet of the bed, picking out clearly and distinctly the tall sloping R of the monogram. Then I heard a step behind me, and turning round, I saw Mrs. Danvers. I shall never forget the expression on her face. Triumphant, gloating, excited in a strange, unhealthy way. I felt very frightened. "Is anything the matter, madam?" she said. I tried to smile at her, and could not. I tried to speak. "Are you feeling unwell?" she said, coming nearer to me, speaking very softly. I backed away from her. I believe if she had come any closer to me, I should have fainted. I felt her breath on my face. "I'm all right, Mrs. Danvers," I said after a moment. "I did not expect to see you. The fact is, I was looking up at the windows from the lawn. I noticed one of the shutters was not quite closed. I came up to see if I could fasten it." "I will fasten it," she said, and she went silently across the room and clamped back the shutter. The daylight had gone. The room looked unreal again in the false yellow light, unreal and ghastly. Mrs. Danvers came back and stood beside me. She smiled, and her manner, instead of being still and unbending, as it usually was, became startlingly familiar, fawning even. "Why did you tell me the shutter was open?" she asked. "I closed it before I left the room. You opened it yourself, didn't you now? You wanted to see the room. Why have you never asked me to show it to you before? I was ready to show it to you every day. You had only to ask me." I wanted to run away, but I could not move. I went on watching her eyes. "Now you are here, let me show you everything," she said, her voice ingratiating and sweet as honey, horrible, false. "I know you want to see it all. You've wanted to for a long time. You were too shy to ask. It's a lovely room, isn't it? The loveliest room you have ever seen." She took hold of my arm and walked me towards the bed. I could not resist her. I was like a dumb thing. The touch of her hand made me shudder, and her voice was low and intimate, a voice I hated and feared. "That was her bed. It's a beautiful bed, isn't it? I keep the golden coverlet on it always. It was her favorite. Here is her nightdress inside the case. You've been touching it, haven't you? This was the nightdress she was wearing for the last time, before she died. Would you like to touch it again?" She took the nightdress from the case and held it before me. "Feel it. Hold it," she said. "How soft and light it is, isn't it? I haven't washed it since she wore it for the last time. I put it out like this, and the dressing gown and slippers. just as I put them out for her the night she never came back, the night she was drowned. She folded up the nightgown and put it back in the case. I did everything for her, you know, she said, taking my arm again, leading me to the dressing gown and slippers. We tried maid after maid, but not one of them suited. You made me better than anyone, Danny, she used to say. I won't have anyone but you. Look, this is her dressing gown. She was much taller than you. You can see by the length. Put it up against you. It comes down to your ankles. She had a beautiful figure. These are her slippers. Throw me my slips, Danny, she used to say. She had little feet for her height. Put your hands inside the slippers. They are quite small and narrow, aren't they? She forced the slippers over my hands, smiling all the while, watching my eyes. You never would have thought she was so tall, would you? She said. These slippers would fit a tiny foot. She was so slim, too. You would forget her height until she stood beside you. She was every bit as tall as me, but lying there in bed, she looked quite a slip of a thing, with her mass of dark hair standing out from her face like a halo. She put the slippers back on the floor and laid the dressing gown on the chair. You've seen her brushes, haven't you? She said, taking me to the dressing table. There they are, just as she used them, unwashed and untouched. I used to brush her hair for her every evening. Come on, Danny, hair drill, she would say, and I'd stand behind her by the stool here and brush away for 20 minutes at a time. She only wore it short the last few years, you know. It came down below her waist. When she was first married, Mr. De Winter used to brush it for her then. I've come into this room time and time again and seen him, in his shirt sleeves, with the 2 brushes in his hand. Harder, Max, harder, she would say, laughing up at him. And he would do as she told him. They would be dressing for dinner, you see, and the house filled with guests. Here I shall be late, he would say, throwing the brushes at me and laughing back at her. He was always laughing and gay then. She paused, her hand resting on my arm. Everyone was so angry with her when she cut her hair, she said, but she did not care. It's nothing to do with anyone but myself, she would say. And of course, short hair was much easier for riding and sailing. She was painted on horseback, you know. A famous artist did it. The picture hung in the academy. Did you ever see it? I shook my head. No, I said, no. I understood it was a picture of the year, she went on. But Mr. De Winter did not care for it, and would not have it at Manderley. I don't think he considered it did her justice. You would like to see her clothes, wouldn't you? She did not wait for my answer. She led me to the little anteroom and opened the wardrobes one by one. I keep her furs in here, she said. The moths have not got to them yet, and I doubt if they ever will. I'm too careful. Feel that sable wrap. That was a Christmas present from Mr. De Winter. She told me the cost once, but I've forgotten it now. This chinchilla she wore in the evenings mostly, round her shoulders, very often when the evenings were cold. This wardrobe here is full of her evening clothes. You opened it, didn't you? The latch is not quite closed. I believe Mr. De Winter liked her to wear silver mostly. But of course, she could wear anything, stand any color. She looked beautiful in this velvet. Put it against your face. It's soft, isn't it? You can feel it, can't you? The scent is still fresh, isn't it? You could almost imagine she had only just taken it off. I would always know when she had been before me in a room. There would be a little whiff of her scent in the room. These are her underclothes in this drawer. This pink set here she had never worn. She was wearing slacks, of course, and a shirt when she died. They were torn from her body in the water, though. There was nothing on the body when it was found, all those weeks afterwards. Her fingers tightened on my arm. She bent down to me, her skull's face close, her dark eyes searching mine. The rocks had battered her to bits, you know, she whispered. Her beautiful face unrecognizable, both arms gone. Mr. De Winter identified her. He went up to Edgecombe to do it. He went quite alone. He was very ill at the time, but he would go. No one could stop him, not even Mr. Crawley. She paused, her eyes never leaving my face. I shall always blame myself for the accident, she said. It was my fault for being out that evening. I had gone into Kerrith for the afternoon and stayed there late, as Mrs. De Winter was up in London, and not expected back until much later. That's why I did not hurry back. When I came in, about 9:30, I heard she had returned just before 7, had her dinner, and then went out again. Down to the beach, of course. I felt worried then. It was blowing from the southwest. She would never have gone if I'd been in. She always listened to me. I wouldn't go out this evening, it's not fit, I should have said, and she would have answered me, all right, Danny, you old fusspot. And we would have sat up here talking, no doubt. She telling me all she had done in London, like she always did. My arm was bruised and numb from the pressure of her fingers. I could see how tightly the skin was stretched across her face, showing the cheekbones. There were little patches of yellow beneath her ears. Mr. De Winter had been dining with Mr. Crawley down at his house, she went on. I don't know what time he got back. I dare say it was after 11. But it had begun to blow quite hard, just before midnight, and she had not come back. I went downstairs, but there were no lights under the library door. I came upstairs again and knocked on the dressing-room door. Mr. De Winter answered at once. Who is it? What do you want? He said. I told him I was worried about Mrs. De Winter not being back. He waited a moment, and then he came and opened the door in his dressing room. She's spending the night down at the cottage, I expect, he said. I should go to bed if I were you. She won't come back here to sleep if it goes on like this. He looked tired, and I did not like to disturb him. After all, she spent many nights at the cottage, and had sailed in every sort of weather. She might not even have gone for a sail, but just wanted the night at the cottage as a change after London. I said good night to Mr. De Winter and went back to my room. I did not sleep, though. I kept wondering what she was doing. She paused again. I did not want to hear any more. I wanted to get away from her, away from the room. I sat on my bed until 5:30, she said. Then I couldn't wait there any longer. I got up and put on my coat and went down through the woods to the beach. It was getting light, but there was still a misty sort of rain falling, although the wind had dropped. When I got to the beach, I saw the buoy there in the water and the dinghy, but the boat had gone. As she spoke, it seemed to me that I could see the cove in the gray morning light, feel the thin drizzle on my face, and peering through the mist could make out, shadowy and indistinct, the low dark outline of the buoy. Mrs. Danvers loosened the pressure on my arm. Her hand fell back again to her side. Her voice lost all expression, became the hard mechanical voice of every day. One of the life buoys was washed up at Carith in the afternoon, she said, and another was found the next day by some crabbers on the rocks below the headland. Bits and pieces of rigging, too, would come in with the tide. She turned away from me and closed the chest of drawers. She straightened one of the pictures on the wall. She picked up a piece of fluff from the carpet. I stood watching her, not knowing what to do. "You now know," she said, "why Mr. De Winter does not use these rooms anymore. Listen to the sea." Even with the windows closed and the shutters fastened, I could hear it. A low, sullen murmur as the waves broke on the white shingle in the cove. The tide would be coming in fast now and running up the beach, nearly to the stone cottage. "He has not used these rooms since the night she was drowned," she said. "He had his things moved out from the dressing room. We made up one of the rooms at the end of the corridor. I don't think he slept much even there. He used to sit in the armchair. There would be cigarette ash all round it in the morning. And in the daytime, Frith would hear him in the library, pacing up and down, up and down, up and down. I too could see the ash on the floor beside the chair. I too could hear his footsteps, 1, 2, 1, 2, backwards and forwards across the library. Mrs. Danvers closed the door softly between the bedroom and the anteroom, where we were standing, and put out the light. I could not see the bed any more, nor the nightdress case upon the pillow, nor the dressing table, nor the slippers by the chair. She crossed the anteroom and put her hand on the knob of the door, and stood waiting for me to follow her. "I come to the rooms and dust them myself every day," she said. "If you want to come again, you have only to tell me. Ring me on the house telephone. I shall understand. I don't allow the maids up here. No one ever comes but me." Her manner was fawning again, intimate and unpleasant. The smile on her face was a false, unnatural thing. "Sometimes when Mr. De Winter is away, and you feel lonely, you might like to come up to these rooms and sit here. You have only to tell me. They are such beautiful rooms. You would not think she had gone now for so long, would you? Not by the way the rooms are kept. You would think she had just gone out for a little while and would be back in the evening." I forced a smile. I could not speak. My throat felt dry and tight. "It's not only this room," she said. "It's in many rooms in the house, in the morning room, in the hall, even in the little flower room. I feel her everywhere. You do too, don't you?" She stared at me curiously. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Sometimes, when I walk along the corridor here, I fancy I hear her just behind me. That quick, light footstep. I cannot mistake it anywhere. And in the minstrel's gallery above the hall, I've seen her leaning there, in the evenings in the old days, looking down at the hall below and calling to the dogs. I can fancy her there now, from time to time. It's almost as though I catch the sound of her dress sweeping the stairs as she comes down to dinner." She paused. She went on looking at me, watching my eyes. "Do you think she can see us?" talking to one another now?" She said slowly. "Do you think the dead come back and watch the living?" I swallowed. I dug my nails into my hands. "I don't know," I said. "I don't know." My voice sounded high-pitched and unnatural. Not my voice at all. "Sometimes I wonder," she whispered. "Sometimes I wonder if she comes back here to Manderley and watches you and Mr. De Winter together." We stood there by the door, staring at one another. I could not take my eyes away from hers. How dark and somber they were in the white skull's face of hers. How malevolent, how full of hatred. Then she opened the door into the corridor. "Robert is back now," she said. "He came back a quarter of an hour ago. He has orders to take your tea out under the chestnut tree." She stepped aside for me to pass. I stumbled out onto the corridor, not looking where I was going. I did not speak to her. I went down the stairs blindly and turned the corner and pushed through the door that led to my own rooms in the east wing. I shut the door of my room and turned the key and put the key in my pocket. Then I lay down on my bed and closed my eyes. I felt deadly sick. Chapter 15. Maxim rang up the next morning to say he would be back about 7. Frith took the message. Maxim did not ask to speak to me himself. I heard the telephone ring while I was at breakfast, and I thought perhaps Frith would come into the dining room and say, "Mr. De Winter on the telephone, madam." I had put down my napkin and had risen to my feet. And then Frith came back into the dining room and gave me the message. He saw me push back my chair and go to the door. "Mr. De Winter has rung off, madam," he said. "There was no message, just that he would be back about 7. I sat down in my chair again and picked up my napkin. Frith must have thought me eager and stupid, rushing across the dining room. "All right, Frith, thank you," I said. I went on, eating my eggs and bacon, Jasper at my feet, the old dog in her basket in the corner. I wondered what I should do with my day. I had slept badly, perhaps because I was alone in the room. I had been restless, waking up often, and when I glanced at my clock, I saw the hands had scarcely moved. When I did fall asleep, I had varied, wandering dreams. We were walking through woods, Maxim and I, and he was always just a little ahead of me. I could not keep up with him. Nor could I see his face, just his figure, striding away in front of me all the time. I must have cried while I slept, for when I woke in the morning, the pillow was damp. My eyes were heavy, too. When I looked in the glass, I looked plain, unattractive. I rubbed a little rouge on my cheeks in a wretched attempt to give myself color. But it made me worse. It gave me a false clown look. Perhaps I did not know the best way to put it on. I noticed Robert staring at me as I crossed the hall and went into breakfast. About 10 o'clock, as I was crumbling some pieces for the birds on the terrace, the telephone rang again. This time it was for me. Frith came, and Mrs. Lacey wanted to speak to me. "Good morning, Beatrice," I said. "Well, my dear, how are you?" she said. Her telephone voice typical of herself, brisk, rather masculine, standing no nonsense, and then not waiting for my answer. "I thought of motoring over this afternoon and looking up Gran. I'm lunching with people about 20 miles from you. Shall I come and pick you up and we'll go together? It's time you met the old lady, you know." "I'd like to very much, Beatrice," I said. "Splendid. Very well then. I'll come along for you about 3:30. Giles saw Maxim at the dinner. Poor food, he said, but excellent wine. All right, my dear. See you later." The click of the receiver, and she was gone. I wandered back into the garden. I was glad she had rung up and suggested the plan of going over to see the grandmother. It made something to look forward to, and broke the monotony of the day. The hours had seemed so long until 7 o'clock. I did not feel in my holiday mood today, and I had no wish to go off with Jasper to the Happy Valley and come to the cove and throw stones in the water. The sense of freedom had departed, and the childish desire to run across the lawns in sand shoes. I went and sat down with a book and the Times and my knitting in the rose garden, domestic as a matron, yawning in the warm sun while the bees hummed amongst the flowers. I tried to concentrate on the bald newspaper columns, and later to lose myself in the racy plot of the novel in my hands. I did not want to think of yesterday afternoon and Mrs. Danvers. I tried to forget that she was in the house at this moment, perhaps looking down on me from one of the windows. And now and again, when I looked up from my book or glanced across the garden, I had the feeling I was not alone. There were so many windows in Manderley, so many rooms that were never used by Maxim and myself, that were empty now, dust-sheeted, silent. Rooms that had been occupied in the old days when his father and his grandfather had been alive, when there had been much entertaining, many servants. It would be easy for Mrs. Danvers to open those doors softly and close them again, and then steal quietly across the shrouded room and look down upon me from behind the drawn curtains. I should not know. Even if I turned in my chair and looked up at the windows, I would not see her. I remembered a game I had played as a child that my friends next door had called Grandmother's Steps, and myself Old Witch. You had to stand at the end of the garden with your back turned to the rest, and one by one they crept nearer to you, advancing in short, furtive fashion. Every few minutes you turned to look at them, and if you saw one of them moving, the offender had to retire to the back line and begin again. There was always one a little bolder than the rest, who came up very close, whose movement was impossible to detect. And as you waited there, your back turned, counting the regulation 10, you knew, with a fatal, terrifying certainty, that before long, before even the 10 was counted, this bold player would pounce upon you from behind, unheralded, unseen, with a scream of triumph. I felt as tense and expectant as I did then. I was playing Old Witch with Mrs. Danvers. Lunch was a welcome break to the long morning. The calm efficiency of Frith and Robert's rather foolish face helped me more than my book and my newspaper had done. And at 3:30, punctual to the moment, I heard the sound of Beatrice's car round the sweep of the drive and pull up at the steps before the house. I ran out to meet her, ready dressed, my gloves in my hand. "Well, my dear, here I am. What a splendid day, isn't it?" She slammed the door of the car and came up the steps to meet me. She gave me a hard, swift kiss, brushing me somewhere near the ear. "You don't look well," she said immediately, looking me up and down. "Much too thin in the face, and no color. What's wrong with you?" "Nothing," I said humbly, knowing the fault of my face too well. "I'm not a person who ever has much color." "Oh, bosh," she replied. "You looked quite different when I saw you before." "I expect the brown of Italy has worn off," I said, getting into the car. She said shortly. "You're as bad as Maxim. Can't stand any criticism about your health. Slam the door hard, or it doesn't shut." We started off down the drive, swerving at the corner, going rather too fast. "You're not by any chance starting an infant, are you?" she said, turning her hawk brown eyes upon me. "No," I said awkwardly. "No, I don't think so." "No morning sickness or anything like that?" "No." "Oh, well, of course, it doesn't always follow." I never turned a hair when Roger was born. Felt as fit as a fiddle the whole 9 months. I played golf the day before he arrived. There's nothing to be embarrassed about in the facts of nature, you know. If you have any suspicions, you had better tell me. "No, really, Beatrice," I said. "There's nothing to tell." "I must say I do hope you will produce a son and heir before long. It would be so terribly good for Maxim. I hope you are doing nothing to prevent it." "Of course not," I said. What an extraordinary conversation, I thought. "Oh, don't be shocked," she said. "You must never mind what I say. After all, brides of today are up to everything. It's a damn nuisance if you want to hunt, and you land yourself with an infant your first season. Quite enough to break a marriage up if you are both keen. Wouldn't matter in your case. Babies needn't interfere with sketching. How is the sketching, by the way?" "I'm afraid I don't seem to do much," I said. "Oh, really? Nice weather, too, for sitting out of doors. You only need a camp stool and a box of pencils, don't you? Tell me, were you interested in those books I sent you?" "Yes, of course," I said. "It was a lovely present, Beatrice." She looked pleased. "Glad you liked them," she said. The car sped along. She kept her foot permanently on the accelerator and took every corner at an acute angle. 2 motorists we passed looked out of their windows outraged as she swept by, and one pedestrian in a lane waved his stick at her. I felt rather hot for her. She did not seem to notice, though. I crouched lower in my seat. "Roger goes up to Oxford next term," she said. "Heaven knows what he'll do with himself. Awful waste of time, I think. And so does Giles. But we couldn't think what else to do with him. Of course, he's just like Giles and myself. Thinks of nothing but horses. What on earth does this car in front think it's doing? Why don't you put out your hand, my good man? Really, some of these people on the road today ought to be shot." We swerved into a main road, narrowly avoiding the car ahead of us. "Had any people down to stay?" she asked. "No, we've been very quiet," I said. "Much better, too," she said. "Awful bore, I always think, those big parties. You won't find it alarming if you come stay with us. Very nice lot of people all round, and we all know one another frightfully well. We dine in one another's houses, and have our bridge, and don't bother with outsiders. You do play bridge, don't you?" "I'm not very good, Beatrice." "Oh, we shan't mind that, as long as you can play. I've no patience with people who won't learn. What on earth can one do with them between tea and dinner in the winter? And after dinner, one can't just sit and talk." I wondered why. However, it was simpler not to say anything. "It's quite amusing now Roger is a reasonable age," she went on, "because he brings his friends to stay, and we have really good fun. You ought to have been with us last Christmas. We had charades. My dear, it was the greatest fun. Giles was in his element. He adores dressing up, you know. and after a glass or two of champagne, he's the funniest thing you've ever seen. We often say he's missed his vocation and ought to have been on the stage. I thought of Giles and his large moon face, his horn spectacles. I felt the sight of him being funny after champagne would embarrass me. He and another man, a great friend of ours, Dickie Marsh, dressed up as women and sang a duet. What exactly it had to do with the word in the charade, nobody knew, but it did not matter. We all roared. I smiled politely. Fancy, how funny, I said. I saw them all rocking from side to side in Beatrice's drawing room. All these friends who knew one another so well. Roger would look like Giles. Beatrice was laughing again at the memory. Poor Giles, she said. I shall never forget his face when Dick squirted the soda siphon down his back. We were all in fits. I had an uneasy feeling we might be asked to spend the approaching Christmas with Beatrice. Perhaps I could have influenza. Of course, our acting was never very ambitious, she said. It was just a lot of fun amongst ourselves. At Manderley now, there is scope for a really fine show. I remember a pageant they had there some years ago. People from London came down to it. Of course, that type of thing needs terrific organization. Yes, I said. She was silent for a while and drove without speaking. How is Maxim? She said, after a moment. Very well, thanks, I said. Quite cheerful and happy? Oh, yes, rather. A narrow village street engaged her attention. I wondered whether I should tell her about Mrs. Danvers, about the man Favell. I did not want her to make a blunder, though, and perhaps tell Maxim. Beatrice, I said, deciding upon it. Have you ever heard of someone called Favell? Jack Favell? Jack Favell, she repeated. Yes, I do know the name. Wait a minute. Jack Favell? Of course. An awful bounder. I met him once, ages ago. He came to Manderley yesterday to see Mrs. Danvers, I said. Really? Oh, well, perhaps he would. Why? I said. I rather think he was Rebecca's cousin, she said. I was very surprised. That man her relation? It was not my idea of the sort of cousin Rebecca would have. Jack Favell, her cousin. Oh, I said. Oh, I hadn't realized that. He probably used to go to Manderley a lot. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I was very seldom there, said Beatrice. Her manner was abrupt. It gave me the impression she did not want to pursue the subject. I did not take to him much, I said. No, said Beatrice. I don't blame you. I waited, but she did not say any more. I thought it wiser not to tell her how Favell had asked me to keep the visit a secret. It might lead to some complication. Besides, we were just coming to our destination, a pair of white gates and a smooth gravel drive. Don't forget, the old lady is nearly blind, said Beatrice. And she's not very bright these days. I telephoned to the nurse that we were coming, so everything will be all right. The house was large, red-bricked and gabled. Late Victorian, I supposed. Not an attractive house. I could tell in a glance it was the sort of house that was aggressively well kept by a big staff. And all that for one old lady who was nearly blind. A trim parlor maid opened the door. Good afternoon, Nora. How are you? Said Beatrice. Very well, thank you, madam. I hope you are keeping well? Oh yes, we are all flourishing. How has the old lady been, Nora? Rather mixed, madam. She has one good day, and then a bad. She's not too bad in herself, you know. She will be pleased to see you, I'm sure." She glanced curiously at me. "This is Mrs. Maxim," said Beatrice. "Yes, madam. How do you do?" said Nora. We went through a narrow hall and a drawing room crowded with furniture to a veranda facing a square-clipped lawn. There were many bright geraniums in stone vases on the steps of the veranda. In the corner was a bath chair. Patrice's grandmother was sitting there, propped up with pillows and surrounded by shawls. When we came close to her, I saw that she had a strong, rather uncanny resemblance to Maxim. That was what Maxim would look like if he was very old, if he was blind. The nurse by her side got up from her chair and put a mark in the book she was reading aloud. She smiled at Patrice. "How are you, Mrs. Lacey?" she said. Patrice shook hands with her and introduced me. "The old lady looks all right," she said. "I don't know how she does it at 86. Here we are, Gran," she said, raising her voice. "Arrived safe and sound." The grandmother looked in our direction. "Dear Bee," she said, "how sweet of you to come and visit me. We're so dull here. Nothing for you to do." Patrice leant over her and kissed her. "I've brought Maxim's wife over to see you," she said. "She wanted to come and see you before, but she and Maxim have been so busy." Patrice prodded me in the back. "Kiss her," she murmured. I too bent down and kissed her on the cheek. The grandmother touched my face with her fingers. "You nice thing," she said. "So good of you to come. I'm very pleased to see you, dear. You ought to have brought Maxim with you." "Maxim is in London," I said. "He's coming back tonight." "You might bring him next time," she said. "Sit down, dear, in this chair where I can see you. And Bee, come the other side. How is dear Roger? He's a naughty boy. He doesn't come and see me." "He shall come during August," shouted Beatrice. "He's leaving Eton, you know. He's going up to Oxford." "Oh dear, he'll be quite a young man. I shan't know him." "He's taller than Giles now," said Beatrice. She went on, telling her about Giles and Roger and the horses and the dogs. The nurse brought out some knitting and clicked her needle sharply. She turned to me, very bright, very cheerful. "How are you liking Manderley, Mrs. De Winter?" "Very much, thank you," I said. "It's a beautiful spot, isn't it?" she said, the needles jabbing one another. "Of course we don't get over there now. She's not up to it. I am sorry. I used to love our days at Manderley." "You must come over yourself sometime," I said. "Thank you, I should love to. Mr. De Winter is well, I suppose?" "Yes, very well." "You spent your honeymoon in Italy, didn't you? We were so pleased with the picture postcard Mr. De Winter sent." I wondered whether she used "we" in the royal sense, or if she meant that Maxim's grandmother and herself were one. "Did he send one? I can't remember." "Oh yes, it was quite an excitement. We love anything like that. We keep a scrapbook, you know, and paste anything to do with the family inside it. Anything pleasant, that is." "How nice," I said. I caught snatches of Beatrice's conversation on the other side. "We had to put old Marksman down," she was saying. "You remember old Marksman, the best hunter I ever had." "Oh dear, not old Marksman," said her grandmother. "Yes, poor old man. Got blind in both eyes, you know." "Poor Marksman," echoed the old lady. I thought perhaps it was not very tactful to talk about blindness, and I glanced at the nurse. She was still busy clicking her needles. "Do you hunt, Mrs. De Winter?" she said. "No, I'm afraid I don't," I said. "Perhaps you will come to it. We are all very fond of hunting in this part of the world." "Yes. Mrs. De Winter is very keen on art," said Beatrice to the nurse. "I tell her there are heaps of spots in Manderley that would make very jolly pictures." "Oh, rather," agreed the nurse, pausing a moment from the fury of knitting. "What a nice hobby. I had a friend who was a wonder with her pencil. We went to Provence together one Easter, and she did such pretty sketches." "How nice," I said. "We're talking about sketching," shouted Beatrice to her grandmother. "You did not know we had an artist in the family, did you?" "Who's an artist?" said the old lady. "I don't know any." "Your new granddaughter," said Beatrice. "You ask her what I gave her for a wedding present." I smiled, waiting to be asked. The old lady turned her head in my direction. "What's Bee talking about?" she said. "I did not know you were an artist. We've never had any artists in the family." "Beatrice was joking," I said. "Of course, I'm not an artist really. I like drawing as a hobby. I've never had any lessons. Beatrice gave me some lovely books as a present." "Oh," she said, rather bewildered. "Beatrice gave you some books, did she? Rather like taking coals to Newcastle, wasn't it? There are so many books in the library at Manderley." She laughed heartily. We all joined in her joke. I hoped the subject would be left at that, but Beatrice had to harp on it. "You don't understand, Gran," she said. "They weren't ordinary books. They were volumes on art, 4 of them." The nurse leant forward to add her tribute. "Mrs. Lacey is trying to explain that Mrs. De Winter is very fond of sketching as a hobby, so she gave her 4 fine volumes all about painting as a wedding present." "What a funny thing to do," said the grandmother. "I don't think much of books for a wedding present. Nobody ever gave me any books when I was married. I should never have read them if they had." She laughed again. Beatrice looked rather offended. I smiled at her to show my sympathy. I don't think she saw. The nurse resumed her knitting. "I want my tea," said the old lady querulously. "Isn't it 4:30 yet? Why doesn't Nora bring the tea?" "What? Hungry again after our big lunch?" said the nurse, rising to her feet and smiling brightly at her charge. I felt rather exhausted and wondered, rather shocked at my callous thought, why old people were sometimes such a strain. Worse than young children or puppies because one had to be polite. I sat with my hands in my lap, ready to agree with what anybody said. The nurse was thumping the pillows and arranging the shawls. Maxim's grandmother suffered her impatience. She closed her eyes as though she too were tired. She looked more like Maxim than ever. I knew how she must have looked when she was young, tall and handsome, going round to the stables at Manderley with sugar in her pockets, holding her trailing skirt out of the mud. I pictured the nipped-in waist, the high collar. I heard her ordering the carriage for 2:00. That was all finished now for her, all gone. Her husband had been dead for 40 years, her son for 15. She had to live in this bright, red-gabled house with a nurse until it was time for her to die. I thought how little we know about the feelings of old people. Children we understand, their fears and hopes and make-believe. I was a child yesterday. I had not forgotten. But Maxim's grandmother, sitting there in her shawl, with her poor blind eyes, what did she feel? What was she thinking? Did she know that Beatrice was yawning and glancing at her watch? Did she guess that we had come to visit her because we felt it was right. It was a duty. So that when she got home afterwards, Patrice would be able to say, "Well, that clears my conscience for 3 months." Did she ever think about Manderley? Did she remember sitting at the dining room table where I sat? Did she, too, have tea under the chestnut tree? Or was it all forgotten and laid aside? And was there nothing left behind that calm, pale face of hers but little aches and little strange discomforts, a blurred thankfulness when the sun shone, a tremor when the wind blew cold? I wish that I could lay my hands upon her face and take the years away. I wished I could see her young, as she once was, with color in her cheeks and chestnut hair, alert and active as Patrice by her side, talking as she did about hunting, hounds and horses, not sitting there with her eyes closed while the nurse thumped the pillows behind her head. "We've got a treat today, you know," said the nurse. "Watercress sandwiches for tea. We love watercress, don't we?" "Is it Watercress Day?" said Maxim's grandmother, raising her head from the pillows and looking towards the door. "You did not tell me that. Why does not Nora bring in the tea?" "I wouldn't have your job, sister, for 1,000 a day," said Patrice, sotto voce to the nurse. "Oh, I'm used to it, Mrs. Lacey," smiled the nurse. "It's very comfortable here, you know. Of course, we have our bad days, but they might be a great deal worse. She's very easy, not like some patients. The staff are obliging, too. That's really the main thing. Here comes Nora." The parlor maid brought out a little, gate-legged table and a snowy cloth. "What a time you've been, Nora," grumbled the old lady. "It's only just turned the half hour, madam," said Nora in a special voice, bright and cheerful like the nurse. I wondered if Maxim's grandmother realized that people spoke to her in this way. I wondered when they had done so for the first time, and if she had noticed then. Perhaps she had said to herself, "They think I'm getting old, how very ridiculous." And then little by little, she had become accustomed to it, and now it was as though they had always done so. It was part of her background. But the young woman with the chestnut hair and the narrow waist who gave sugar to the horses, where was she? We drew our chairs to the gate-legged table and began to eat the watercress sandwiches. The nurse prepared special ones for the old lady. "There now, isn't that a treat?" she said. I saw a slow smile pass over the calm, placid face. "I like Watercress Day," she said. The tea was scalding, much too hot to drink. The nurse drank hers in tiny sips. "Boiling water today," she said, nodding at Patrice. "I have such trouble about it. They will let the tea stew. I've told them time and time again about it. They will not listen." "Oh, they're all the same," said Patrice. "I've given it up as a bad job." The old lady stirred hers with a spoon, her eyes very far and distant. I wished I knew what she was thinking about. "Did you have fine weather in Italy?" said the nurse. "Yes, it was very warm," I said. Patrice turned to her grandmother. "They had lovely weather in Italy for their honeymoon," she says. "Maxim got quite sunburnt." "Why isn't Maxim here today?" said the old lady. "We told you, darling, Maxim had to go to London," said Patrice impatiently. "Some dinner, you know. Giles went too." "Oh, I see. Why did you say Maxim was in Italy?" "He was in Italy, Gran, in April. They're back at Manderley now." She glanced at the nurse, shrugging her shoulders. "Mr. and Mrs. De Winter are in Manderley now," repeated the nurse. "It's been lovely here this month," I said, drawing nearer to Maxim's grandmother. "The roses are in bloom now. I wish I had brought you some." "Yes, I like roses," she said vaguely, and then peering closer at me with her dim blue eyes. "Are you staying at Manderley too?" I swallowed. There was a slight pause. Then Beatrice broke in with her loud, impatient voice. "Gran, darling, you know perfectly well she lives there now. She and Maxim are married." I noticed the nurse put down her cup of tea and glanced swiftly at the old lady. She had relaxed against the pillows, plucking at her shawl, and her mouth began to tremble. "You talk too much, all of you. I don't understand." Then she looked across at me, a frown on her face, and began shaking her head. "Who are you, my dear? I haven't seen you before. I don't know your face. I don't remember you at Manderley. Bea, who is this child? Why did not Maxim bring Rebecca? I'm so fond of Rebecca. Where is dear Rebecca?" There was a long pause, a moment of agony. I felt my cheeks grow scarlet. The nurse got to her feet very quickly and went to the bath chair. "I want Rebecca," repeated the old lady. "What have you done with Rebecca?" Beatrice rose clumsily from the table, shaking the cups and saucers. She too had turned very red and her mouth twitched. "I think you'd better go, Mrs. Lacey," said the nurse, rather pink and flustered. "She's looking a little tired, and when she wanders like this, it sometimes lasts a few hours. She does get excited like this from time to time. It's very unfortunate it should happen today. I'm sure you will understand, Mrs. De Winter." She turned apologetically to me. "Of course," I said quickly. "It's much better we should go." Beatrice and I groped for our bags and gloves. The nurse had turned to her patient again. "Now, what's this all about? Do you want your nice watercress sandwich that I've cut for you?" "Where is Rebecca? Why did not Maxim come and bring Rebecca?" replied the thin, querulous voice. We went through the drawing room to the hall and let ourselves out of the front door. Beatrice started up the car without a word. We drove down the smooth gravel drive and out of the white gates. I stared straight in front of me down the road. I did not mind for myself. I should not have cared if I had been alone. I minded for Beatrice. The whole thing had been so wretched and awkward for Beatrice. She spoke to me when we turned out of the village. "My dear," she began, "I'm so dreadfully sorry. I don't know what to say." "Don't be absurd, Beatrice," I said hurriedly. "It doesn't matter a bit. It's absolutely all right." "I had no idea she would do that," said Beatrice. "I would never have dreamt of taking you to see her. I'm so frightfully sorry." "There's nothing to be sorry about. Please don't say any more." "I can't make it out. She knew all about you. I wrote and told her, and so did Maxim. She was so interested in the wedding abroad." "You forget how old she is," I said. "Why should she remember that? She doesn't connect me with Maxim. She only connects him with Rebecca." We went on driving in silence. It was a relief to be in the car again. I did not mind the jerky motion and the swaying corners. "I'd forgotten she was so fond of Rebecca," said Beatrice slowly. "I was a fool not to expect something like this. I don't believe she ever took in properly about the accident. Oh, Lord, what a ghastly afternoon. What on earth will you think of me?" "Please, Beatrice, don't. I tell you, I don't mind." Rebecca made a great fuss of her always, and she used to have the old lady over to Manderley. Poor darling Gran was much more alert then. She used to rock with laughter at whatever Rebecca said. Of course, She was always very amusing, and the old lady loved that. She had an amazing gift, Rebecca I mean, of being attractive to people, men, women, children, dogs. I suppose the old lady has never forgotten her. My dear, you won't thank me for this afternoon. I don't mind, I repeated mechanically. If only Beatrice could leave the subject alone. It did not interest me. What did it matter after all? What did anything matter? Giles will be very upset, said Beatrice. He will blame me for taking you over. What an idiotic thing to do, Bee. I can hear him saying it. I shall get into a fine row. Don't say anything about it, I said. I would much rather it was forgotten. The story will only get repeated and exaggerated. Giles will know something is wrong from my face. I never have been able to hide anything from him. I was silent. I knew how the story would be tossed about in their immediate circle of friends. I could imagine the little crowd at Sunday lunch, the round eyes, the eager ears, and the gasps and exclamations. My Lord, how awful! What on earth did you do? And then, how did she take it? How terribly embarrassing for everyone. The only thing that mattered to me was that Maxim should never come to hear of it. One day I might tell Frank Crawley, but not yet, not for quite a while. It was not long before we came to the high road at the top of the hill. In the distance, I could see the first gray roofs of Kerrith, while to the right, in a hollow, lay the deep woods of Manderley and the sea beyond. Are you in a frightful hurry to get home? Said Beatrice. No, I said. I don't think so. Why? Would you think me a perfect pig if I dropped you at the lodge gates? If I drive like hell now, I shall just be in time to meet Giles by the London train, and it will save him taking the station taxi. Of course, I said. I can walk down the drive. Thanks awfully, she said gratefully. I felt the afternoon had been too much for her. She wanted to be alone again, and she did not want to face another belated tea at Manderley. I got out of the car at the lodge gates, and we kissed goodbye. Put on some weight next time I see you, she said. It doesn't suit you to be so thin. Give Maxim my love, and forgive me for today. She vanished in a cloud of dust, and I turned in down the drive. I wondered if it had altered much since Maxim's grandmother had driven down it in her carriage. She had ridden here as a young woman. She had smiled at the woman at the lodge, as I did now. And in her day, the lodge-keeper's wife had curtsied, sweeping the path with her full, wide skirt. This woman nodded to me briefly, and then called to her little boy, who sat grubbing with some kittens at the back. Maxim's grandmother had bowed her head to avoid the sweeping branches of the trees, and the horse had trotted down the twisting drive where I now walked. The drive had been wider then, and smoother too, better kept. The woods did not encroach upon it. I did not think of her as she was now, lying against those pillows, with that shawl around her. I saw her when she was young, and when Manderley was her home. I saw her wandering in the gardens with a small boy, Maxim's father, clattering behind her on his hobby horse. He would wear a stiff Norfolk jacket and a round white collar. Picnics to the cove would be an expedition, a treat that was not indulged in very often. There would be a photograph somewhere in an old album, all the family sitting very straight and rigid round a tablecloth set upon the beach, the servants in the background beside a huge lunch basket. And I saw Maxim's grandmother when she was older too, a few years ago, walking on the terrace at Manderley, leaning on a stick. And someone walked beside her, laughing, holding her arm. Someone tall and slim and very beautiful, who had a gift, Patrice said, of being attractive to people. Easy to like, I supposed. Easy to love. When I came to the end of the long drive, at last I saw that Maxim's car was standing in front of the house. My heart lifted. I ran quickly into the hall. His hat and gloves were lying on the table. I went towards the library, and as I came near, I heard the sound of voices, one raised louder than the other. Maxim's voice. The door was shut. I hesitated a moment before going in. "You can write and tell him from me to keep away from Manderley in the future, do you hear? Never mind who told me. That's of no importance. I happen to know his car was seen here yesterday afternoon. If you want to meet him, you can meet him, outside Manderley. I won't have him inside the gates, do you understand? Remember, I'm warning you for the last time." I slipped away from the door to the stairs. I heard the door of the library open. I ran swiftly up the stairs and hid in the gallery. Mrs. Danvers came out of the library, shutting the door behind her. I crouched against the wall of the gallery so that I should not be seen. I had caught one glimpse of her face. It was gray with anger, distorted, horrible. She passed up the stairs swiftly and silently and disappeared through the door leading to the west wing. I waited a moment. Then I went slowly downstairs to the library. I opened the door and went in. Maxim was standing by the window, some letters in his hand. His back was turned to me. For a moment, I thought of creeping out again and going upstairs to my room and sitting there. He must have heard me, though, for he swung round impatiently. "Who is it now?" he said. I smiled, holding up my hands. "Hello," I said. "Oh, it's you." I could tell in a glance that something had made him very angry. His mouth was hard, his nostrils white and pinched. "What have you been doing with yourself?" he said. He kissed the top of my head and put his arm round my shoulder. I felt as if a very long time had passed since he had left me yesterday. "I've been to see your grandmother," I said. "Patrice drove me over this afternoon." "How was the old lady?" "All right." "What's happened to Bea?" "She had to get back to meet Giles." We sat down together on the window seat. I took his hand in mine. "I hated you being away. I've missed you terribly," I said. "Have you?" he said. We did not say anything for a bit. I just held his hand. "Was it hot up in London?" I said. "Yes, pretty awful. I always hate the place." I wondered if he would tell me what had happened just now in the library with Mrs. Danvers. I wondered who had told him about Fauvel. "Are you worried about something?" I asked. "I've had a long day," he said. "That drive twice in 24 hours is too much for anyone." He got up and wandered away, lighting a cigarette. I knew then that he was not going to tell me about Mrs. Danvers. "I'm tired too," I said slowly. "It's been a funny sort of day." Chapter 16. It was one Sunday, I remember, when we had an invasion of visitors during the afternoon, that the subject of the fancy dress ball was first brought up. Frank Crawley had come over to lunch, and we were all three of us looking forward to a peaceful afternoon under the chestnut tree, when we heard the fatal sound of a car rounding the sweep in the drive. It was too late to warn Frith. The car itself came upon us, standing on the terrace, with cushions and papers under our arms. We had to come forward and welcome the unexpected guests. As often happens in such cases, these were not to be the only visitors. Another car arrived about half an hour afterwards. followed by 3 local people who had walked from Kerith, and we found ourselves, with the peace stripped from our day, entertaining group after group of dreary acquaintances, doing the regulation walk in the grounds, the tour of the rose garden, the stroll across the lawns, and the formal inspection of the Happy Valley. They stayed for tea, of course, and instead of lazy nibbling of cucumber sandwiches under the chestnut tree, we had the paraphernalia of a stiff tea in the drawing room, which I always loathed. Frith in his element, of course, directing Robert with a lift of his eyebrows, and myself rather hot and flustered, with a monstrous silver teapot and kettle that I never knew how to manage. I found it very difficult to gauge the exact moment when it became imperative to dilute the tea with the boiling water, and more difficult still to concentrate on the small talk that was going on at my side. Frank Crawley was invaluable at a moment like this. He took the cups from me and handed them to people, and when my answers seemed more than usually vague, owing to my concentration on the silver teapot, he quietly and unobtrusively put in his small wedge to the conversation, relieving me of responsibility. Maxim was always at the other end of the room, showing a book to a bore, or pointing out a picture, playing the perfect host in his own imitable way. And the business of tea was a side issue that did not matter to him. His own cup of tea grew cold, left on a side table behind some flowers, and I, steaming behind my kettle, and Frank, gallantly juggling with scones and angel cake, were left to minister to the common wants of the herd. It was Lady Crowan, a tiresome, gushing woman who lived in Kerith, who introduced the matter. There was one of those pauses in conversation that happen in every tea party, and I saw Frank's lips about to form the inevitable and idiotic remark about an angel passing overhead, when Lady Crowan, balancing a piece of cake on the edge of her saucer, looked up at Maxim, who happened to be beside her. "Oh, Mr. De Winter," she said, "there is something I've been wanting to ask you for ages. Now tell me, is there any chance of you reviving the Manderley fancy dress ball?" She put her head on one side as she spoke, flashing her prominent teeth in what she supposed was a smile. I lowered my head instantly and became very busy with the emptying of my own teacup, screening myself behind the cozy. It was a moment or two before Maxim replied, and when he did, his voice was quite calm and matter-of-fact. "I haven't thought about it," he said, "and I don't think anyone else has." "Oh, but I assure you, we have all thought of it so much," continued Lady Crowan. "It used to make the summer for all of us in this part of the world. You have no idea of the pleasure it used to give. Can't I persuade you to think about it again?" "Well, I don't know," said Maxim dryly. "It was all rather a business to organize. You'd better ask Frank Crawley. He'd have to do it." "Oh, Mr. Crawley, do be on my side," she persisted, and one or two of the others joined in. "It would be a most popular move, you know. We all miss the Manderley gaiety." I heard Frank's quiet voice beside me. "I don't mind organizing the ball if Maxim has no objection to giving it. It's up to him, and Mrs. De Winter. It's nothing to do with me." Of course, I was bombarded at once. Lady Crowan moved her chair so that the cozy no longer hid me from view. "Mrs. De Winter, you get round your husband. You are the person he will listen to. He should give the ball in your honor as the bride." "Yes, of course," said somebody else, a man. "We missed the fun of the wedding, you know. It's a shame to deprive us all of excitement. Hands up for the Manderley fancy dress ball. There, you see, De Winter? Carried unanimously." There was much laughter and clapping of hands. Maxim lit a cigarette, and his eyes met mine over the teapot. "What do you think about it?" he said. "I don't know," I said uncertainly. "I don't mind." "Of course, she longs to have a ball in her honor," gushed Lady Crowan. "What girl wouldn't? You look sweet, Mrs. De Winter, dressed as a little Dresden shepherdess, your hair tucked under a big three-cornered hat." I thought of my clumsy hands and feet and the slope of my shoulders. A fine Dresden shepherdess I should make. What an idiot the woman was. I was not surprised when nobody agreed with her, and once more I was grateful to Frank for turning the conversation away from me. "As a matter of fact, Maxim, someone was talking about it the other day. I suppose we shall be having some sort of celebration for the bride, shan't we, Mr. Crawley?" they said. "I wish Mr. De Winter would give a ball again. It was rare fun for all of us. It was Tucker at the home farm," he added to Lady Crowan. "Of course, they do adore a show of any kind." "I don't know," I told him. "Mr. De Winter hasn't said anything to me." "There you are," said Lady Crowan triumphantly to the drawing-room in general. "What did I say? Your own people are asking for a ball. If you don't care for us, surely you care about them." Maxim still watched me doubtfully over the teapot. It occurred to me that perhaps he thought I could not face it, that being shy, as he knew only too well, I should find myself unable to cope. I did not want him to think that. I did not want him to feel I should let him down. "I think it would be rather fun," I said. Maxim turned away, shrugging his shoulders. "That settles it, of course," he said. "All right, Frank. You will have to go ahead with the arrangements. Better get Mrs. Danvers to help you. She will remember the form." "That amazing Mrs. Danvers is still with you, then?" said Lady Crowan. "Yes," said Maxim shortly. "Have some more cake, will you? Or have you finished? Then let's all go into the garden." We wandered out onto the terrace, everyone discussing the prospect of the ball and suitable dates, and then, greatly to my relief, the car parties decided it was time to take their departure, and the walkers went too, on being offered a lift. I went back into the drawing room and had another cup of tea, which I thoroughly enjoyed now that the burden of entertaining had been taken from me. And Frank came too, and we crumbled up the remains of the scones and ate them, feeling like conspirators. Maxim was throwing sticks for Jasper on the lawn. I wondered if it was the same in every home, this feeling of exuberance when visitors had gone. We did not say anything about the ball for a little while, and then, when I had finished my cup of tea and wiped my sticky fingers on the handkerchief, I said to Frank, "What do you truthfully think about this fancy dress business?" Frank hesitated, half glancing out of the window at Maxim on the lawn. "I don't know," he said. "Maxim did not seem to object, did he? I thought he took the suggestion very well." "It was difficult for him to do anything else," I said. "What a tiresome person Lady Crowan is. Do you really believe all the people round here are talking and dreaming of nothing else but a fancy dress ball at Manderley?" "I think they would all enjoy a show of some sort. We're very conventional down here, you know, about these things. I don't honestly think Lady Crowan was exaggerating when she said something should be done in your honor. After all, Mrs. De Winter, you are a bride." How pompous and stupid it sounded. I wished Frank would not always be so terribly correct. I'm not a bride, I said. I did not even have a proper wedding. No white dress, or orange blossom, or trailing bridesmaids. I don't want any silly dance given in my honor. It's a very fine sight, Manderley in fate, said Frank. You'll enjoy it, you see. You won't have to do anything alarming. You just receive the guests, and there's nothing in that. Perhaps you'll give me a dance. Dear Frank, I loved his solemn air of gallantry. You shall have as many dances as you like, I said. I shan't dance with anyone except you and Maxim. Oh, but that would not look right at all, said Frank seriously. People would be very offended. You must dance with the people who ask you. I turned away to hide my smile. It was a joy to me, the way he never knew when his leg had been pulled. Do you think Lady Crowan's suggestion about the Dresden shepherdess was a good one? I said slyly. He considered me solemnly, without the trace of a smile. Yes, I do, he said. I think you'd look very well indeed. I burst into laughter. Oh, Frank, dear, I do love you, I said, and he turned rather pink, a little shocked, I think, at my impulsive words, and a little hurt, too, that I was laughing at him. I don't see that I've said anything funny, he said stiffly. Maxim came in at the window, Jasper dancing at his heels. What's all the excitement about? He said. Frank is being so gallant, I said. He thinks Lady Crowan's idea of my dressing up as a Dresden shepherdess is nothing to laugh at. Lady Crowan is a damn nuisance, said Maxim. If she had to write out all the invitations and organize the affair, she would not be so enthusiastic. It's always been the same, though. The locals look upon Manderley as if it was a pavilion on the end of a pier, and expect us to put up a turn for their benefit. I suppose we shall have to ask the whole county. I've got the records in the office, said Frank. It won't really entail much work. Licking the stamps is the longest job. We'll give that to you to do, said Maxim, smiling at me. Oh, we'll do that in the office, said Frank. Mrs. De Winter need not bother her head about anything at all. I wondered what they would say if I suddenly announced my intention of running the whole affair. Laugh, I supposed, and then begin talking of something else. I was glad, of course, to be relieved of responsibility, but it rather added to my sense of humility to feel that I was not even capable of licking the stamps. I thought of the writing desk in the morning room, the docketed pigeonholes, all marked in ink by that slanting, pointed hand. What will you wear? I said to Maxim. I never dress up, said Maxim. It's the one perquisite allowed to the host, isn't it, Frank? I can't really go as a Dresden shepherdess, I said. What on earth shall I do? I'm not much good at dressing up. Put a ribbon round your hair and be Alice in Wonderland, said Maxim lightly. You look like it now, with your finger in your mouth. Don't be so rude, I said. I know my hair is straight, but it isn't as straight as that. I tell you what, I'll give you and Frank the surprise of your lives, and you won't know me. As long as you don't black your face and pretend to be a monkey, I don't mind what you do, said Maxim. All right, that's a bargain, I said. I'll keep my costume a secret to the last minute, and you won't know anything about it. Come on, Jasper. We don't care what they say, do we? I heard Maxim laughing as I went out into the garden, and he said something to Frank, which I did not catch. I wished he would not always treat me as a child, rather spoiled, rather irresponsible, someone to be petted from time to time when the mood came upon him, but more often forgotten. More often patted on the shoulder and told to run away and play. I wished something would happen to make me look wiser, more mature. Was it always going to be like this? He away ahead of me, with his own moods that I did not share, his secret troubles that I did not know. Would we never be together, he a man and I a woman, standing shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, with no gulf between us? I did not want to be a child. I wanted to be his wife. I wanted to be old. I stood on the terrace, biting my nails, looking down towards the sea, and as I stood there, I wondered, for the 20th time that day, whether it was by Maxim's orders that those rooms in the west wing were kept furnished and untouched. I wondered if he went, as Mrs. Danvers did, and touched the brushes on the dressing table, opened the wardrobe doors, and put his hands amongst the clothes. "Come on, Jasper," I shouted. "Run, run with me. Come on, can't you?" And I tore across the grass, savagely, angrily, the bitter tears behind my eyes, with Jasper leaping at my heels and barking hysterically. The news soon spread about the fancy dress ball. My little maid, Clarice, her eyes shining with excitement, talked of nothing else. I gathered from her that the servants in general were delighted. "Mr. Frith says it will be like old times," said Clarice eagerly. "I heard him saying so to Alice in the passage this morning. What will you wear, madam?" "I don't know, Clarice. I can't think," I said. "Mother said I was to be sure and tell her," said Clarice. "She remembers the last ball they gave at Manderley, and she has never forgotten it. Will you be hiring a costume from London, do you think?" "I haven't made up my mind, Clarice," I said. "But I tell you what, when I do decide, I shall tell you and nobody else. It will be a dead secret between us both." "Oh, madam, how exciting!" breathed Clarice. "I don't know how I am going to wait for the day." I was curious to know Mrs. Danvers' reaction to the news. I dreaded even the sound of her voice down the house telephone, and by using Robert as mediator between us, I was spared this last ordeal. I could not forget the expression of her face when she left the library after that interview with Maxim. I thank God she had not seen me crouching in the gallery, and I wondered, too, if she thought that it was I who had told Maxim about Favel's visit to the house. If so, she would hate me more than ever. I shuddered now when I remembered the touch of her hand on my arm, and that dreadful soft, intimate pitch of her voice close to my ear. I did not want to remember anything about that afternoon. That was why I did not speak to her, not even on the house telephone. The preparations went on for the ball. Everything seemed to be done down at the estate office. Maxim and Frank were down there every morning. As Frank had said, I did not have to bother my head about anything. I don't think I licked one stamp. I began to get in a panic about my costume. It seemed so feeble not to be able to think of anything. And I kept remembering all the people who would come, from Carith and round about. The bishop's wife, who had enjoyed herself so much the last time, Patrice and Giles, that tiresome Lady Crowan, and many more people I did not know and who had never seen me. They would, every one of them, have some criticism to offer, some curiosity to know what sort of effort I should make. At last, in desperation, I remembered the books that Patrice had given me for a wedding present, and I sat down in the library one morning, turning over the pages as a last hope, passing from illustration to illustration in a sort of frenzy. Nothing seemed suitable. They were all so elaborate and pretentious. Those gorgeous costumes of velvet and silk, and the reproductions given of Rubens, Rembrandt, and others. I got hold of a piece of paper and a pencil and copied one or two of them, but they did not please me, and I threw the sketches into the wastepaper basket in disgust, thinking no more about them. In the evening, when I was changing for dinner, there was a knock at my bedroom door. I called, "Come in," thinking it was Clarice. The door opened, and it was not Clarice. It was Mrs. Danvers. She held a piece of paper in her hand. "I hope you will forgive me disturbing you," she said. "But I was not sure whether you meant to throw these drawings away. All the wastepaper baskets are always brought to me to check at the end of the day, in case of mislaying anything of value. Robert told me this was thrown into the library basket." I had turned quite cold all over at the sight of her, and at first I could not find my voice. She held out the paper for me to see. It was the rough drawing I had done during the morning. "No, Mrs. Danvers," I said, after a moment. "It doesn't matter throwing that away. It was only a rough sketch. I don't want it." "Very good," she said. "I thought it better to inquire from you personally, to save any misunderstanding." "Yes," I said. "Yes, of course." I thought she would turn and go, but she went on standing there by the door. "So, you have not decided yet what you will wear?" she said. There was a hint of derision in her voice, a trace of odd satisfaction. I supposed she had heard of my efforts through Clarice in some way. "No," I said. "No, I haven't decided." She continued watching me, her hand on the handle of the door. "I wonder you don't copy one of the pictures in the gallery," she said. I pretended to file my nails. They were too short and too brittle, but the action gave me something to do, and I did not have to look at her. "Yes, I might think about that," I said. I wondered privately why such an idea had never come to me before. It was an obvious and very good solution to my difficulty. I did not want her to know this, though. I went on filing my nails. "All the pictures in the gallery would make good costumes," said Mrs. Danvers, "especially that one of the young lady in white, with her hat in her hand. I wonder Mr. De Winter does not make it a period ball. Everyone dressed more or less the same, to be in keeping. I never think it looks right to see a clown dancing with a lady in powder and patches." "Some people enjoy the variety," I said. "They think it makes it all the more amusing." "I don't like it myself," said Mrs. Danvers. Her voice was surprisingly normal and friendly, and I wondered why it was she had taken the trouble to come up with my discarded sketch herself. Did she want to be friends with me at last? Or did she realize that it had not been me at all who had told Maxim about Fauvel? And this was her way of thanking me for my silence? "Has not Mr. De Winter suggested a costume for you?" she said. "No," I said, after a moment's hesitation. "No, I want to surprise him and Mr. Crawley. I don't want them to know anything about it." "It's not for me to make a suggestion, I know," she said. "But when you do decide, I should advise you to have your dress made in London. There is no one down here can do that sort of thing well. Voss, in Bond Street, is a good place, I know." "I must remember that," I said. "Yes," she said, and then, as she opened the door, "I should study the pictures in the gallery, madam, if I were you, especially the one I mentioned, and you need not think I will give you away. I won't say a word to anyone. "Thank you, Mrs. Danvers," I said. She shut the door very gently behind her. I went on with my dressing, puzzled at her attitude, so different from our last encounter, and wondering whether I had the unpleasant Fauvel to thank for it. Rebecca's cousin. Why should Maxim dislike Rebecca's cousin? Why had he forbidden him to come to Manderley? Beatrice had called him a bounder. She had not said much about him, and the more I considered him, the more I agreed with her. Those hot blue eyes, that loose mouth, and the careless, familiar laugh. Some people would consider him attractive. Girls in sweet shops, giggling behind the counter, and girls who gave one programs in a cinema. I knew how he would look at them, smiling and half whistling a tune under his breath. The sort of look and the type of whistle that would make one feel uncomfortable. I wondered how well he knew Manderley. He seemed quite at home, and Jasper certainly recognized him. But these two facts did not fit in with Maxim's words to Mrs. Danvers, and I could not connect him with my idea of Rebecca. Rebecca, with her beauty, her charm, her breeding. Why did she have a cousin like Jacques Fauvel? It was wrong, out of all proportion. I decided he must be the skeleton in the family cupboard. And Rebecca, with her generosity, had taken pity on him from time to time and invited him to Manderley, perhaps when Maxim was from home, knowing his dislike. There had been some argument about it probably, Rebecca defending him. And even after this, perhaps a slight awkwardness whenever his name was mentioned. As I sat down to dinner in the dining room in my accustomed place, with Maxim at the head of the table, I pictured Rebecca sitting in where I sat now, picking up her fork for the fish, and then the telephone ringing and Frith coming into the room and saying, "Mr. Fauvel on the phone, madam, wishing to speak to you." And Rebecca would get up from her chair with a quick glance at Maxim, who would not say anything, who would go on eating his fish. And when she came back, having finished her conversation and sat down in her place again, Rebecca would begin talking about something different in a gay, careless way, to cover up the little cloud between them. At first, Maxim would be glum, answering in monosyllables, but little by little, she would win his humor back again, telling him some story of her day, about someone she had seen in Kerrith, and when they had finished the next course, he would be laughing again, looking at her and smiling, putting out his hand to her across the table. "What the devil are you thinking about?" said Maxim. I started, the color flooding my face, for in that brief moment, 60 seconds in time perhaps, I had so identified myself with Rebecca that my own dull self did not exist, had never come to Manderley. I had gone back in thought and in person to the days that were gone. "Do you know you were going through the most extraordinary antics instead of eating your fish?" said Maxim. "First you listened, as though you heard the telephone, and then your lips moved, and you threw half a glance at me, and you shook your head and smiled, shrugged your shoulders, all in about a second. Are you practicing your appearance for the fancy dress ball?" He looked across at me, laughing, and I wondered what he would say if he really knew my thoughts, my heart, and my mind, and that for 1 second he had been the Maxim of another year, and I had been Rebecca. "You look like a criminal," he said. "What is it?" "Nothing," I said quickly. "I wasn't doing anything." "Tell me, what were you thinking?" "Why should I? You never tell me what you are thinking about." "I don't think you've ever asked me, have you?" "Yes, I did once." "I don't remember." "We were in the library." "Very probably. What did I say?" You told me you were wondering who had been chosen to play for Surrey against Middlesex. Maxim laughed again. What a disappointment to you. What did you hope I was thinking? Something very different. What sort of thing? Oh, I don't know. No, I don't suppose you do. If I told you I was thinking about Surrey and Middlesex, I was thinking about Surrey and Middlesex. Men are simpler than you imagine, my sweet child. But what goes on in the twisted, torturous minds of women would baffle anyone. Do you know? You did not look a bit like yourself just now. You had quite a different expression on your face. I did? What sort of expression? I don't know that I can explain. You looked older suddenly, deceitful. It was rather unpleasant. I did not mean to. No, I don't suppose you did. I drank some water, watching him over the rim of my glass. Don't you want me to look older? I said. No. Why not? Because it would not suit you. One day I shall. It can't be helped. I shall have gray hair and lines and things. I don't mind that. What do you mind then? I don't want you to look like you did just now. You had a twist to your mouth and a flash of knowledge in your eyes. Not the right sort of knowledge. I felt very curious, rather excited. What do you mean, Maxim? What isn't the right sort of knowledge? He did not answer for a moment. Frith had come back into the room and was changing the plates. Maxim waited until Frith had gone behind the screen and through the service door before speaking again. When I met you, first you had a certain expression on your face, he said slowly, and you have it still. I'm not going to define it. I don't know how to, but it was one of the reasons why I married you. A moment ago, when you were going through that curious little performance, the expression had gone. Something else had taken its place. What sort of thing? Explain it to me, Maxim, I said eagerly. He considered me a moment, his eyebrows raised, whistling softly. Listen, my sweet. When you were a little girl, were you ever forbidden to read certain books? And did your father put those books under lock and key? Yes, I said. Well then, a husband is not so very different from a father after all. There is a certain type of knowledge I prefer you not to have. It's better kept under lock and key. So that's that. And now eat up your peaches, and don't ask me any more questions, or I shall put you in the corner. I wish you would not treat me as if I was 6, I said. How do you want to be treated? Like other men treat their wives. Knock you about, you mean? Don't be absurd. Why must you make a joke of everything? I'm not joking. I'm very serious. No, you're not. I can tell by your eyes. You're playing with me all the time, just as if I was a silly little girl. Alice in Wonderland. That was a good idea of mine. Have you bought your sash and your hair ribbon yet? I warn you, you'll get the surprise of your life when you do see me in my fancy dress. I'm sure I shall. Get on with your peach and don't talk with your mouth full. I've got a lot of letters to write after dinner. He did not wait for me to finish. He got up and strolled about the room and asked Frith to bring the coffee in the library. I sat still, sullenly, being as slow as I could, hoping to keep things back and irritate him. But Frith took no notice of me and my peach. He brought the coffee at once, and Maxim went off to the library by himself. When I had finished, I went upstairs to the minstrel gallery to have a look at the pictures. I knew them well, of course, by now, but had never studied them with a view to reproducing one of them as a fancy dress. Mrs. Danvers was right, of course. What an idiot I had been not to think of it before. I always loved the girl in white, with a hat in her hand. It was a Rayburn, and the portrait was of Caroline de Winter, a sister of Maxim's great-great-grandfather. She married a great Whig politician and was a famous London beauty for many years, but this portrait was painted before that, while she was still unmarried. The white dress should be easy to copy, those puffed sleeves, the flounce, and the little bodice. The hat might be rather difficult, and I should have to wear a wig. My straight hair would never curl in that way. Perhaps that Voce place in London that Mrs. Danvers had told me about would do the whole thing. I would send them a sketch of the portrait and tell them to copy it faithfully, sending my measurements. What a relief it was to have decided at last. Quite a weight off my mind. I began almost to look forward to the ball. Perhaps I could enjoy it after all, almost as much as little Clarice. I wrote to the shop in the morning, enclosing a sketch of the portrait, and I had a very favorable reply, full of honor at my esteemed order, and saying the work would be put in hand right away, and they would manage the wig as well. Clarice could hardly contain herself for excitement, and I, too, began to get party fever as the great day approached. Giles and Beatrice were coming for the night, but nobody else, thank heaven, although a lot of people were expected to dinner first. I had imagined we should have to hold a large house party for the occasion, but Maxim decided against it. "Having the dance alone is quite enough effort," he said, and I wondered whether he did it for my sake alone, or whether a large crowd of people really bored him as he said. I had heard so much of the Manderley parties in the old days, with people sleeping in bathrooms and on sofas because of the squash. And here we were alone in the vast house, with only Beatrice and Giles to count as guests. The house began to wear a new, expectant air. Men came to lay the floor for dancing in the great hall. And in the drawing room, some of the furniture was moved, so that the long buffet tables could be placed against the wall. Lights were put up on the terrace, and in the rose garden too. Wherever one walked, there would be some sign of preparation for the ball. Workmen from the estate were everywhere, and Frank came to lunch nearly every day. The servants talked of nothing else, and Frith stalked about as though the whole evening would depend on him alone. Robert rather lost his head, and kept forgetting things, napkins at lunch, and handing vegetables. He wore a harassed expression, like someone who has got to catch a train. The dogs were miserable. Jasper trailed about the hall with his tail between his legs and nipped every workman on sight. He used to stand on the terrace, barking idiotically, and then dash madly to one corner of the lawn and eat grass in a sort of frenzy. Mrs. Danvers never obtruded herself, but I was aware of her continually. It was her voice I heard in the drawing room when they came to put the tables. It was she who gave directions for the laying of the floor in the hall. Whenever I came upon the scene, she had always just disappeared. I would catch a glimpse of her skirt brushing the door, or hear the sound of her footsteps on the stairs. I was a lay figure, no use to man or beast. I used to stand about doing nothing except get in the way. "Excuse me, madam," I would hear a man say, just behind me, and he would pass, with a smile of apology, carrying 2 chairs on his back, his face dripping with perspiration. "I'm awfully sorry," I would say, getting quickly to one side, and then as a cover to my idleness, "Can I help you? What about putting those chairs in the library?" The man would look bewildered. "Mrs. Danvers' orders, madam, was that we were to take the chairs round to the back, to be out of the way." "Oh," I said. "Yes, of course. How silly of me. Take them round to the back, as she said." And I would walk quickly away, murmuring something about finding a piece of paper and a pencil, in a vain attempt to delude the man into thinking I was busy, while he went on across the hall, looking rather astonished, and I would feel I had not deceived him for a moment. The great day dawned, misty and overcast, but the glass was high, and we had no fears. The mist was a good sign. It cleared about 11, as Maxim had foretold, and we had a glorious, still summer's day without a cloud in the blue sky. All the morning the gardeners were bringing flowers into the house, the last of the white lilac, and great lupins and delphiniums, 5 foot high, roses in hundreds, and every sort of lily. Mrs. Danvers showed herself at last, quietly, calmly. She told the gardeners where to put the flowers, and she herself arranged them, stacking the vases with quick, deft fingers. I watched her in fascination, the way she did vase after vase, carrying them herself through the flower room to the drawing room and the various corners of the house, massing them in just the right numbers and profusion, putting color where color was needed, leaving the walls bare where severity paid. Maxim and I had lunch with Frank at his bachelor establishment next door to the office, to be out of the way. We were all three in the rather hearty, cheerful humor of people after a funeral. We made pointless jokes about nothing at all, our minds eternally on the thought of the next few hours. I felt very much the same as I did the morning I was married, the same stifled feeling that I had gone too far now to turn back. The evening had got to be endured. Thank heaven Messer's Voce had sent my dress in time. It looked perfect in its folds of tissue paper, and the wig was a triumph. I had tried it on after breakfast and was amazed at the transformation. I looked quite attractive, quite different altogether. Not me at all. Someone much more interesting, more vivid and alive. Maxim and Frank kept asking me about my costume. "You won't know me," I told them. "You will both get the shock of your lives." "You are not going to dress up as a clown, are you?" said Maxim gloomily. "No frightful attempt to be funny?" "No, nothing like that," I said, full of importance. "I wish you had kept to Alice in Wonderland," he said. "Or Joan of Arc with your hair," said Frank shyly. "I never thought of that," I said blankly, and Frank went rather pink. "I'm sure we shall like whatever you wear," he said, in his most pompous, Frankish voice. "Don't encourage her, Frank," said Maxim. "She's so full of her precious disguise already, there's no holding her. Bea will put you in your place, that's one comfort. She'll soon tell you if she doesn't like your dress. Dear old Bea always looks just wrong on these occasions, bless her. I remember her once as Madame Pompadour, and she tripped up going into supper and her wig came adrift. 'I can't stand this damn thing,' she had said, in that blunt voice of hers, and chucked it on a chair, and went through the rest of the evening with her own cropped hair. You can imagine what it looked like, against a pale blue satin crinoline, or whatever the dress was. Poor Giles did not cope that year. He came as a cook, and sat about in the bar all night looking perfectly miserable. I think he felt Bea had let him down." "No, it wasn't that," said Frank. "He'd lost his front teeth, trying out a new mare. Don't you remember? And he was so shy about it he wouldn't open his mouth." "Oh, was it that? Poor Giles. He generally enjoys dressing up." "Beatrice says he loves playing charades," I said. "She told me they always have charades at Christmas." "I know," said Maxim. "That's why I've never spent Christmas with her. Have some more asparagus, Mrs. De Winter? And another potato?" "No, really, Frank, I'm not hungry, thank you." "Nerves," said Maxim, shaking his head. "Never mind. This time tomorrow it will all be over." "I sincerely hope so," said Frank seriously. I was going to give orders that all cars should stand by for 5 a.m. I began to laugh weakly, the tears coming into my eyes. "Oh dear," I said. "Let's send wires to everybody not to come." "Come on, be brave and face it," said Maxim. "We need not give another one for years. Frank, I have an uneasy feeling we ought to be going up to the house. What do you think?" Frank agreed, and I followed them unwillingly, reluctant to leave the cramped, rather uncomfortable little dining room that was so typical of Frank's bachelor establishment, and which seemed to me today the embodiment of peace and quietude. When we came to the house, we found that the band had arrived, and were standing about in the hall, rather pink in the face and self-conscious, while Frith, more important than ever, offered refreshments. The band were to be our guests for the night, and after we had welcomed them and exchanged a few slightly obvious jokes proper to the occasion, the band were borne off to their quarters, to be followed by a tour of the grounds. The afternoon dragged, like the last hour before a journey when one is packed up and keyed to departure, and I wandered from room to room, almost as lost as Jasper, who trailed reproachfully at my heels. There was nothing I could do to help, and it would have been wiser on my part to have kept clear of the house altogether and taken the dog and myself for a long walk. By the time I decided upon this, it was too late. Maxim and Frank were demanding tea, and when tea was over, Beatrice and Giles arrived. The evening had come upon us all too soon. "This is like old times," said Beatrice, kissing Maxim and looking about her. "Congratulations to you for remembering every detail. The flowers are exquisite," she added, turning to me. "Did you do them?" "No," I said, rather ashamed. "Mrs. Danvers is responsible for everything." "Oh, well, after all—" Beatrice did not finish her sentence. She accepted a light for a cigarette from Frank, and once it was lit, she appeared to have forgotten what she was going to say. "Have you got Mitchells to do the catering as usual?" asked Giles. "Yes," said Maxim. "I don't think anything has been altered, has it, Frank? We had all the records down at the office. Nothing has been forgotten, and I don't think we have left anyone out." "What a relief to find only ourselves," said Beatrice. "I remember once arriving about this time, and there were about 25 people in the place already, all going to stop the night." "What's everyone going to wear? I suppose Maxim, as always, refuses to play?" "As always," said Maxim. "Such a mistake, I think. The whole thing would go with much more swing if you did." "Have you ever known a ball at Manderley not to go with a swing?" "No, my dear boy. The organization is too good. But I do think the host ought to give the lead himself." "I think it's quite enough if the hostess makes the effort," said Maxim. "Why should I make myself hot and uncomfortable, and a damn fool into the bargain?" "Oh, but that's absurd. There's no need to look a fool. With your appearance, my dear Maxim, you could get away with any costume. You don't have to worry about your figure, like poor Giles." "What is Giles going to wear tonight?" I asked. "Or is it a dead secret?" "No, rather not," beamed Giles. "As a matter of fact, it's a pretty good effort. I got our local tailor to rig it up. I'm coming as an Arabian sheik." "Good God," said Maxim. "It's not all that bad," said Beatrice warmly. "He stains his face, of course, and leaves off his glasses. The headdress is authentic. We borrowed it off a friend who used to live in the East, and the rest the tailor copied from some paper. Giles looks very well in it." "What are you going to be, Mrs. Lacey?" said Frank. "Oh, I'm afraid I haven't coped much," said Beatrice. "I've got some sort of Eastern get-up to go with Giles, but I don't pretend it's genuine. Strings of beads, you know, and a veil over my face." "It sounds very nice," I said politely. "Oh, it's not bad. Comfortable to wear, that's one blessing. I shall take off the veil if I get too hot. What are you wearing?" "Don't ask her," said Maxim. "She won't tell any of us. There has never been such a secret. I believe she even wrote to London for it. "My dear," said Beatrice, rather impressed, "don't say you've gone a bust and will put us all to shame. Mine is only homemade, you know." "Don't worry," I said, laughing. "It's quite simple, really. But Maxim would tease me, and I've promised to give him the surprise of his life." "Quite right, too," said Giles. "Maxim is too superior altogether. The fact is he's jealous. Wishes he was dressing up like the rest of us, and doesn't like to say so." "Heaven forbid," said Maxim. "What are you doing, Crawley?" asked Giles. Frank looked rather apologetic. "I've been so busy, I'm afraid I've left things to the last moment. I hunted up an old pair of trousers last night, and I striped a football jersey, and thought of putting a patch over one eye and coming as a pirate." "Why on earth didn't you write to us and borrow a costume?" said Beatrice. "There's one of a Dutchman that Roger had last winter in Switzerland. It would have suited you excellently." "I refuse to allow my agent to walk about as a Dutchman," said Maxim. "He'd never get rents out of anybody again. Let him stick to his pirate. It might frighten some of them." "Anything less like a pirate," murmured Beatrice in my ear. I pretended not to hear. Poor Frank. She was always rather down on him. "How long will it take me to paint my face?" asked Giles. 2 hours at least," said Beatrice. "I should begin thinking about it if I were you. How many shall we be at dinner?" 16, said Maxim, "counting ourselves. No strangers. You know them all." "I'm beginning to get dress fever already," said Beatrice. "What fun it all is. I'm so glad you decided to do this again, Maxim." "You've got her to thank for it," said Maxim, nodding at me. "Oh, it's not true," I said. "It was all the fault of Lady Crowan." "Nonsense," said Maxim, smiling at me. "You know you're as excited as a child at its first party." "I'm not." "I'm longing to see your dress," said Beatrice. "It's nothing out of the way. Really, it's not," I insisted. "Mrs. De Winter says we shan't know her," said Frank. Everybody looked at me and smiled. I felt pleased and flushed and rather happy. People were being nice. They were all so friendly. It was suddenly fun, the thought of the dance, and that I was to be the hostess. The dance was being given for me, in my honor, because I was the bride. I sat on the table in the library, swinging my legs, while the rest of them stood round, and I had a longing to go upstairs and put on my dress, try the wig in front of the looking-glass, turn this way and that before the long mirror on the wall. It was new, this sudden unexpected sensation of being important, of having Giles and Beatrice and Frank and Maxim all looking at me and talking about my dress, all wondering what I was going to wear. I thought of the soft white dress in its folds of tissue paper, and how it would hide my flat, dull figure, my rather sloping shoulders. I thought of my own lank hair, covered by the sleek and gleaming curls. "What's the time?" I said carelessly, yawning a little, pretending I did not care. "I wonder if we ought to think about going upstairs." As we crossed the great hall, on the way to our rooms, I realized for the first time how the house lent itself to the occasion, and how beautiful the rooms were looking. Even the drawing room, formal and cold to my consideration when we were alone, was a blaze of color now, flowers in every corner, red roses in silver bowls on the white cloth of the supper table. The long windows opened to the terrace, where, as soon as it was dusk, the fairy lights would shine. The band had stacked their instruments ready in the minstrel's gallery above the hall, and the hall itself wore a strange, waiting air. There was a warmth about it I had never known before, due to the night itself, so still and clear, to the flowers beneath the pictures, to our own laughter as we hovered on the wide stone stairs. The old austerity had gone. Manderley had come alive in a fashion I would not have believed possible. It was not the still, quiet Manderley I knew. There was a certain significance about it now that had not been before. A reckless air, rather triumphant, rather pleasing. It was as if the house remembered other days, long, long ago, when the hall was a banqueting hall indeed, with weapons and tapestry hanging upon the walls, and men sat at the long narrow table in the center, laughing louder than we laughed now, calling for wine, for song, throwing great pieces of meat upon the flags to the slumbering dogs. Later, in other years, it would still be gay, but with a certain grace and dignity, and Caroline de Winter, whom I should represent tonight, would walk down the wide stone stairs in her white dress to dance the minuet. I wished we could sweep away the years and see her. I wished we did not have to degrade the house with our modern jig tunes, so out of place and unromantic. They would not suit Manderley. I found myself in sudden agreement with Mrs. Danvers. We should have made it a period ball, not the hodgepodge of humanity it was bound to be, with Giles, poor fellow, well-meaning and hearty in his guise of Arabian chic. I found Clarice waiting for me in my bedroom, her round face scarlet with excitement. We giggled at one another like schoolgirls, and I bade her lock my door. There was much sound of tissue paper, rustling and mysterious. We spoke to one another softly, like conspirators. We walked on tiptoe. I felt like a child again on the eve of Christmas. This padding to and fro in my room with bare feet, the little furtive bursts of laughter, the stifled exclamations, reminded me of hanging up my stocking long ago. Maxim was safe in his dressing room, and the way through was barred against him. Clarice alone was my ally and favored friend. The dress fitted perfectly. I stood still, hardly able to restrain my impatience, while Clarice hooked me up with fumbling fingers. "It's handsome, madam," she kept saying, leaning back on her heels to look at me. "It's a dress fit for the Queen of England." "What about under the left shoulder there?" I said anxiously. "That strap of mine, is it going to show?" "No, madam, nothing shows." "How is it? How do I look?" I did not wait for her answer. I twisted and turned in front of the mirror. I frowned. I smiled. I felt different already, no longer hampered by my appearance. My own dull personality was submerged at last. "Give me the wig," I said excitedly. "Careful. Don't crush it. The curls mustn't be flat. They are supposed to stand out from the face." Clarice stood behind my shoulder. I saw her round face beyond mine in the reflection of the looking-glass, her eyes shining, her mouth a little open. I brushed my own hair sleek behind my ears. I took hold of the soft, gleaming curls with trembling fingers, laughing under my breath, looking up at Clarice. "Oh, Clarice," I said, "what will Mr. De Winter say?" I covered my own mousy hair with a curled wig, trying to hide my triumph, trying to hide my smile. Somebody came and hammered on the door. "Who's there?" I called in panic. "You can't come in." "It's me, my dear, don't alarm yourself," said Beatrice. "How far have you got? I want to look at you." "No, no," I said. "You can't come in, I'm not ready." The flustered Clarice stood beside me, her hand full of hairpins, while I took them from her one by one, controlling the curls that had become fluffed in the box. "I'll come down when I am ready," I called. Go on down, all of you. Don't wait for me. Tell Maxim he can't come in." "Maxim's down," she said. "He came along to us. He said he hammered on your bathroom door and you never answered. Don't be too long, my dear. We are all so intrigued. Are you sure you don't want any help?" "No," I shouted impatiently, losing my head. "Go away. Go on down." Why did she have to come and bother just at this moment? It fussed me. I did not know what I was doing. I jabbed with a hairpin, flattening it against a curl. I heard no more from Beatrice. She must have gone along the passage. I wondered if she was happy in her Eastern robes, and if Giles had succeeded in painting his face. How absurd it was, the whole thing. Why did we do it, I wonder? Why were we such children? I did not recognize the face that stared at me in the glass. The eyes were larger, surely, the mouth narrower, the skin white and clear. The curls stood away from my head in a little cloud. I watched this self that was not me at all, and then smiled. A new, slow smile. "Oh, Clarice," I said. "Oh, Clarice." I took the skirt of my dress in my hands and curtsied to her, the flounces sweeping the ground. She giggled excitedly, rather embarrassed. Flushed, though, very pleased. I paraded up and down in front of my glass, watching my reflection. "Unlock the door," I said. "I'm going down. Run ahead and see if they are there." She obeyed me, still giggling, and I lifted my skirts off the ground and followed her along the corridor. She looked back at me and beckoned. "They've gone down. Mr. De Winter and Major and Mrs. Lacey. Mr. Crawley has just come. They are all standing in the hall." I peered through the archway at the head of the big staircase and looked down on the hall below. Yes, there they were, Giles in his white Arab dress, laughing loudly, showing the knife at his side. Beatrice, swathed in an extraordinary green garment and hung about the neck with trailing beads. Poor Frank, self-conscious and slightly foolish in his striped jersey and sea boots. Maxim, the only normal one of the party, in his evening clothes. "I don't know what she's doing," he said. "She's been up in her bedroom for hours. What's the time, Frank? The dinner crowd will be upon us before we know where we are." The band was changed, and in the gallery already. One of the men was tuning his fiddle. He played a scale softly, and then plucked at a string. The light shone on the picture of Caroline de Winter. Yes, the dress had been copied exactly from my sketch of the portrait. The puffed sleeve, the sash and the ribbon, the wide floppy hat I held in my hand. And my curls were her curls. They stood out from my face as hers did in the picture. I don't think I have ever felt so excited before, so happy and so proud. I waved my hand at the man with the fiddle, and then put my finger to my lips for silence. He smiled and bowed. He came across the gallery to the archway where I stood. "Make the drummer announce me," I whispered. "Make him beat the drum. You know how they do. And then call out, 'Miss Caroline de Winter.' I want to surprise them below." He nodded his head. He understood. My heart fluttered absurdly, and my cheeks were burning. What fun it was! What mad, ridiculous, childish fun! I smiled at Clarice, still crouching in the corridor. I picked up my skirt in my hands. Then the sound of the drum echoed in the great hall, startling me for a moment. I who had waited for it, who knew it would come. I saw them look up surprised and bewildered from the hall below. "Miss Caroline de Winter!" shouted the drummer. I came forward to the head of the stairs and stood there smiling, my hat in my hand, like the girl in the picture. I waited for the clapping and laughter that would follow. as I walked slowly down the stairs. Nobody clapped. Nobody moved. They all stared at me like dumb things. Patrice uttered a little cry and put her hand to her mouth. I went on smiling. I put one hand on the banister. "How do you do, Mr. De Winter?" I said. Maxim had not moved. He stared up at me, his glass in his hand. There was no color in his face. It was ashen white. I saw Frank go to him, as though he would speak, but Maxim shook him off. I hesitated, one foot already on the stairs. Something was wrong. They had not understood. Why was Maxim looking like that? Why did they all stand like dummies, like people in a trance? Then Maxim moved forward to the stairs, his eyes never leaving my face. "What the hell do you think you are doing?" he asked. His eyes blazed in anger. His face was still ashen white. I could not move. I went on standing there, my hand on the banister. "It's a picture," I said, terrified at his eyes, at his voice. "It's the picture, the one in the gallery." There was a long silence. We went on staring at each other. Nobody moved in the hall. I swallowed. My hand moved to my throat. "What is it?" I said. "What have I done?" If only they would not stare at me like that, with dull, blank faces. If only somebody would say something. When Maxim spoke again, I did not recognize his voice. It was still and quiet, icy cold, not a voice I knew. "Go and change," he said. "It does not matter what you put on. Find an ordinary evening frock. Anything will do. Go now, before anybody comes." I could not speak. I went on staring at him. His eyes were the only living things in the white mask of his face. "What are you standing there for?" he said, his voice harsh and queer. "Didn't you hear what I said?" I turned and ran blindly through the archway to the corridors beyond. I caught a glimpse of the astonished face of the drummer who had announced me. I brushed past him, stumbling, not looking where I went. Tears blinded my eyes. I did not know what was happening. Clarice had gone. The corridor was deserted. I looked about me stunned and stupid, like a haunted thing. Then I saw that the door leading to the west wing was open wide, and that someone was standing there. It was Mrs. Danvers. I shall never forget the expression on her face, loathsome, triumphant. The face of an exulting devil. She stood there, smiling at me. And then I ran from her, down the long, narrow passage to my own room, tripping, stumbling over the flounces of my dress. Chapter 17. Clarice was waiting for me in my bedroom. She looked pale and scared. As soon as she saw me, she burst into tears. I did not say anything. I began tearing at the hooks of my dress, ripping the stuff. I could not manage them properly, and Clarice came to help me, still crying noisily. "It's all right, Clarice. It's not your fault," I said, and she shook her head, the tears still running down her cheeks. "Your lovely dress, madam," she said. "Your lovely white dress." "It doesn't matter," I said. "Can't you find the hook? There it is at the back, and another one somewhere just below." She fumbled with the hooks, her hands trembling, making worse trouble with it than I did myself. and all the time catching at her breath. "What will you wear instead, madam?" she said. "I don't know," I said. "I don't know." She had managed to unfasten the hooks, and I struggled out of the dress. "I think I'd rather like to be alone, Clarice," I said. "Would you be a dear and leave me? Don't worry. I shall manage all right. Forget what's happened. I want you to enjoy the party." "Can I press out a dress for you, madam?" she said, looking up at me with swollen, streaming eyes. "It won't take me a moment." "No," I said. "Don't bother. I'd rather you went. And Clarice?" "Yes, madam?" Don't say anything about what's just happened." "No, madam." She burst into another torrent of weeping. "Don't let the others see you like that," I said. "Go to your bedroom and do something to your face. There's nothing to cry about, nothing at all." Somebody knocked on the door. Clarice threw me a quick, frightened glance. "Who is it?" I said. The door opened and Beatrice came into the room. She came to meet me at once. A strange, rather ludicrous figure in her Eastern drapery, the bangles jangling on her wrists. "My dear," she said. "My dear," and held out her hands to me. Clarice slipped out of the room. I felt tired suddenly and unable to cope. I went and sat down on the bed. I put my hand up to my head and took off the curled wig. Beatrice stood watching me. "Are you all right?" she said. "You look very white." "It's the light," I said. "It never gives one any color." "Sit down for a few minutes and you'll be all right," she said. "Wait, I'll get a glass of water." She went into the bathroom, her bangles jangling with her every movement. And then she came back, the glass of water in her hands. I drank some to please her, not wanting it a bit. It tasted warm from the tap. She had not let it run. "Of course I knew at once it was just a terrible mistake," she said. "You could not possibly have known. Why should you?" "Known what?" I said. "Why, the dress, you poor dear. The picture you copied of the girl in the gallery. It was what Rebecca did at the fancy dress ball at Manderley. Identical. The same picture, the same dress. You stood there on the stairs, and for one ghastly moment, I thought—" She did not go on with her sentence. She patted me on the shoulder. "You poor child. How wretchedly unfortunate. How were you to know?" "I ought to have known," I said stupidly, staring at her, too stunned to understand. "I ought to have known." "Nonsense. How could you know? It was not the sort of thing that could possibly enter any of our heads. Only it was such a shock, you see. We none of us expected it, and Maxim—" "Yes, Maxim?" I said. "He thinks, you see, it was deliberate on your part. You had some bet that you would startle him, didn't you? Some foolish joke? And of course, he doesn't understand. It was such a frightful shock for him. I told him at once you could not have done such a thing, and that it was sheer appalling luck that you had chosen that particular picture." "I ought to have known," I repeated again. "It's all my fault. I ought to have seen. I ought to have known." "No, no. Don't worry. You'll be able to explain the whole thing to him quietly. Everything will be quite all right. The first lot of people were arriving, just as I came upstairs to you. They are having drinks. Everything's all right. I've told Frank and Giles to make up a story about your dress not fitting, and you are very disappointed." I did not say anything. I went on sitting on the bed with my hands in my lap. "What can you wear instead?" said Beatrice, going to my wardrobe and flinging open the doors. "Here, what's this blue? It looks charming. Put this on. Nobody will mind. Quick, I'll help you." "No," I said. "No, I'm not coming down." Beatrice stared at me in great distress, my blue frock over her arm. "But my dear, you must," she said in dismay. "You can't possibly not appear." "No, Beatrice, I'm not coming down. I can't face them, not after what's happened." "But nobody will know about the dress," she said. "Frank and Giles will never breathe a word. We've got the story all arranged. The shop sent the wrong dress, and it did not fit, so you are wearing an ordinary evening dress instead. Everyone will think it's perfectly natural. It won't make any difference to the evening." "You don't understand," I said. "I don't care about the dress. It's not that at all. It's what has happened, what I did. I can't come down now, Beatrice, I can't." "But, my dear, Giles and Frank understand perfectly. They are full of sympathy. And Maxim, too. It was just the first shock. I'll try and get him alone a minute. I'll explain the whole thing." "No," I said. "No." She put my blue frock down beside me on the bed. "Everyone will be arriving," she said, very worried, very upset. "It will look so extraordinary if you don't come down. I can't say you've suddenly got a headache." "Why not?" I said wearily. "What does it matter? Make anything up. Nobody will mind. They don't any of them know me." "Come now, my dear," she said, patting my hand. "Try and make the effort. Put on this charming blue. Think of Maxim. You must come down for his sake." "I'm thinking about Maxim all the time," I said. "Well, then surely—" "No," I said, tearing at my nails, rocking backwards and forwards on the bed. "I can't. I can't." Somebody else knocked on the door. "Oh dear, who on earth is that?" said Beatrice, walking to the door. "What is it?" She opened the door. Giles was standing just outside. "Everyone is turned up. Maxim sent me up to find out what's happening," he said. "She says she won't come down," said Beatrice. "What on earth are we going to say?" I caught sight of Giles peering at me through the open door. "Oh, Lord, what a frightful mix-up," he whispered. He turned away embarrassed when he noticed that I had seen him. "What shall I say to Maxim?" he asked Beatrice. "It's 8:05 now." "Say she's feeling rather faint, but we'll try and come down later. Tell them not to wait dinner. I'll be down directly. I'll make it all right." "Yes, right you are." He half glanced in my direction again, sympathetic but rather curious, wondering why I sat there on the bed. And his voice was low, as it might be after an accident, when people are waiting for the doctor. "Is there anything else I can do?" he said. "No," said Beatrice. "Go down now. I'll follow in a minute." He obeyed her, shuffling away in his Arabian robes. This is the sort of moment, I thought, that I shall laugh at years afterwards, that I shall say, "Do you remember how Giles was dressed as an Arab, and Beatrice had a veil over her face, and jangling bangles on her wrist?" And time will mellow it, make it a moment for laughter. But now it was not funny. Now I did not laugh. It was not the future. It was the present. It was too vivid and too real. I sat on the bed, plucking at the eiderdown, pulling a little feather out of a slit in one corner. "Would you like some brandy?" said Beatrice, making a last effort. "I know it's only Dutch courage, but it sometimes works wonders. "No," I said. "No, I don't want anything." "I shall have to go down. Giles says they are waiting dinner. Are you sure it's all right for me to leave you?" "Yes, and thank you, Patrice." "Oh, my dear, don't thank me. I wish I could do something." She stopped swiftly at my looking glass and dabbed her face with powder. "God, what a sight I look," she said. "This damn veil is crooked, I know. However, it can't be helped." She rustled out of the room, closing the door behind her. I felt I had forfeited her sympathy by my refusal to go down. I had shown the white feather. She had not understood. She belonged to another breed of men and women, another race than I. They had guts, the women of her race. They were not like me. If it had been Beatrice who had done this thing instead of me, she would have put on her other dress and gone down again to welcome her guests. She would have stood by Giles's side and shaken hands with people, a smile on her face. I could not do that. I had not the pride. I had not the guts. I was badly bred. I kept seeing Maxim's eyes blazing in his white face, and behind him Giles, and Beatrice, and Frank, standing like dummies, staring at me. I got up from my bed and went and looked out of the window. The gardeners were going round to the lights in the rose garden, testing them to see if they all worked. The sky was pale, with a few salmon clouds of evening streaking to the west. When it was dusk, the lamps would all be lit. There were tables and chairs in the rose garden for the couples who wanted to sit out. I could smell the roses from my window. The men were talking to one another and laughing. "There's one here gone," I heard a voice call out. "Can you get me another small bulb? One of the blue ones, Bill." He fixed the light into position. He whistled a popular tune of the moment with easy confidence. And I thought how tonight, perhaps a band would play the same tune in the minstrel's gallery above the hall. "That's got it," said the man, switching the light on and off. "They're all right here. No others gone. We'd better have a look at those on the terrace." They went off round the corner of the house, still whistling the song. I wished I could be the man. Later in the evening, he would stand with his friend in the drive and watch the cars drive up to the house, his hands in his pockets, his cap on the back of his head. He would stand in the crowd with other people from the estate, and then drink cider at the long table arranged for them in one corner of the terrace. "Like the old days, isn't it?" he would say. But his friend would shake his head, puffing at his pipe. "This new one's not like our Mrs. De Winter. She's different altogether." And a woman next to them in the crowd would agree. Other people, too, all saying, "That's right," and nodding their heads. "Where is she tonight? She's not been on the terrace once." "I can't say I'm sure. I've not seen her." "Mrs. De Winter used to be here, there, and everywhere." "Aye, that's right." And the woman would turn to her neighbors, nodding mysteriously. "They say she's not appearing tonight at all." "Go on." "That's right. One of the servants from the house told me Mrs. De Winter hasn't come down from her room all evening." "What's wrong with the maid? Is she bad?" "No, sulky, I reckon. They say her dress didn't please her." A squeal of laughter and a murmur from the little crowd. "Did you ever hear of such a thing? It's a shame for Mr. De Winter." "I wouldn't stand for it, not from a chit like her." "Maybe it's not true at all." "It's true, all right. They're full of it up at the house." One to the other, this one to the next, a smile, a wink, a shrug of the shoulder. One group, and then another group, and then spreading to the guests who walked on the terrace and strolled across the lawns. The couple, who in 3 hours' time would sit in those chairs beneath me in the rose garden. "Do you suppose it's true what I heard?" What did you hear? Why, that there's nothing wrong with her at all. They've had a colossal row, and she won't appear. I say. A lift of the eyebrows, a long whistle. I know. Well, it does look rather odd, don't you think? What I mean is, people don't suddenly for no reason have violent headaches. I call the whole thing fishy. I thought he looked a bit grim. So did I. Of course, I have heard before the marriage is not a wild success. Oh, really? Mm-hmm. Several people have said so. They say he's beginning to realize he's made a big mistake. She's nothing to look at, you know. No, I've heard there's nothing much to her. Who was she? Oh, no one at all. Some pickup in the south of France. A nursery gov or something. Good Lord. I know. And when you think of Rebecca... I went on staring at the empty chairs. The salmon sky had turned to gray. Above my head was the evening star. In the woods, beyond the rose garden, the birds were making their last little rustling noises before nightfall. A lone gull flew across the sky. I went away from the window, back to the bed again. I picked up the white dress I had left on the floor and put it back in the box with the tissue paper. I put the wig back in its box, too. Then I looked in one of my cupboards for the little portable iron I used to have in Monte Carlo for Mrs. Van Hopper's dresses. It was lying at the back of a shelf, with some woolen jumpers I had not worn for a long time. The iron was of those universal kinds that go on any voltage, and I fitted it to the plug in the wall. I began to iron the blue dress that Patrice had taken from the wardrobe. Slowly, methodically, as I used to iron Mrs. Van Hopper's dresses in Monte Carlo. When I had finished, I laid the dress ready on the bed. Then, I cleaned the makeup off my face that I had put on for the fancy dress. I combed my hair and washed my hands. I put on the blue dress and the shoes that went with it. I might have been my old self again, going down to the lounge of the hotel with Mrs. Van Hopper. I opened the door of my room and went along the corridor. Everything was still and silent. There might not have been a party at all. I tiptoed to the end of the passage and turned the corner. The door to the west wing was closed. There was no sound of anything at all. When I came to the archway by the gallery and the staircase, I heard the murmur and hum of conversation coming from the dining room. They were still having dinner. The great hall was deserted. There was nobody in the gallery either. The band must be having their dinner too. I did not know what arrangements had been made for them. Frank had done it. Frank or Mrs. Danvers. From where I stood, I could see the picture of Caroline de Winter facing me in the gallery. I could see the curls framing her face, and I could see the smile on her lips. How queer the instruments looked in the gallery. The little stands for the music, the big drum. One of the men had left his handkerchief on a chair. I leant over the rail and looked down at the hall below. Soon, it would be filled with people, like the bishop's wife had said, and Maxim would stand at the bottom of the stairs, shaking hands with them as they came into the hall. The sound of their voices would echo to the ceiling, and then the band would play from the gallery where I was leaning now. The man with a violin smiling, swaying to the music. It would not be quiet like this any more. A board creaked in the gallery. I swung round, looking at the gallery behind me. There was nobody there. The gallery was empty, just as it had been before. A current of air blew in my face, though. Somebody must have left a window open in one of the passages. The hum of voices continued in the dining room. I wondered why the board creaked when I had not moved at all. The warmth of the night, perhaps. A swelling somewhere in the old wood. The draft still blew in my face, though. A piece of music on one of the stands fluttered to the floor. I looked towards the archway above the stairs. The draft was coming from there. I went beneath the arch again, and when I came out onto the long corridor, I saw that the door to the west wing had blown open and swung back against the wall. It was dark in the west passage. None of the lights had been turned on. I could feel the wind blowing on my face from an open window. I fumbled for a switch on the wall and could not find one. I could see the window in an angle of the passage, the curtain blowing softly, backwards and forwards. The gray evening light cast queer shadows on the floor. The sound of the sea came to me through the open window, the soft hissing sound of the ebb tide leaving the shingle. I did not go and shut the window. I stood there, shivering a moment in my thin dress, listening to the sea as it sighed and left the shore. Then I turned quickly and shut the door of the west wing behind me, and came out again, through the archway by the stairs. The murmur of voices had swollen now, and was louder than before. The door of the dining room was open. They were coming out of dinner. I could see Robert standing by the open door, and there was a scraping of chairs, a babble of conversation, and laughter. I walked slowly down the stairs to meet them. When I look back at my first party at Manderley, my first and my last, I can remember little isolated things standing alone out of the vast blank canvas of the evening. The background was hazy, a sea of dim faces, none of whom I knew. And there was the slow drone of the band harping out a waltz that never finished, that went on and on. The same couples swung by in rotation, with the same fixed smiles, and to me, standing with Maxim at the bottom of the stairs to welcome the latecomers, these dancing couples seemed like marionettes twisting and turning on a piece of string, held by some invisible hand. There was a woman. I never knew her name, never saw her again, but she wore a salmon-colored gown hooped in crinoline form, a vague gesture to some past century, but whether 17th, 18th, or 19th, I could not tell, and every time she passed me, it coincided with a sweeping bar of the waltz, to which she dipped and swayed, smiling as she did so in my direction. It happened again and again, until it became automatic, a matter of routine. Like those promenades on board ship, when we meet the same people bent on exercise like ourselves, and know with deadly certainty that we will pass them by the bridge. I can see her now, the prominent teeth, the gay spot of rouge placed high upon her cheekbones, and her smile, vacant, happy, enjoying her evening. Later, I saw her by the supper table, her keen eyes searching the food, and she heaped a plate high with salmon and lobster mayonnaise and went off into a corner. There was Lady Crowan, too, monstrous in purple, disguised as I know not what romantic figure of the past. It might have been Marie Antoinette, or Nell Gwyn, for all I knew, or a strange erotic combination of the two. And she kept exclaiming, in excited high-pitched tones, a little higher than usual because of the champagne she had consumed, "You all have me to thank for this, not the De Winters at all." I remember Robert dropping a tray of ices, and the expression on Frith's face when he saw Robert was the culprit and not one of the minions hired for the occasion. I wanted to go to Robert and stand beside him and say, "I know how you feel. I understand. I've done worse than you tonight. I can feel now the stiff, set smile on my face that did not match the misery in my eyes. I can see Patrice, dear, friendly, tactless Patrice, watching me from her partner's arms, nodding encouragement, the bangles jangling on her wrists, the veil slipping continually from her overheated forehead. I can picture myself once more whirled round the room in a desperate dance with Giles, who with dog-like sympathy and kind heart would take no refusal, but must steer me through the stamping crowd as he would one of his own horses at a meet. "That's a jolly pretty dress you're wearing," I can hear him say. "It makes all these people look damn silly." And I blessed him for his pathetic simple gesture of understanding and sincerity, thinking, dear Giles, that I was disappointed in my dress, that I was worrying about my appearance, that I cared. It was Frank who brought me a plate of chicken and ham that I could not eat, and Frank who stood by my elbow with a glass of champagne I would not drink. "I wish you would," he said quietly. "I think you need it." And I took 3 sips of it to please him. The black patch over his eye gave him a pale, odd appearance. It made him look older, different. There seemed to be lines on his face I had not seen before. He moved amongst the guests like another host, seeing to their comfort, that they were supplied with drink and food and cigarettes. And he danced, too, in solemn, painstaking fashion, walking his partners round the room with a set face. He did not wear his pirate costume with abandon. And there was something rather tragic about the side whiskers he had fluffed under the scarlet handkerchief on his head. I thought of him standing before the looking-glass in his bare, bachelor bedroom, curling them round his fingers. Poor Frank. Dear Frank. I never asked, I never knew, how much he hated the fancy dress ball given at Manderley. The band played on, and the swaying couples twisted like bobbing marionettes, to and fro, across the great hall and back again. And it was not I who watched them at all, not someone with feelings, made of flesh and blood, but a dummy stick of a person in my stead, a prop who wore a smile screwed to its face. The figure who stood beside it was wooden too. His face was a mask. His smile was not his own. The eyes were not the eyes of the man I loved, the man I knew. They looked through me and beyond me, cold, expressionless, to some place of pain and torture I could not enter, to some private, inward hell I could not share. He never spoke to me. He never touched me. We stood beside one another, the host and the hostess, and were not together. I watched his courtesy to his guests. He flung a word to one, a jest to another, a smile to a third, a call over his shoulder to a fourth, and no one but myself could know that every utterance he made, every movement, was automatic and the work of a machine. We were like 2 performers in a play, but we were divided. We were not acting with one another. We had to endure it alone. We had to put up this show, this miserable sham performance, for the sake of all these people I did not know and did not want to see again. "I hear your wife's frock never turned up in time," said someone with a mottled face and a sailor's pigtail, and he laughed and dug Maxim in the ribs. "Damn shame, what? I should sue the shop for fraud. Same thing happened to my wife's cousin once." "Yes, it was unfortunate," said Maxim. "I tell you what," said the sailor, turning to me. "You ought to say you are a forget-me-not. They're blue, aren't they? Jolly little flowers, forget-me-nots. That's right, isn't it, De Winter? Tell your wife she must call her a forget-me-not." He swept away, roaring with laughter, his partner in his arms. "Pretty good idea, what? A forget-me-not." Then Frank, again, hovering just behind me, another glass in his hand, lemonade this time. "No, Frank, I'm not thirsty." "Why don't you dance? Or come and sit down a moment. There's a corner in the terrace." "No, I'm better standing. I don't want to sit down." "Can't I get you something? A sandwich? A peach?" "No, I don't want anything." There was the salmon lady again. She forgot to smile at me this time. She was flushed after her supper. She kept looking up into her partner's face. He was very tall, very thin. He had a chin like a fiddle. The Destiny Waltz, the Blue Danube, the Merry Widow. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, round and round. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, round and round. The salmon lady, a green lady. Beatrice again, her veil pushed back off her forehead. Giles, his face streaming with perspiration. And that sailor once more, with another partner. They stopped beside me. I did not know her. She was dressed as a Tudor woman. Any Tudor woman. She wore a ruffle round her throat and a black velvet dress. "When are you coming to see us?" she said, as though we were old friends, and I answered, "Soon, of course. We were talking about it the other day," wondering why I found it so easy to lie suddenly. No effort at all. "Such a delightful party. I do congratulate you," she said. "Thank you very much. It's fun, isn't it?" "I hear they sent you the wrong dress." "Yes. Absurd, wasn't it?" "These shops are all the same. No depending on them. But you look delightfully fresh in that pale blue. Much more comfortable than this hot velvet. Don't forget, you must both come and dine at the palace soon." "We should love to." What did she mean? Where? What palace? Were we entertaining royalty? She swept on, to the Blue Danube, in the arms of the sailor. Her velvet frock brushing the ground like a carpet sweeper. And it was not until long afterwards, in the middle of some night when I could not sleep, that I remembered the Tudor woman was the bishop's wife, who liked walking in the Pennines. What was the time? I did not know. The evening dragged on, hour after hour. The same faces and the same tunes. Now and again the bridge people crept out of the library, like hermits, to watch the dancers, and then returned again. Beatrice, her draperies trailing behind her, whispered in my ear, "Why don't you sit down? You look like death." "I'm all right." Giles, the makeup running on his face, poor fellow, and stifling in his Arab blanket, came up to me and said, "Come and watch the fireworks on the terrace." I remember standing on the terrace and staring up at the sky as the foolish rockets burst and fell. There was little Clarice in a corner with some boy off the estate. She was smiling happily, squealing with delight as a squib spluttered at her feet. She had forgotten her tears. "Hello, this will be a big 'un." Giles, his large face upturned, his mouth open. "Here she comes. Bravo! Jolly fine show." The slow hiss of the rocket as it sped into the air, the burst of the explosion, the stream of little emerald stars, a murmur of approval from the crowd, cries of delight, and a clapping of hands. The salmon lady, well to the front, her face eager with expectation, a remark for every star that fell. "Oh, what a beauty! Look at that one now. I say, how pretty. Oh, that one didn't burst. Take care, it's coming our way. What are those men doing over there?" Even the hermits, left their lair and came to join the dancers on the terrace. The lawns were black with people. The bursting stars shone on their upturned faces. Again and again, the rockets sped into the air like arrows, and the sky became crimson and gold. Manderley stood out like an enchanted house, every window aflame, the gray walls colored by the falling stars. A house bewitched, carved out of the dark woods, and when the last rocket burst and the cheering died away, the night that had been fine before seemed dull and heavy in contrast. The sky became a pall. The little groups on the lawns and in the drive broke up and scattered. The guests crowded the long windows in the terrace back to the drawing room again. It was anticlimax. The aftermath had come. We stood about with blank faces. Someone gave me a glass of champagne. I heard the sound of cars starting up in the drive. They're beginning to go, I thought. Thank God, they're beginning to go. The salmon lady was having some more supper. It would take time yet to clear the hall. I saw Frank make a signal to the band. I stood in the doorway between the drawing room and the hall, beside a man I did not know. "What a wonderful party it's been," he said. "Yes," I said. "I've enjoyed every minute of it," he said. "I'm so glad." "Molly was wild with fury at missing it," he said. "Was she?" The band began to play Auld Lang Syne. The man seized my hand and started swinging it up and down. "Here," he said. "Come on, some of you." Somebody else swung my other hand, and more people joined us. We stood in a great circle, singing at the top of our voices. The man who had enjoyed his evening and said Molly would be wild at missing it was dressed as a Chinese mandarin, and his false nails got caught up in his sleeve as he swung our hands up and down. He roared with laughter. We all laughed. "Should old acquaintance be forgot," we sang. The hilarious gaiety changed swiftly at the closing bars, and the drummer rattled his sticks in the inevitable prelude to God Save the King. The smiles left our faces as though wiped clean by a sponge. The mandarin sprang to attention, his hands stiff to his sides. I remember wondering vaguely if he was in the army. How queer he looked with his long poker face and his drooping mandarin mustache. I caught the salmon lady's eye. God Save the King had taken her unawares. She was still holding a plate, heaped with chicken. She held it stiffly out in front of her like a church collection. All animation had gone from her face. As the last note of God Save the King died away, she relaxed again and attacked her chicken in a sort of frenzy, chattering over her shoulder to her partner. Somebody came and wrung me by the hand. "Don't forget, you're dining with us on the 14th of next month." "Oh, are we?" I stared at him blankly. "Yes, we've got your sister-in-law to promise, too." Oh, what fun." 8:30 and black tie. So looking forward to seeing you." Yes, rather." People began to form up in queues to say goodbye. Maxim was at the other side of the room. I put on my smile again, which had worn thin after Auld Lang Syne. "The best evening I've spent for a long time." "I'm so glad." "Many thanks for a grand party." "I'm so glad." "Here we are, you see, staying to the bitter end." "Yes, I'm so glad." Was there no other sentence in the English language? I bowed and smiled like a dummy, my eyes searching for Maxim above their heads. He was caught up in a knot of people by the library. Patrice, too, was surrounded, and Giles had led a team of stragglers to the buffet table in the drawing room. Frank was out in the drive, seeing that people got their cars. I was hemmed in by strangers. "Goodbye, and thanks tremendously." "I'm so glad." The great hall began to empty. Already it wore that drab, deserted air of a vanished evening and the dawn of a tired day. There was a gray light on the terrace. I could see the shapes of the blown fireworks stands taking form on the lawns. "Goodbye, a wonderful party." "I'm so glad." Maxim had gone out to join Frank in the drive. Patrice came up to me, pulling off her jangling bracelet. "Can't stand these things a moment longer. Heavens, I'm dead beat. I don't believe I've missed a dance. Anyway, it was a tremendous success." "Was it?" I said. "My dear, hadn't you better go to bed? You look worn out. You've been standing nearly all the evening. Where are the men?" "Out on the drive." "I shall have some coffee and eggs and bacon. What about you?" "No, Patrice. I don't think I will." "You looked very charming in your blue. Everyone said so. And nobody had an inkling about the other things. So you mustn't worry." "No." "If I were you, I should have a good long lie tomorrow morning. Don't attempt to get up. Have your breakfast in bed." "Yes, perhaps. I'll tell Maxim you've gone up, shall I?" "Please, Patrice." "All right, my dear. Sleep well." She kissed me swiftly, patting my shoulder at the same time, and then went off to find Giles in the supper room. I walked slowly up the stairs, one step at a time. The band had turned the lights off in the gallery and had gone down to have eggs and bacon too. Pieces of music lay about the floor. One chair had been upturned. There was an ashtray full of the stubs of their cigarettes, the aftermath of the party. I went along the corridor to my room. It was getting lighter every moment, and the birds had started singing. I did not have to turn on the light to undress. A little chill wind blew in from the open window. It was rather cold. Many people must have used the rose garden during the evening, for all the chairs were moved and dragged from their places. There was a tray of empty glasses on one of the tables. Someone had left a bag behind on a chair. I pulled the curtain to darken the room, but the gray morning light found its way through the gaps at the side. I got into bed, my legs very weary, a niggling pain in the small of my back. I lay down and closed my eyes, thankful for the cool white comfort of clean sheets. I wished my mind would rest like my body, relax and pass to sleep. Not hum round in the way it did, jigging to the music, whirling in a sea of faces. I pressed my hands over my eyes, but they would not go. I wondered how long Maxim would be. The bed beside me looked stark and cold. Soon there would be no shadows in the room at all. The walls and the ceiling and the floor would be white with the morning. The birds would sing their songs, louder, gayer, less subdued. The sun would make a yellow pattern on the curtain. My little bedside clock ticked out the minutes one by one. The hand moved around the dial. I lay on my side watching it. It came to the hour and passed it again. It started afresh on its journey, but Maxim did not come. Chapter 18. I think I fell asleep a little after 7. It was broad daylight, I remember. There was no longer any pretense that the drawn curtains hid the sun. The light streamed in at the open window and made patterns on the wall. I heard the men below in the rose garden, clearing away the tables and the chairs, and taking down the chain of fairy lights. Maxim's bed was still bare and empty. I lay across my bed, my arms over my eyes, a strange, mad position, and the least likely to bring sleep. But I drifted to the borderline of the unconscious and slipped over it at last. When I awoke, it was past 11, and Clarice must have come in and brought me my tea without my hearing her, for there was a tray by my side and a stone-cold teapot, and my clothes had been tidied, my blue frock put away in the wardrobe. I drank my cold tea still blurred and stupid from my short, heavy sleep, and stared at the blank wall in front of me. Maxim's empty bed brought me to realization with a queer shock to my heart, and the full anguish of the night before was upon me once again. He had not come to bed at all. His pajamas lay folded on the turned-down sheet untouched. I wondered what Clarice had thought when she came into the room with my tea. Had she noticed? Would she have gone out and told the other servants, and would they discuss it over their breakfast? I wondered why I minded that, and why the thought of the servants talking about it in the kitchen should cause me such distress. It must be that I had a small, mean mind, a conventional, petty hatred of gossip. That was why I had come down last night in my blue dress and had not stayed hidden in my room. There was nothing brave or fine about it. It was a wretched tribute to convention. I had not come down for Maxim's sake, for Beatrice's, for the sake of Manderley. I had come down because I did not want the people at the ball to think I had quarreled with Maxim. I didn't want them to go home and say, "Of course you know they don't get on. I hear he's not at all happy." I had come for my own sake, my own poor personal pride. As I sipped my cold tea, I thought with a tired, bitter feeling of despair that I would be content to live in one corner of Manderley and Maxim in the other, so long as the outside world should never know. If he had no more tenderness for me, never kissed me again, did not speak to me except on matters of necessity, I believed I could bear it if I were certain that nobody knew of this but our two selves. If we could bribe servants not to tell, play our part before relations, before Beatrice, and then, when we were alone, sit apart in our separate rooms, leading our separate lives. It seemed to me, as I sat there in bed, staring at the wall, at the sunlight coming in at the window, at Maxim's empty bed, that there was nothing quite so shaming, so degrading, as a marriage that had failed after 3 months, as mine had done. For I had no illusions left now. I no longer made any effort to pretend. Last night had shown me too well. My marriage was a failure. All the things that people would say about it, if they knew, were true. We did not get on. We were not companions. We were not suited to one another. I was too young for Maxim, too inexperienced, and more important still, I was not of his world. The fact that I loved him in a sick, hurt, desperate way, like a child or a dog, did not matter. It was not the sort of love he needed. He wanted something else that I could not give him, something he had had before. I thought of the youthful, almost hysterical excitement and conceit with which I had gone into this marriage, imagining I would bring happiness to Maxim, who had known much greater happiness before. Even Mrs. Van Hopper, with her cheap views and common outlook, had known I was making a mistake. "I'm afraid you will regret it," she had said. "I believe you are making a big mistake." I would not listen to her. I thought her hard and cruel, but she was right. She was right in everything. That last mean thrust thrown at me before she said goodbye. "You don't flatter yourself he's in love with you, do you? He's lonely. He can't bear that great empty house," was the sanest, most truthful statement she had ever made in her life. Maxim was not in love with me. He had never loved me. Our honeymoon in Italy had meant nothing at all to him, nor our living here together. What I had thought was love for me, for myself as a person, was not love. It was just that he was a man, and I was his wife and was young, and he was lonely. He did not belong to me at all. He belonged to Rebecca. He still thought about Rebecca. He would never love me because of Rebecca. She was in the house still, as Mrs. Danvers had said. She was in that room, in the west wing. She was in the library, in the morning room, in the gallery above the hall, even in the little flower room, where her mackintosh still hung, and in the garden, and in the woods, and down in the stone cottage on the beach. Her footsteps sounded in the corridors. Her scent lingered on the stairs. The servants obeyed her orders still. The food we ate was the food she liked. Her favorite flowers filled the rooms. Her clothes were in the wardrobes in her room. Her brushes were on the table. Her shoes beneath the chair. Her nightdress on her bed. Rebecca was still mistress of Manderley. Rebecca was still Mrs. De Winter. I had no business here at all. I had come blundering like a poor fool on ground that was preserved. "Where is Rebecca?" Maxim's grandmother had cried. "I want Rebecca. What have you done with Rebecca?" She did not know me. She did not care about me. Why should she? I was a stranger to her. I did not belong to Maxim or to Manderley. And Beatrice, at our first meeting, looking me up and down, frank, direct. "You are so very different from Rebecca." Frank, reserved, embarrassed when I spoke of her, hating those questions I had poured upon him, even as I had hated them myself. And then answering that final one as we came towards the house, his voice grave and quiet. Yes, she was the most beautiful creature I've ever seen. Rebecca, always Rebecca. Wherever I walked in Manderley, wherever I sat, even in my thoughts and in my dreams, I met Rebecca. I knew her figure now, the long, slim legs, the small and narrow feet, her shoulders, broader than mine, the capable, clever hands. Hands that could steer a boat, could hold a horse. Hands that arranged flowers, made the models of ships, and wrote, "Max from Rebecca," on the flyleaf of a book. I knew her face, too, small and oval, the clear white skin, the cloud of dark hair. I knew the scent she wore. I could guess her laughter and her smile. If I heard it, even among 1,000 others, I should recognize her voice. Rebecca, always Rebecca. I should never be rid of Rebecca. Perhaps I haunted her as she haunted me. She looked down on me from the gallery, as Mrs. Danvers had said. She sat beside me when I wrote my letters at her desk. That mackintosh I wore, that handkerchief I used, they were hers. Perhaps she knew and had seen me take them. Jasper had been her dog, and he ran at my heels now. The roses were hers, and I cut them. Did she resent me and fear me as I resented her? Did she want Maxim alone in the house again? I could fight the living, but I could not fight the dead. If there was some woman in London that Maxim loved, someone he wrote to, visited, dined with, slept with, I could fight with her. We could stand on common ground. I should not be afraid. Anger and jealousy were things that could be conquered. One day, the woman would grow old or tired or different, and Maxim would not love her any more. But Rebecca would never grow old. Rebecca would always be the same. And her I could not fight. She was too strong for me. I got out of bed and pulled the curtains. The sun streamed into the room. The men had cleared the mess away from the rose garden. I wondered if people were talking about the ball in the way they do the day after a party. Did you think it quite up to their usual standard? Oh, I think so. The band dragged a bit, I thought. The supper was damn good. Fireworks weren't bad. B. Lacey is beginning to look old. Who wouldn't in that get-up? I thought he looked rather ill. He always does. What did you think of the bride? Not much, rather dull. I wonder if it's a success. Yes, I wonder. Then I noticed, for the first time, there was a note under my door. I went and picked it up. I recognized the square hand of Beatrice. She had scribbled it in pencil after breakfast. I knocked at your door, but had no answer, so gather you've taken my advice and are sleeping off last night. Giles is anxious to get back early, as they have rung up from home to say he's wanted to take somebody's place in a cricket match, and it starts at 2. How he is going to see the ball after all the champagne he put away last night, heaven only knows. I'm feeling a bit weak in the legs, but slept like a top. Frith says Maxim was down to an early breakfast, and there's now no sign of him. So please give him our love, and many thanks to you both for our evening, which we thoroughly enjoyed. Don't think any more about the dress. This last was heavily underlined. Yours affectionately, B. And a postscript. You must both come over and see us soon. She had scribbled 9:30 a.m. at the top of the paper, and it was now nearly 11:30. They had been gone now about 2 hours. They would be home by now. Patrice, with her suitcase unpacked, going out into her garden and taking up her ordinary routine, and Giles, preparing for his match, renewing the whipping on his bat. In the afternoon, Patrice would change into a cool frock and a shady hat and watch Giles play cricket. They would have tea afterwards in the tent, Giles very hot and red in the face, Patrice laughing and talking to her friends. Yes, we went over for the dance at Manderley. It was great fun. I wonder Giles was able to run a yard. Smiling at Giles, patting him on the back. They were both middle-aged and unromantic. They had been married for 20 years and had a grown-up son who was going to Oxford. They were very happy. Their marriage was a success. It had not failed after 3 months, as mine had done. I could not go on sitting in my bedroom any longer. The maids would want to come and do the room. Perhaps Clarice would not have noticed about Maxim's bed after all. I rumpled it, to make it look as though he had slept there. I did not want the housemaids to know, if Clarice had not told them. I had a bath and dressed, and went downstairs. The men had taken up the floor already in the hall, and the flowers had been carried away. The music stands were gone from the gallery. The band must have caught an early train. The gardeners were sweeping the lawns, and the drive clear of the spent fireworks. Soon there would be no trace left of the fancy dress ball at Manderley. How long the preparations had seemed, and how short and swift the clearance now. I remember the salmon lady standing by the drawing-room door with her plate of chicken, and it seemed to me a thing I must have fancied, or something that had happened very long ago. Robert was polishing the table in the dining room. He was normal again, stolid, dull, not the fey, excited creature of the past few weeks. "Good morning, Robert," I said. "Good morning, madam. Have you seen Mr. De Winter anywhere?" "He went out soon after breakfast, madam, before Major and Mrs. Lacey were down. He has not been in since." "You don't know where he went?" "No, madam, I could not say." I wandered back again into the hall. I went, through the drawing-room, to the morning-room. Jasper rushed at me and licked my hands in a frenzy of delight, as if I had been away for a long time. He had spent the evening on Clarice's bed, and I had not seen him since tea-time yesterday. Perhaps the hours had been as long for him as they had for me. I picked up the telephone and asked for the number of the estate office. Perhaps Maxim was with Frank. I felt I must speak to him, even if it was only for 2 minutes. I must explain to him that I had not meant to do what I had done last night. Even if I never spoke to him again, I must tell him that. The clerk answered the telephone and told me that Maxim was not there. "Mr. Crawley is here, Mrs. De Winter," said the clerk. "Would you speak to him?" I would have refused, but he gave me no chance. And before I could put down the receiver, I heard Frank's voice. "Is anything the matter?" It was a funny way to begin a conversation. The thought flashed through my mind. He did not say good morning, or did you sleep well? Why did he ask if something was the matter? "Frank, it's me," I said. "Where's Maxim?"
"I don't know. I haven't seen him. He's not been in this morning."
"Not been to the office?"
"No."
Oh. Oh, well, it doesn't matter."
"Did you see him at breakfast?"
Frank said. "No, I did not get up."
"How did he sleep?"
I hesitated. Frank was the only person I did not mind knowing. "He did not come to bed last night." There was silence at the other end of the line, as though Frank was thinking hard for an answer.
"Oh,"
he said at last, very slowly.
"Oh, I see.
And then, after a minute,
I was afraid something like that would happen."
"Frank," I said desperately, "what did he say last night when everyone had gone? What did you all do?"
"I had a sandwich with Giles and Mrs. Lacey,"
said Frank.
"Maxim did not come. He made some excuse and went into the library. I came back home almost at once. Perhaps Mrs. Lacey can tell you."
"She's gone," I said. "They went after breakfast. She sent up a note. She had not seen Maxim, she said."
"Oh,"
said Frank. I did not like it. I did not like the way he said it. It was sharp, ominous. "Where do you think he's gone?" I said.
"I don't know,"
said Frank.
"Perhaps he's gone for a walk."
It was the sort of voice doctors used to relatives at a nursing home when they came to inquire. "Frank, I must see him," I said. "I've got to explain about last night." Frank did not answer. I could picture his anxious face, the lines on his forehead. "Maxim thinks I did it on purpose," I said, my voice breaking in spite of myself, and the tears that had blinded me last night and I had not shed came coursing down my cheeks 16 hours too late. "Maxim thinks I did it as a joke. A beastly, damnable joke."
"No,"
said Frank.
"No."
"He does, I tell you. You didn't see his eyes as I did. You didn't stand beside him all the evening, watching him as I did. He didn't speak to me, Frank. He never looked at me again. We stood there together the whole evening, and we never spoke to one another."
"There was no chance,"
said Frank.
"All those people. Of course I saw. Don't you think I know Maxim well enough for that? Look here."
"I don't blame him," I interrupted. "If he believes I played that vile, hideous joke, he has a right to think what he thinks of me, and never talk to me again, never see me again."
"You mustn't talk like that,"
said Frank.
"You don't know what you're saying. Let me come up and see you. I think I can explain."
What was the use of Frank coming to see me, and us sitting in the morning room together? Frank smoothing me down, Frank being tactful, Frank being kind. I did not want kindness from anybody now. It was too late. "No," I said. "No, I don't want to go over it and over it again. It's happened. It can't be altered now. Perhaps it's a good thing. It's made me realize something I ought to have known before, that I ought to have suspected when I married Maxim."
"What do you mean?"
said Frank. His voice was sharp, queer. I wondered why it should matter to him about Maxim not loving me. Why did he not want me to know? "About him and Rebecca," I said, and as I said her name, it sounded strange and sour, like a forbidden word. A relief to me no longer, not a pleasure, but hot and shaming as a sin confessed. Frank did not answer for a moment. I heard him draw in his breath at the other end of the wire.
"What do you mean?"
he said again, shorter and sharper than before. "He doesn't love me. He loves Rebecca," I said. "He's never forgotten her. He thinks about her still, night and day. He's never loved me, Frank. It's always Rebecca, Rebecca, Rebecca." I heard Frank give a startled cry, but I did not care how much I shocked him now. "Now you know how I feel," I said. "Now you understand."
"Look here," he said. "I've got to come and see you. I've got to. Do you hear? It's vitally important. I can't talk to you down the telephone. Mrs. De Winter! Mrs. De Winter!"
I slammed down the receiver and got up from the writing desk. I did not want to see Frank. He could not help me over this. No one could help me but myself. My face was red and blotchy from crying. I walked about the room, biting the corner of my handkerchief, tearing at the edge. The feeling was strong within me that I should never see Maxim again. It was certainty, born of some strange instinct. He had gone away and would not come back. I knew in my heart that Frank believed this too, and would not admit it to me on the telephone. He did not want to frighten me. If I rang him up again at the office now, I should find that he had gone. The clerk would say, "Mr. Crawley has just gone out, Mrs. De Winter." And I should see Frank, hatless, climbing into his small, shabby Morris, driving off in search of Maxim. I went and stared out of the window at the little clearing where the satyr played his pipes. The rhododendrons were all over now. They would not bloom again for another year. The tall shrubs looked dark and drab now that the color had gone. A fog was rolling up from the sea, and I could not see the woods beyond the bank. It was very hot, very oppressive. I could imagine our guests of last night saying to one another, "What a good thing this fog kept off for yesterday. We should never have seen the fireworks." I went out of the morning room and through the drawing room to the terrace. The sun had gone in now behind a wall of mist. It was as though a blight had fallen upon Manderley, taking the sky away and the light of the day. One of the gardeners passed me with a barrow full of bits of paper and litter and the skins of fruit left on the lawns by the people last night. "Good morning," I said.
"Good morning, madam."
"I'm afraid the ball last night has made a lot of work for you," I said.
"That's all right, madam," he said. "I think everyone enjoyed themselves good and hearty, and that's the main thing, isn't it?"
"Yes, I suppose so," I said. He looked across the lawns to the clearing in the woods where the valley sloped to the sea. The dark trees loomed thin and indistinct.
"It's coming up very thick,"
he said. "Yes," I said.
"A good thing it wasn't like this last night,"
he said. "Yes." He waited a moment, and then he touched his cap and went off trundling his barrow. I went across the lawns to the edge of the woods. The mist in the trees had turned to moisture and dripped upon my bare head like a thin rain. Jasper stood by my feet, dejected, his tail downcast, his pink tongue hanging from his mouth. The clammy oppression of the day made him listless and heavy. I could hear the sea from where I stood, sullen and slow, as it broke in the coves below the woods. The white fog rolled on past me towards the house, smelling of damp salt and seaweed. I put my hand on Jasper's coat. It was wringing wet. When I looked back at the house, I could not see the chimneys or the contour of the walls. I could only see the vague substance of the house, the windows in the west wing, and the flower tubs on the terrace. The shutter had been pulled aside from the window of the large bedroom in the west wing, and someone was standing there, looking down upon the lawns. The figure was shadowy and indistinct, and for one moment of shock and fear, I believed it to be Maxim. Then the figure moved. I saw the arm reach up to fold the shutter, and I knew it was Mrs. Danvers. She had been watching me as I stood at the edge of the woods, bathed in that white wall of fog. She had seen me walk slowly from the terrace to the lawns. She may have listened to my conversation with Frank on the telephone from the connecting line in her own room. She would know that Maxim had not been with me last night. She would have heard my voice, known about my tears. She knew the part I had played through the long hours, standing by Maxim's side in my blue dress at the bottom of the stairs, and that he had not looked at me, nor spoken to me. She knew because she had meant it to happen. This was her triumph, hers and Rebecca's. I thought of her as I had seen her last night, watching me through the open door to the west wing, and that diabolical smile on her white skull's face. And I remembered that she was a living, breathing woman like myself. She was made of flesh and blood. She was not dead like Rebecca. I could speak to her, but I could not speak to Rebecca. I walked back across the lawns on sudden impulse to the house. I went through the hall and up the great stairs. I turned in under the archway by the gallery. I passed through the door to the west wing, and so along the dark, silent corridor to Rebecca's room. I turned the handle of the door and went inside. Mrs. Danvers was still standing by the window, and the shutter was folded back. "Mrs. Danvers," I said. "Mrs. Danvers." She turned to look at me, and I saw her eyes were red and swollen with crying, even as mine were, and there were dark shadows in her white face. "What is it?" she said, and her voice was thick and muffled from the tears she had shed, even as mine had been. I had not expected to find her so. I had pictured her smiling as she had smiled last night, cruel and evil. Now she was none of these things. She was an old woman who was ill and tired. I hesitated, my hand still on the knob of the open door, and I did not know what to say to her now or what to do. She went on staring at me with those red, swollen eyes, and I could not answer her. "I left the menu on the desk as usual," she said. "Do you want something changed?" Her words gave me courage, and I left the door and came to the middle of the room. "Mrs. Danvers," I said, "I have not come to talk about the menu. You know that, don't you?" She did not answer me. Her left hand opened and shut. "You've done what you wanted, haven't you?" I said. "You meant this to happen, didn't you? Are you pleased now? Are you happy?" She turned her head away and looked out of the window as she had done when I had first came into the room. "Why did you ever come here?" she said. "Nobody wanted you at Manderley. We were all right until you came. Why did you not stay where you were out in France?" "You seem to forget I love Mr. De Winter," I said. "If you loved him, you would never have married him," she said. I did not know what to say. The situation was mad, unreal. She kept talking in that choked, muffled way, with her head turned from me. "I thought I hated you, but I don't now," she said. "It seems to have spent itself, all the feeling I had." "Why should you hate me?" I asked. "What have I ever done to you that you should hate me?" "You tried to take Mrs. De Winter's place," she said. Still, she would not look at me. She stood there sullen, her head turned from me. "I had nothing changed," I said. "Manderley went on as it had always been. I gave no orders. I left everything to you. I would have been friends with you if you had let me. But you set yourself against me from the first. I saw it in your face, the moment I shook hands with you." She did not answer, and her hand kept opening and shutting against her dress. "Many people marry twice, men and women," I said. "There are thousands of second marriages taking place every day. You talk as though my marrying Mr. De Winter was a crime, a sacrilege against the dead. Haven't we as much right to be happy as anyone else?
Mr. De Winter is not happy, she said, turning to look at me at last. Any fool can see that. You have only to look at his eyes. He's still in hell, and he's looked like that ever since she died.
It's not true, I said. He was happy when we were in France together. He was younger, much younger, and laughing and gay.
Well, he's a man, isn't he? She said. No man denies himself on a honeymoon, does he? Mr. De Winter's not 46 yet.
She laughed contemptuously and shrugged her shoulders. How dare you speak to me like that? How dare you? I said. I was not afraid of her any more. I went up to her, shook her by the arm. You made me wear that dress last night, I said. I should never have thought of it but for you. You did it because you wanted to hurt Mr. De Winter. You wanted to make him suffer. Hasn't he suffered enough without your playing that vile, hideous joke upon him? Do you think his agony and pain will bring Mrs. De Winter back again? She shook herself clear of me. The angry color flooded her dead white face.
What do I care for his suffering? She said. He's never cared about mine. How do you think I've liked it? Watching you sit in her place, walk in her footsteps, touch the things that were hers. What do you think it's meant to me, all these months, knowing that you wrote at her desk in the morning room, using the very pen that she used, speaking down the house telephone, where she used to speak every morning of her life to me, ever since she first came to Manderley? What do you think it meant to me to hear Frith and Robert and the rest of the servants talking about you as Mrs. De Winter? Mrs. De Winter has gone out for a walk. Mrs. De Winter wants the car this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Mrs. De Winter won't be in to tea till 5 o'clock. And all the while, my Mrs. De Winter, my lady with her smile and her lovely face and brave ways, the real Mrs. De Winter, lying dead and cold and forgotten in the church crypt. If he suffers, then he deserves to suffer. Marrying a young girl like you, not 10 months afterwards. Well, he's paying for it now, isn't he? I've seen his face. I've seen his eyes. He's made his own hell, and there's no one but himself to thank for it. He knows she sees him. He knows she comes by night and watches him. And she doesn't come kindly, not she, not my lady. She was never one to stand mute and still and be wronged. I'll see them in hell, Danny, she'd say. I'll see them in hell first. That's right, my dear, I'd tell her. No one will put upon you. You were born into this world to take what you could out of it. And she did. She didn't care. She wasn't afraid. She had all the courage and spirit of a boy, had my Mrs. De Winter. She ought to have been a boy. I often told her that. I had the care of her as a child. You knew that, didn't you? No, I said. No, Mrs. Danvers, what's the use of all this? I don't want to hear any more. I don't want to know. Haven't I got feelings as well as you? Can't you understand what it means to me? To hear her mentioned? To stand here and listen while you tell me about her? She did not hear me. She went on raving like a madwoman, a fanatic, her long fingers twisting and tearing the black stuff of her dress. She was lovely then, she said. Lovely as a picture. Men turning to stare at her when she passed. And she not 12 years old. She knew then. She used to wink at me like the little devil she was. I'm going to be a beauty, aren't I, Danny? She said. And, we'll see about that, my love, we'll see about that, I told her. She had all the knowledge then of a grown person. She'd enter into conversation with men and women as clever and full of tricks as someone of 18. She twisted her father round her little finger, and she'd have done the same with her mother, had she lived. Spirit. You couldn't beat my lady for spirit. She drove a four in hand on her 14th birthday, and her cousin, Mr. Jack, got up on the box beside her and tried to take the reins from her hands. They fought it out there together for 3 minutes like a couple of wild cats, and the horses galloping to glory. She won, though, my lady won. She cracked her whip over his head, and down he came, head over heels, cursing and laughing. They were a pair, I tell you, she and Mr. Jack. They sent him in the Navy, but he wouldn't stand the discipline, and I don't blame him. He had too much spirit to obey orders, like my lady. I watched her, fascinated, horrified, a queer, ecstatic smile on her lips, making her older than ever, making her skull's face vivid and real. No one ever got the better of her. Never, never, she said. She did what she liked. She lived as she liked. She had the strength of a little lion, too. I remember her at 16, getting up on one of her father's horses, a big brute of an animal, too, that the groom said was too hot for her to ride. She stuck to him all right. I can see her now, with her hair flying out behind her, slashing at him, drawing blood, digging the spurs into his side, and when she got off his back, he was trembling all over, full of froth and blood. "That will teach him, won't it, Danny?" she said, and walked off to wash her hands, as cool as you please. And that's how she went at life, when she grew up. I saw her. I was with her. She cared for nothing and no one. And then she was beaten in the end. But it wasn't a man. It wasn't a woman. The sea got her. The sea was too strong for her. The sea got her in the end. She broke off, her mouth working strangely and dragging at the corners. She began to cry noisily, harshly, her mouth open and her eyes dry. "Mrs. Danvers," I said. "Mrs. Danvers." I stood before her helplessly, not knowing what to do. I mistrusted her no longer. I was afraid of her no more. But the sight of her sobbing there, dry-eyed, made me shudder, made me ill. "Mrs. Danvers," I said, "you're not well. You ought to be in bed. Why don't you go to your room and rest? Why don't you go to bed?" She turned on me fiercely. "Leave me alone, can't you?" she said. "What's it to do with you if I show my grief? I'm not ashamed of it. I don't shut myself up in my room to cry. I don't walk up and down in my room like Mr. De Winter, with the door locked on me." "What do you mean?" I said. "Mr. De Winter does not do that." "He did," she said, "after she died. Up and down in the library. I heard him. I watched him, too, through the keyhole, more than once. Backwards and forwards, like an animal in a cage." "I don't want to hear," I said. "I don't want to know." "And then you say you made him happy on his honeymoon," she said. "Made him happy? You? A young, ignorant girl? Young enough to be his daughter? What do you know about life? What do you know about men? You come here and think you can take Mrs. De Winter's place. You take my lady's place. Why, even the servants laughed at you when you came to Manderley. Even the little scullery maid you met in the back passage there on your first morning. I wonder what Mr. De Winter thought when he got you back here at Manderley, after his precious honeymoon was over. I wonder what he thought when he saw you, sitting at the dining room table for the first time." "You'd better stop this, Mrs. Danvers," I said. "You'd better go to your room." "Go to my room?" she mimicked. "Go to my room? The mistress of the house thinks I had better go to my room. And after that, what then? You'll go running to Mr. De Winter and saying, 'Mrs. Danvers has been unkind to me. Mrs. Danvers has been rude.' You'll go running to him like you did before, when Mr. Jack came to see me." "I never told him," I said. "That's a lie," she said. "Who else told him if you didn't? No one else was here. Frith and Robert were out, and none of the other servants knew. I made up my mind then I'd teach you a lesson, and him too. Let him suffer, I say. What do I care? What's his suffering to me? Why shouldn't I see Mr. Jack here at Manderley? He's the only link I have left now with Mrs. De Winter. I'll not have him here, he said. I'm warning you it's the last time. He's not forgotten to be jealous, has he?
I remembered crouching in the gallery when the library door was open. I remembered Maxim's voice raised in anger, using the words that Mrs. Danvers had just repeated. Jealous. Maxim jealous.
He was jealous while she lived, and now he's jealous when she's dead,
said Mrs. Danvers.
He forbids Mr. Jack the house now, like he did then. That shows you he's not forgotten her, doesn't it? Course he was jealous. So was I. So was everyone who knew her. She didn't care. She only laughed. I shall live as I please, Danny, she told me. And the whole world won't stop me. A man had only to look at her once and be mad about her. I've seen them here, staying in the house. Men she'd meet up in London and bring for weekends. She would take them bathing from the boat. She would have a picnic supper at her cottage in the cove. They made love to her, of course. Who would not? She laughed. She would come back and tell me what they had said and what they'd done. She did not mind. It was like a game to her. Like a game. Who wouldn't be jealous? They were all jealous, all mad for her. Mr. De Winter, Mr. Jack, Mr. Crawley. Everyone who knew her. Everyone who came to Manderley.
I don't want to know, I said. I don't want to know. Mrs. Danvers came close to me. She put her face near to mine. It's no use, is it? She said. You'll never get the better of her. She's still mistress here, even if she's dead. She's the real Mrs. De Winter, not you. It's you that's the shadow and the ghost. It's you that's forgotten and not wanted and pushed aside. Well, why don't you leave Manderley to her? Why don't you go? I backed away from her, towards the window, my old fear and horror rising up in me again. She took my arm and held it like a vice. Why don't you go? She said. None of us want you. He doesn't want you. He never did. He can't forget her. He wants to be alone in the house again with her. It's you that ought to be lying there in the church crypt, not her. It's you who ought to be dead, not Mrs. De Winter. She pushed me towards the open window. I could see the terrace below me, gray and indistinct in the white wall of fog. Look down there, she said. It's easy, isn't it? Why don't you jump? It wouldn't hurt, not to break your neck. It's a quick, kind way. It's not like drowning. Why don't you try it? Why don't you go? The fog filled the open window, damp and clammy. It stung my eyes. It clung to my nostrils. I held on to the windowsill with my hands. Don't be afraid, said Mrs. Danvers. I won't push you. I won't stand by you. You can jump of your own accord. What's the use of your staying here at Manderley? You're not happy. Mr. De Winter doesn't love you. There's not much for you to live for, is there? Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Then you won't be unhappy any more. I could see the flower tubs on the terrace and the blue of the hydrangeas clumped and solid. The paved stones were smooth and gray. They were not jagged and uneven. It was the fog that made them look so far away. They were not far, really. The window was not so very high. Why don't you jump? Whispered Mrs. Danvers. Why don't you try? The fog came thicker than before, and the terrace was hidden from me. I could not see the flower tubs any more. nor the smooth paved stones. There was nothing but the white mist about me, smelling of seaweed, dank and chill. The only reality was the windowsill beneath my hands and the grip of Mrs. Danvers on my left arm. If I jumped, I should not see the stones rise up to meet me. The fog would hide them from me. The pain would be sharp and sudden, as she said. The fall would break my neck. It would not be slow, like drowning. It would soon be over. And Maxim did not love me. Maxim wanted to be alone again with Rebecca. "Go on," whispered Mrs. Danvers. "Go on, don't be afraid." I shut my eyes. I was giddy from staring down at the terrace, and my fingers ached from holding to the ledge. The mist entered my nostrils and lay upon my lips, rank and sour. It was stifling, like a blanket, like an anesthetic. I was beginning to forget about being unhappy and about loving Maxim. I was beginning to forget Rebecca. Soon, I would not have to think about Rebecca any more. As I relaxed my hands and sighed, the white mist and the silence that was part of it was shattered suddenly, was rent in two by an explosion that shook the window where we stood. The glass shivered in its frame. I opened my eyes. I stared at Mrs. Danvers. The burst was followed by another, and yet a third and fourth. The sound of the explosion stung the air, and the birds rose unseen from the woods around the house and made an echo with their clamor. "What is it?" I said stupidly. "What has happened?" Mrs. Danvers relaxed her grip upon my arm. She stared out of the window into the fog. "It's the rockets," she said. "There must be a ship gone ashore there in the bay." We listened, staring into the white fog together, and then we heard the sound of footsteps running on the terrace beneath us. Chapter 19. It was Maxim. I could not see him, but I could hear his voice. He was shouting for Frith as he ran. I heard Frith answer from the hall and come out on the terrace. Their figures loomed out of the mist beneath us. "She's ashore all right," said Maxim. "I was watching her from the headland, and I saw her come right into the bay and head for the reef. They'll never shift her, not with these tides. She must have mistaken the bay for Carith Harbor. It's like a wall out there in the bay. Tell them in the house to stand by with food and drink in case these fellows want anything, and ring through to the office to Mr. Crawley and tell him what's happened. I'm going back to the cove to see if I can do anything. Give me some cigarettes, will you?" Mrs. Danvers drew back from the window. Her face was expressionless once more, the cold white mask that I knew. "We had better go down," she said. "Frith will be looking for me to make arrangements. Mr. De Winter may bring the men back to the house, as he said. Be careful of your hands. I'm going to shut the window." I stepped back into the room, still dazed and stupid, not sure of myself or of her. I watched her close the window and fasten the shutters and draw the curtains in their place. "It's a good thing there is no sea running," she said. "There wouldn't have been much chance for them then. But on a day like this, there's no danger. The owners will lose their ship, though, if she's run on the reef, as Mr. De Winter said." She glanced round the room to make certain that nothing was disarranged or out of place. She straightened the cover on the double bed. Then she went to the door and held it open for me. "I will tell them in the kitchen to serve cold lunch in the dining room after all," she said, "and then it won't matter what time you come for it. Mr. De Winter may not want to rush back at 1 o'clock if he's busy down there in the cove." I stared at her blankly, and then passed out of the open door, stiff and wooden like a dummy. "When you see Mr. De Winter, madam, will you tell him it will be quite all right if he wants to bring the men back from the ship? There will be a hot meal ready for them any time." "Yes," I said. "Yes, Mrs. Danvers." She turned her back on me and went along the corridor to the service staircase, a weird gaunt figure in her black dress, the skirt just sweeping the ground like the full wide skirts of 30 years ago. Then she turned the corner of the corridor and disappeared. I walked slowly along the passage to the door by the archway, my mind still blunt and slow, as though I had just woken from a long sleep. I pushed through the door and went down the stairs with no set purpose before me. Frith was crossing the hall towards the dining room. When he saw me, he stopped and waited until I came down into the hall. "Mr. De Winter was in a few moments ago, madam," he said. "He took some cigarettes and then went back again to the beach. It appears there is a ship gone ashore." "Yes," I said. "Did you hear the rockets, madam?" "Yes, I heard the rockets," I said. "I was in the pantry with Robert, and we both thought at first that one of the gardeners had let off a firework left over from last night," said Frith. "And I said to Robert, 'What do they want to do that for in this weather? Why don't they keep them for the kiddies on Saturday night?' And then the next one came, and then the third. 'That's not fireworks,' says Robert. 'That's a ship in distress.' 'I believe you're right,' I had said, and I went out to the hall, and there was Mr. De Winter calling me from the terrace." "Yes," I said. "Well, it's hardly to be wondered at in this fog, madam. That's what I said to Robert just now. It's difficult to find your way on the road, let alone on the water." "Yes," I said. "If you want to catch Mr. De Winter, he went straight across the lawn only 2 minutes ago." "Thank you, Frith," I said. I went out on the terrace. I could see the trees taking shape beyond the lawns. The fog was lifting. It was rising in little clouds to the sky above. It whirled above my head, in wreaths of smoke. I looked up at the windows above my head. They were tightly closed, and the shutters were fastened. They looked as though they would never open, never be thrown wide. It was by the large window in the center that I had stood 5 minutes before. How high it seemed above my head, how lofty and remote. The stones were hard and solid under my feet. I looked down at my feet, and then up again to the shuttered window, and as I did so, I became aware suddenly that my head was swimming, and I felt hot. A little trickle of perspiration ran down the back of my neck. Black dots jumped about in the air in front of me. I went into the hall again and sat down on a chair. My hands were quite wet. I sat very still, holding my knees. "Frith," I called. "Frith, are you in the dining room?" "Yes, madam?" He came out at once and crossed the hall towards me. "Don't think me very odd, Frith, but I rather think I'd like a small glass of brandy." "Certainly, madam." I went on holding my knees and sitting very still. He came back with a liqueur glass on a silver salver. "Do you feel a trifle unwell, madam?" said Frith. "Would you like me to call Clarice?" "No, I'll be all right, Frith," I said. I felt a bit hot, that's all. "It's a very warm morning, madam. Very warm indeed. Oppressive, one might almost say." "Yes, Frith, very oppressive." I drank the brandy and put the glass back on the silver salver. "Perhaps the sound of those rockets alarmed you," said Frith. "They went off so very sudden." "Yes, they did," I said.
And what with the hot morning, and standing about all last night, you are not perhaps feeling quite like yourself, madam, said Frith. No, perhaps not, I said. Will you lie down for half an hour? It's quite cool in the library. No, I think I'll go out in a moment or two. Don't bother, Frith. No, very good, madam. He went away and left me alone in the hall. It was quiet sitting there, quiet and cool. All trace of the party had been cleared away. It might never have happened. The hall was as it had always been, gray and silent and austere, with the portraits and the weapons on the wall. I could scarcely believe that last night I had stood there in my blue dress at the bottom of the stairs, shaking hands with 500 people. I could not believe that there had been music stands in the minstrel's gallery, and a band playing there, a man with a fiddle, a man with a drum. I got up and went out onto the terrace again. The fog was rising, lifting to the tops of the trees. I could see the woods at the end of the lawns. Above my head, a pale sun tried to penetrate the heavy sky. It was hotter than ever, oppressive, as Frith had said. A bee hummed by me in search of scent, bumbling, noisy, and then creeping inside a flower was suddenly silent. On the grass banks above the lawns, the gardener started his mowing machine. A startled linnet fled from the whirring blades towards the rose garden. The gardener bent to the handles of the machine and walked slowly along the bank, scattering the short-tipped grass and the pinpoint daisy heads. The smell of the sweet, warm grass came towards me on the air, and the sun shone down upon me full and strong from out of the white mist. I whistled for Jasper, but he did not come. Perhaps he had followed Maxim when he went down to the beach. I glanced at my watch. It was 12:30, nearly 20 to 1. This time yesterday, Maxim and I were standing with Frank in the little garden in front of his house, waiting for his housekeeper to serve lunch. 24 hours ago, they were teasing me, baiting me about my dress. You'll both get the surprise of your lives, I had said. I felt sick with shame at the memory of my words. And then I realized, for the first time, that Maxim had not gone away, as I had feared. The voice I had heard on the terrace was calm and practical. The voice I knew, not the voice of last night when I stood at the head of the stairs. Maxim had not gone away. He was down there in the cove somewhere. He was himself, normal and sane. He had just been for a walk, as Frank had said. He had been on the headland. He had seen the ship closing in towards the shore. All my fears were without foundation. Maxim was safe. Maxim was all right. I had just experienced something that was degrading and horrible and mad. Something that I did not fully understand, even now. That I had no wish to remember. That I wanted to bury, forever, more deep in the shadows of my mind, with old forgotten terrors of childhood. But even this did not matter, as long as Maxim was all right. Then I, too, went down the steep, twisting path, through the dark woods, to the beach below. The fog had almost gone, and when I came to the cove, I could see the ship at once, lying about 2 miles offshore, with her bows pointed towards the cliffs. I went along the breakwater and stood at the end of it, leaning against the rounded wall. There was a crowd of people on the cliffs already, who must have walked along the Coast Guard path from Carith. The cliff and the headland were part of Manderley, but the public had always used the right-of-way along the cliffs. Some of them were scrambling down the cliff face to get a closer view of the stranded ship. She lay at an awkward angle, her stern tilted, and there were a number of rowing boats already pulling round her. The lifeboat was standing off,
I saw someone stand up in her and shout through a megaphone. I could not hear what he was saying. It was still misty out in the bay, and I could not see the horizon. Another motorboat chugged into the light with some men aboard. The motorboat was dark gray. I could see someone in uniform. That would be the harbor master from Carith, and the Lloyd's agent with him. Another motorboat followed, a party of holidaymakers from Carith aboard. They circled round and round the stranded steamer, chatting excitedly. I could hear their voices echoing across the still water. I left the breakwater and the cove and climbed up the path over the cliffs towards the rest of the people. I did not see Maxim anywhere. Frank was there, talking to one of the coast guards. I hung back when I saw him, momentarily embarrassed. Barely an hour ago I had been crying to him down the telephone. I was not sure what I ought to do. He saw me at once and waved his hand. I went over to him in the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard knew me.
"Come to see the fun, Mrs. De Winter?"
he said, smiling.
"I'm afraid it will be a hard job. The tugs may shift her, but I doubt it. She's hard and fast where she is on that ledge."
"What will they do?" I said.
"They'll send a diver down directly to see if she's broken her back,"
he replied.
"There's a fellow there in the red stocking cap. Like to see, through these glasses?"
I took his glasses and looked at the ship. I could see a group of men staring over her stern. One of them was pointing at something. The man in the lifeboat was still shouting through the megaphone. The harbor master from Carith had joined the group of men in the stern of the stranded ship. The diver in his stocking cap was sitting in the gray motorboat belonging to the harbor master. The pleasure boat was still circling round the ship. A woman was standing up, taking a snapshot. A group of gulls had settled on the water and were crying foolishly, hoping for scraps. I gave the glasses back to the Coast Guard. "Nothing seems to be happening," I said.
"They'll send him down directly,"
said the Coast Guard.
"They'll argue a bit first, like all foreigners. Here come the tugs." "They'll never do it,"
said Frank.
"Look at that angle she's lying at. It's much shallower there than I thought." "That reef runs out quite a way,"
said the Coast Guard.
"You don't notice it in the ordinary way, going over that piece of water in a small boat. But a ship with her depth would touch all right. I was down in the first cove, by the valley, when they fired the rockets,"
said Frank.
"I could scarcely see 3 yards in front of me where I was, and then the things went off out of the blue."
I thought how alike people were in a moment of common interest. Frank was Frith all over again, giving his version of the story as though it mattered, as though we cared. I knew that he had gone down to the beach to look for Maxim. I knew that he had been frightened, as I had been. And now, all this was forgotten and put aside. Our conversation down the telephone, our mutual anxiety, his insistence that he must see me, all because a ship had gone ashore in the fog. A small boy came running up to us. "Will the sailors be drowned?" he asked.
"Not them. They're all right, Sonny,"
said the Coast Guard.
"The sea's as flat as the back of my hand. No one's going to be hurt this time." "If it happened last night, we should never have heard them,"
said Frank.
"We must have let off more than 50 rockets at our show, beside all the smaller things." "We'd have heard it all right,"
said the Coast Guard.
"We'd have seen the flash and known the direction. There's the diver, Mrs. De Winter. See him putting on his helmet?"
"I want to see the diver," said the small boy.
"There he is,"
said Frank, bending and pointing.
"That chap there, putting on the helmet. They're going to lower him into the water."
"Won't he be drowned?" said the child.
"Divers don't drown,"
said the Coast Guard.
"They have air pumped into them all the time. Watch him disappear. There he goes."
The surface of the water was disturbed a minute, and then was clear again. "He's gone," said the small boy. "Where's Maxim?" I said.
"He's taken one of the crew into Kerith,"
said Frank.
"The fellow lost his head and jumped for it apparently when the ship struck. We found him clinging onto one of the rocks here under the cliff. He was soaked to the skin, of course, and shaking like a jelly. Couldn't speak a word of English, of course. Maxim went down to him and found him bleeding like a pig from a scratch on the rocks. He spoke to him in German. Then he hailed one of the motorboats from Kerith that was hanging around like a hungry shark, and he's gone off with him to get him bandaged by a doctor. If he's lucky, he'll just catch old Phillips sitting down to lunch."
"When did he go?"
"He went just before you turned up,"
said Frank.
"About 5 minutes ago. I wonder you didn't see the boat. He was sitting in the stern with this German fellow."
"He must have gone while I was climbing up the cliff,"
"Maxim is splendid at anything like this,"
said Frank.
"He always gives a hand if he can. You'll find he will invite the whole crew back to Manderley and feed them, and give them beds into the bargain." "That's right,"
said the Coast Guard.
"He'd give the coat off his back for any of his people. I know that. I wish there was more like him in the county." "Yes, we could do with them,"
said Frank. We went on staring at the ship. The tugs were standing off still, but the lifeboat had turned and gone back towards Kerith.
"It's not their turn today,"
said the Coast Guard.
"No,"
said Frank.
"And I don't think it's a job for the tugs either. It's the shipbreaker who's going to make money this time."
The gulls wheeled overhead, mewing like hungry cats. Some of them settled on the ledges of the cliffs, while others, bolder, rode the surface of the water beside the ship. The Coast Guard took off his cap and mopped his forehead.
"Seems kind of airless, doesn't it?"
he said. "Yes." The pleasure boat with the camera people went chugging off towards Kerith.
"They've got fed up,"
said the Coast Guard.
"I don't blame them,"
said Frank.
"I don't suppose anything will happen for hours. The diver will have to make his report before they try to shift her." "That's right,"
said the Coast Guard.
"I don't think there's much sense in hanging about here,"
said Frank.
"We can't do anything. I want my lunch."
I did not say anything. He hesitated. I felt his eyes upon me.
"What are you going to do?"
he said. "I think I shall stay here a bit," I said. "I can have lunch any time. It's cold. It doesn't matter. I want to see what the diver's going to do." Somehow I could not face Frank just at the moment. I wanted to be alone, or with someone I did not know, like the Coast Guard.
"You won't see anything,"
said Frank.
"There won't be anything to see. Why not come back and have some lunch with me?"
"No," I said. "No, really."
"Oh, well,"
said Frank.
"You know where to find me if you do want me. I shall be at the office all the afternoon."
"All right," I said. He nodded to the Coast Guard and went off down the cliff towards the cove. I wondered if I had offended him. I could not help it. All these things would be settled some day, one day. So much seemed to have happened since I spoke to him on the telephone, and I did not want to think about anything anymore. I just wanted to sit there on the cliff and stare at the ship.
"He's a good sort, Mr. Crawley,"
said the Coast Guard. "Yes."
"He'd give his right hand for Mr. De Winter, too,"
he said. Yes, I think he would. The small boy was still hopping around on the grass in front of us. "When's the diver coming up again?" he said.
"Not yet, Sonny,"
said the Coast Guard. A woman in a pink striped frock and a hairnet came across the grass towards us. "Charlie, Charlie, where are you?" she called.
"Here's your mother, coming to give you what for,"
said the Coast Guard. "I've seen the diver, Mum," shouted the boy.
The woman nodded to us and smiled. She did not know me. She was a holiday maker from Kerith. The excitement all seems to be over, doesn't it? She said. They are saying down on the cliff there, the ship will be there for days. They're waiting for the diver's report, said the Coast Guard. I don't know how they get them to go down under the water like that, said the woman. They ought to pay them well. They do that, said the Coast Guard. I want to be a diver, Mum, said the small boy. You must ask your daddy, dear, said the woman, laughing at us. It's a lovely spot up here, isn't it? She said to me. We brought a picnic lunch, never thinking it would turn foggy and we'd have a wreck into the bargain. We were just thinking of going back to Kerith when the rockets went off under our noses, it seemed. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Why, whatever's that? I said to my husband. That's a distress signal, he said. Let's stop and see the fun. There's no dragging him away. He's as bad as my little boy. I don't see anything in it myself. No, there's not much to see now, said the Coast Guard. Those are nice-looking woods over there. I suppose they're private, said the woman. The Coast Guard coughed awkwardly and glanced at me. I began eating a piece of grass and looked away. Yes, that's all private in there, he said. My husband says all these big estates will be chopped up in time and bungalows built, said the woman. I wouldn't mind a nice little bungalow up here facing the sea. I don't know that I'd care for this part of the world in the winter, though. No, it's very quiet here winter times, said the Coast Guard. I went on chewing my piece of grass. The little boy kept running round in circles. The Coast Guard looked at his watch. Well, I must be getting on, he said. Good afternoon. He saluted me and turned back along the path towards Kerith. Come on, Charlie. Come and find Daddy, said the woman. She nodded to me in friendly fashion and sauntered off to the edge of the cliff, the little boy running at her heels. A thin man in khaki shorts and a striped blazer waved to her. They sat down by a clump of gorse bushes, and the woman began to undo paper packages. I wished I could lose my identity and join them. Eat hard-boiled eggs and potted meat sandwiches. Laugh rather loudly. Enter their conversation, and then wander back with them during the afternoon to Kerith and paddle on the beach. Run races across the stretch of sand, and so to their lodgings and have shrimps for tea. Instead of which I must go back alone through the woods to Manderley and wait for Maxim. And I did not know what we should say to one another, how he would look at me, what would be his voice. I went on sitting there on the cliff. I was not hungry. I did not think about lunch. More people came and wandered over the cliffs to look at the ship. It made an excitement for the afternoon. There was nobody I knew. They were all holiday makers from Kerith. The sea was glassy calm. The gulls no longer wheeled overhead. They had settled on the water a little distance from the ship. More pleasure boats appeared during the afternoon. It must be a field day for Kerith boatmen. The diver came up and then went down again. One of the tugs steamed away while the other still stood by. The harbor master went back in his gray motorboat, taking some men with him, and the diver who had come to the surface for the second time. The crew of the ship leant against the side, throwing scraps to the gulls, while visitors in pleasure boats rowed slowly around the ship. Nothing happened at all. It was dead low water now, and the ship was heeled at an angle, the propeller showing clean. Little ridges of white cloud formed in the western sky, and the sun became pallid. It was still very hot. The woman in the pink-striped frock with the little boy got up and wandered off along the path towards Kerith, the man in the shorts following with the picnic basket. I glanced at my watch. It was after 3 o'clock. I got up and went down the hill to the cove. It was quiet and deserted as always.
The shingle was dark and gray. The water in the little harbor was glassy like a mirror. My feet made a queer crunching noise as I crossed the shingle. The ridges of white cloud now covered all the sky above my head, and the sun was hidden. When I came to the further side of the cove, I saw Ben crouching by a little pool between two rocks, scraping winkles into his hand. My shadow fell upon the water as I passed, and he looked up and saw me.
"G'day,"
he said, his mouth opening in a grin. "Good afternoon," I said. He scrambled to his feet and opened a dirty handkerchief he had filled with winkles.
"You eat winkles?"
he said. I did not want to hurt his feelings. "Thank you," I said. He emptied about a dozen winkles into my hand, and I put them in the 2 pockets of my skirt.
"I'm all right with bread and butter,"
he said.
"You must boil 'em first."
"Yes, all right," I said. He stood there grinning at me.
"Seen the steamer?"
he said. "Yes, she's gone ashore, hasn't she?"
"Eh?"
he said. "She's gone aground," I repeated. "I expect she's got a hole in her bottom." His face went blank and foolish.
"Aye,"
he said.
"She's down there all right. She'll not come back again."
"Perhaps the tugs will get her off when the tide makes," I said. He did not answer. He was staring out towards the stranded ship. I could see her broadside on from here, the red underwater section showing against the black of the top sides, and the single funnel leaning rakishly towards the cliffs beyond. The crews were still leaning over her side, feeding the gulls and staring into the water. The rowing boats were pulling back to Carith.
"She's a Dutchman, ain't she?"
said Ben. "I don't know," I said. "German or Dutch."
"She'll break up there, where she's to,"
he said. "I'm afraid so." He grinned again and wiped his nose with the back of his hand.
"She'll break up bit by bit,"
he said.
"She'll not sink like a stone, like the little un."
He chuckled to himself, picking his nose. I did not say anything.
"The fishes have eaten her up by now, haven't they?"
he said. "Who?" He jerked his thumb towards the sea.
"Her,"
he said.
"The other one."
"Fishes don't eat steamers, Ben," I said.
"Eh?"
he said. He stared at me, foolish and blank once more. "I must go home now," I said. "Good afternoon." I left him and walked towards the path through the woods. I did not look at the cottage. I was aware of it, on my right hand, gray and quiet. I went straight to the path and up through the trees. I paused to rest halfway, and looking through the trees, I could still see the stranded ship leaning towards the shore. The pleasure boats had all gone. Even the crew had disappeared below. The ridges of cloud covered the whole sky. A little wind sprang from nowhere and blew into my face. A leaf fell onto my hand from the tree above. I shivered for no reason. Then the wind went again. It was hot and sultry as before. The ship looked desolate there upon her side, with no one on her decks, and her thin black funnel pointing to the shore. The sea was so calm that when it broke upon the shingle in the cove, it was like a whisper, hushed and still. I turned once more to the steep path through the woods, my legs reluctant, my head heavy, a strange sense of foreboding in my heart. The house looked very peaceful as I came upon it from the woods and crossed the lawns. It seemed sheltered and protected, more beautiful than I had ever seen it. Standing there, looking down upon it from the banks, I realized, perhaps for the first time, with a funny feeling of bewilderment and pride, that it was my home. I belonged there, and Manderley belonged to me. The trees and the grass and the flower tubs on the terrace were reflected in the mullioned windows. A thin column of smoke rose in the air from one of the chimneys. The new-cut grass on the lawn smelt sweet as hay. A blackbird was singing on the chestnut tree. A yellow butterfly winged his foolish way before me to the terrace. I went into the hall and through to the dining room. My place was still laid, but Maxim's had been cleared away. The cold meat and salad awaited me on the sideboard. I hesitated, and then rang the dining room bell. Robert came in from behind the screen. "Has Mr. De Winter been in?" I said. "Yes, madam," said Robert. "He came in just after 2, and had a quick lunch, and then went out again. He asked for you, and Frith said he thought you must have gone down to see the ship." "Did he say when he would be back again?" I asked. "No, madam." "Perhaps he went to the beach another way," I said. "I may have missed him." "Yes, madam," said Robert. I looked at the cold meat and the salad. I felt empty but not hungry. I did not want cold meat now. "Will you be taking lunch?" said Robert. "No, you might bring me some tea, Robert, in the library," I said. "Nothing like cakes or scones, just tea and bread and butter." "Yes, madam." I went and sat on the window seat in the library. It seemed funny without Jasper. He must have gone with Maxim. The old dog lay asleep in her basket. I picked up the Times and turned the pages without reading it. It was queer, this feeling of marking time, like sitting in a waiting room at a dentist's. I knew I should never settle to my knitting or to a book. I was waiting for something to happen, something unforeseen. The horror of my morning and the stranded ship and not having any lunch had all combined to give birth to a latent sense of excitement at the back of my mind that I did not understand. It was as though I had entered into a new phase of my life, and nothing would be quite the same again. The girl who had dressed for the fancy dress ball the night before had been left behind. It had all happened a very long time ago. This self who sat on the window seat was new, was different. Robert brought in my tea, and I ate my bread and butter hungrily. He had brought scones as well, and some sandwiches, and an angel cake. He must have thought it derogatory to bring bread and butter alone, nor was it manderly routine. I was glad of the scones and the angel cake. I remembered I had only had cold tea at 11:30 and no breakfast. Just after I had drunk my 3rd cup, Robert came in again. "Mr. De Winter is not back yet, is he, madam?" he said. "No," I said. "Why, does someone want him?" "Yes, madam," said Robert. "It's Captain Searle, the harbor master of Carith, on the telephone. He wants to know if he can come up and see Mr. De Winter personally." "I don't know what to say," I said. "He may not be back for ages." "No, madam." "You'd better tell him to ring again at 5 o'clock," I said. Robert went out of the room and came back again in a few minutes. "Captain Searle would like to see you, if it would be convenient, madam," said Robert. "He says the matter is rather urgent. He tried to get Mr. Crawley, but there was no reply." "Yes, of course I must see him if it's urgent," I said. "Tell him to come along at once if he likes. Has he got a car?" "Yes, I believe so, madam." Robert went out of the room. I wondered what I should say to Captain Searle. His business must be something to do with the stranded ship. I could not understand what concern it was of Maxim's. It would have been different if the ship had gone ashore in the cove. That was Manderley property. They might have to ask Maxim's permission to blast away rocks or whatever it was that was done to move a ship. But the open bay and the ledge of the rock under the water did not belong to Maxim. Captain Searle would waste his time talking to me about it all. He must have gotten to his car right away after talking to Robert, because in less than quarter of an hour he was shown into the room. He was still in his uniform, as I had seen him through the glasses in the early afternoon. I got up from the window seat and shook hands with him. "I'm sorry my husband isn't back yet, Captain Searle," I said. "He must have gone down to the cliffs again, and he went into Kerith before that. I haven't seen him all day."
"Yes, I heard he'd been to Kerith, but I missed him there,"
said the captain.
"He must have walked back across the cliffs when I was in my boat. And I can't get hold of Mr. Crawley either."
"I'm afraid the ship has disorganized everybody," I said. "I was out on the cliffs and went without my lunch, and I know Mr. Crawley was there earlier on. What will happen to her? Will tugs get her off, do you think?" Captain Searle made a great circle with his hands.
"There's a hole that deep in her bottom,"
he said.
"She'll not see Hamburg again. Never mind the ship. Her owner and Lloyd's agent will settle that between them. No, Mrs. De Winter, it's not the ship that's brought me here. Indirectly, of course, she's the cause of my coming. The fact is, I've got some news from Mr. De Winter, and I hardly know how to break it to him."
He looked at me very straight with his bright blue eyes. "What sort of news, Captain?" He brought a large white handkerchief out of his pocket and blew his nose.
"Well, Mrs. De Winter, it's not very pleasant for me to tell you either. The last thing I want to do is to cause distress or pain to you and your husband. We're all very fond of Mr. De Winter and Kerith, you know, and the family has always done a lot of good. It's hard on him, and hard on you, that we can't just let the past lie quiet. But I don't see how we can, under the circumstances."
He paused and put his handkerchief back in his pocket. He lowered his voice, although we were alone in the room.
"We sent the diver down to inspect the ship's bottom,"
he said.
"And while he was down there, he made a discovery. It appears he found the hole in the ship's bottom and was working round to the other side to see what further damage there was when he came across the hull of a little sailing boat lying on her side, quite intact and not broken up at all. He's a local man, of course, and he recognized the boat at once. It was a little boat belonging to the late Mrs. De Winter."
My first feeling was one of thankfulness that Maxim was not there to hear. This fresh blow, coming swiftly upon my masquerade of the night before, was ironic and rather horrible. "I'm so sorry," I said slowly. "It's not the sort of thing one expected would happen. Is it necessary to tell Mr. De Winter? Couldn't the boat be left there as it is? It's not doing any harm, is it?"
"It would be left, Mrs. De Winter, in the ordinary way. I'm the last man in the world to want to disturb it. And I'd give anything, as I said before, to spare Mr. De Winter's feelings. But that wasn't all, Mrs. De Winter. My man poked around the little boat, and he made another, more important discovery. The cabin door was tightly closed. It was not stove in, and the port lights were closed too. He broke one of the ports with a stone from the seabed and looked into the cabin. It was full of water. The sea must have come through some hole in the bottom. There seemed no damage elsewhere. And then he got the fright of his life, Mrs. De Winter."
Captain Searle paused. He looked over his shoulder, as though one of the servants might hear him.
"There was a body in there, lying on the cabin floor,"
he said quietly.
"It was dissolved, of course. There was no flesh on it, but it was a body all right. He saw the head and the limbs. He came up to the surface then and reported it direct to me. And now you understand, Mrs. De Winter, why I've got to see your husband."
I stared at him, bewildered at first, then shocked, then rather sick. "She was supposed to be sailing alone," I whispered. "There must have been someone with her then, all the time, and no one ever knew?"
"It looks like it,"
said the captain. Who could it have been? I said. Surely relatives would know if anyone had been missing. There was so much about it at the time. It was all in the papers. Why should one of them be in the cabin, and Mrs. De Winter herself be picked up many miles away, months afterwards? Captain Searle shook his head.
I can't tell any more than you,
he said.
All we know is that the body is there, and it has got to be reported. There'll be publicity, I'm afraid, Mrs. De Winter. I don't know how we're going to avoid it. It's very hard on you and Mr. De Winter. Here you are, settled down quietly, wanting to be happy, and then this has to happen.
I knew now the reason for my sense of foreboding. It was not the stranded ship that was sinister, nor the crying gulls, nor the thin black funnel pointing to the shore. It was the stillness of the black water and the unknown things that lay beneath. It was the diver going down into those cool, quiet depths and stumbling upon Rebecca's boat and Rebecca's dead companion. He had touched the boat, had looked into the cabin, and all the while I sat on the cliffs and had not known. If only we did not have to tell him, I said. If only we could keep the whole thing from him.
You know I would, if it were possible, Mrs. De Winter,
said the captain.
But my personal feelings have to go, in a matter like this. I've got to do my duty. I've got to report that body.
He broke off short as the door opened and Maxim came into the room.
Hello,
he said.
What's happening? I didn't know you were here, Captain Searle. Is anything the matter?
I could not stand it any longer. I went out of the room like the coward I was and shut the door behind me. I had not even glanced at Maxim's face. I had the vague impression that he looked tired, untidy, hatless. I went and stood in the hall by the front door. Jasper was drinking noisily from his bowl. He wagged his tail when he saw me and went on drinking. Then he loped towards me and stood up, pawing at my dress. I kissed the top of his head and went and sat on the terrace. The moment of crisis had come, and I must face it. My old fears, my diffidence, my shyness, my hopeless sense of inferiority must be conquered now and thrust aside. If I failed now, I should fail forever. There would never be another chance. I prayed for courage in a blind, despairing way, and dug my nails into my hands. I sat there for 5 minutes, staring at the green lawns and the flower tubs on the terrace. I heard the sound of a car starting up in the drive. It must be Captain Searle. He had broken his news to Maxim and had gone. I got up from the terrace and went slowly through the hall to the library. I kept turning over in my pockets the winkles that Ben had given me. I clutched them tight in my hands. Maxim was standing by the window. His back was turned to me. I waited by the door. Still he did not turn round. I took my hands out of my pockets and went and stood beside him. I reached out for his hand and laid it against my cheek. He did not say anything. He went on standing there. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. "So terribly, terribly sorry." He did not answer. His hand was icy cold. I kissed the back of it, and then the fingers, one by one. "I don't want you to bear this alone," I said. "I want to share it with you. I've grown up, Maxim, in 24 hours. I'll never be a child again." He put his arm round me and pulled me to him very close. My reserve was broken, and my shyness too. I stood there with my face against his shoulder. "You've forgiven me, haven't you?" I said. He spoke to me at last. "Forgiven you?" he said. "What have I got to forgive you for?" "Last night," I said. "You thought I did it on purpose." "Ah, that," he said. "I'd forgotten. I was angry with you, wasn't I?" "Yes," I said. He did not say any more. He went on holding me close to his shoulder. Maxim, I said, can't we start all over again? Can't we begin from today and face things together? I don't want you to love me. I won't ask impossible things. I'll be your friend and your companion, a sort of boy. I don't ever want more than that. He took my face between his hands and looked at me. For the first time, I saw how thin his face was, how lined and drawn, and there were great shadows beneath his eyes. "How much do you love me?" he said. I could not answer. I could only stare back at him, at his dark, tortured eyes, and his pale, drawn face. "It's too late, my darling, too late," he said. "We've lost our little chance of happiness." "No, Maxim, no," I said. "Yes," he said. "It's all over now. The thing has happened." "What thing?" "The thing I've always foreseen. The thing I've dreamt about, day after day, night after night. We're not meant for happiness, you and I." He sat down on the window seat, and I knelt in front of him, my hands on his shoulders. "What are you trying to tell me?" I said. He put his hands over mine and looked into my face. "Rebecca has won," he said. I stared at him, my heart beating strangely, my hands suddenly cold beneath his hands. "Her shadow between us all the time," he said. "Her damned shadow, keeping us from one another. How could I hold you like this, my darling, my little love, with a fear always in my heart that this would happen?" I remembered her eyes as she looked at me before she died. I remembered that slow, treacherous smile. She knew this would happen even then. She knew she would win in the end. "Maxim," I whispered, "what are you saying? What are you trying to tell me?" "Her boat," he said. "They found it. The diver found it this afternoon." "Yes," I said, "I know. Captain Searle came to tell me. You are thinking about the body, aren't you? The body the diver found in the cabin." "Yes," he said. "It means she was not alone," I said. "It means there was somebody sailing with Rebecca at the time. And you have to find out who it is. That's it, isn't it, Maxim?" "No," he said. "No, you don't understand." "I want to share this with you, darling," I said. "I want to help you." "There was no one with Rebecca. She was alone," he said. I knelt there, watching his face, watching his eyes. "It's Rebecca's body lying there on the cabin floor," he said. "No," I said. "No." "The woman buried in the crypt is not Rebecca," he said. "It's the body of some unknown woman, unclaimed, belonging nowhere. There never was an accident. Rebecca was not drowned at all. I killed her. I shot Rebecca in the cottage in the cove. I carried her body to the cabin and took the boat out that night and sunk it there, where they found it today. It's Rebecca who's lying dead there on the cabin floor. Will you look into my eyes and tell me that you love me now?" Chapter 20. It was very quiet in the library. The only sound was that of Jasper licking his foot. He must have cut a thorn in his pads, for he kept biting and sucking at the skin. Then I heard the watch on Maxim's wrist ticking close to my ear. The little normal sounds of every day. And for no reason, the stupid proverb of my school days ran through my mind. Time and tide wait for no man. The words repeated themselves over and over again. Time and tide wait for no man. These were the only sounds then, the ticking of Maxim's watch, and Jasper licking his foot on the floor beside me. When people suffer a great shock, like death, or the loss of a limb, I believe they don't feel it just at first. If your hand is taken from you, you don't know, for a few minutes, that your hand is gone. You go on feeling the fingers, You stretch and beat them on the air, one by one, and all the time there is nothing there. No hand, no fingers. I knelt there by Maxim's side, my body against his body, my hands upon his shoulders, and I was aware of no feeling at all, no pain and no fear. There was no horror in my heart. I thought how I must take the thorn out of Jasper's foot, and I wondered if Robert would come in and clear the tea things. It seemed strange to me that I should think of these things. Jasper's foot, Maxim's watch, Robert and the tea things. I was shocked at my lack of emotion and this queer, cold absence of distress. Little by little, the feeling will come back to me, I said to myself. Little by little, I shall understand. What he has told me, and all that has happened will tumble into place, like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. They will fit themselves into a pattern. At the moment, I am nothing. I have no heart, and no mind, and no senses. I am just a wooden thing in Max's arms. Then he began to kiss me. He had not kissed me like this before. I put my hands behind his head and shut my eyes. "I love you so much," he whispered, "so much." This is what I have wanted him to say every day and every night, I thought. And now he is saying it at last. This is what I imagined in Monte Carlo, in Italy, here in Manderley. He is saying it now. I opened my eyes and looked at a little patch of curtain above his head. He went on kissing me, hungry, desperate, murmuring my name. I kept on looking at the patch of curtain and saw where the sun had faded it, making it lighter than the piece above. How calm I am, I thought. How cool. Here I am looking at the piece of curtain, and Maxim is kissing me. For the first time he is telling me he loves me. Then he stopped suddenly. He pushed me away from him and got up from the window seat. "You see, I was right," he said. "It's too late. You don't love me now. Why should you?" He went and stood over by the mantelpiece. "We'll forget that," he said. "It won't happen again." Realization flooded me at once, and my heart jumped in quick and sudden panic. "It's not too late," I said swiftly, getting up from the floor and going to him, putting my arms about him. "You're not to say that. You don't understand. I love you more than anything in the world. But when you kissed me just now, I felt stunned and shaken. I could not feel anything. I could not grasp anything. It was just as though I had no more feeling left in me at all." "You don't love me," he said. "That's why you did not feel anything. I know, I understand. It's come too late for you, hasn't it?" "No," I said. "This ought to have happened 4 months ago," he said. "I should have known. Women are not like men." "I want you to kiss me again," I said. "Please, Maxim." "No," he said. "It's no use now." "We can't lose each other now," I said. "We've got to be together always, with no secrets, no shadows. Please, darling, please." "There's no time," he said. "We may only have a few hours, a few days. How can we be together now that this has happened? I've told you, they've found the boat. They've found Rebecca." I stared at him stupidly, not understanding. "What will they do?" I said. "They'll identify her body," he said. "There's everything to tell them, there in the cabin. The clothes she had, the shoes, the rings on her fingers. They'll identify her body, and then they will remember the other one, the woman buried up there in the crypt." "What are you going to do?" I whispered. "I don't know," he said. "I don't know." The feeling was coming back to me, little by little, as I knew it would. My hands were cold no longer. They were clammy, warm. I felt a wave of color come into my face, my throat.
My cheeks were burning hot. I thought of Captain Cyril, the diver, the Lloyd's agent, all those men on the stranded ship, leaning against the side, staring down into the water. I thought of the shopkeepers in Carith, errand boys whistling in the street, of the vicar walking out of the church, of Lady Crowan cutting roses in her garden, of the woman in the pink dress and her little boy on the cliffs. Soon they would know, in a few hours, by breakfast time tomorrow. They found Mrs. De Winter's boat, and they say there's a body in the cabin. A body in the cabin. Rebecca was lying there on the cabin floor. She was not in the crypt at all. Some other woman was lying in the crypt. Maxim had killed Rebecca. Rebecca had not been drowned at all. Maxim had killed her. He had shot her in the cottage in the woods. He had carried her body to the boat and sunk the boat there in the bay. That gray, silent cottage with the rain pattering on the roof. The jigsaw pieces came tumbling, thick and fast upon me. Disjointed pictures flashed, one by one, through my bewildered mind. Maxim sitting in the car beside me in the south of France, saying, "Something happened nearly a year ago that altered my whole life. I had to begin living all over again." Maxim's silence, Maxim's moods, the way he never talked about Rebecca, the way he never mentioned her name, Maxim's dislike of the cove, the stone cottage. If you had my memories, you would never go there either. The way he climbed the path through the woods, not looking behind him. Maxim, pacing up and down the library after Rebecca died, up and down, up and down. "I came away in rather a hurry," he said to Mrs. Van Hopper. A line, thin as gossamer between his brows. "They say he can't get over his wife's death. The fancy dress dance last night, and I coming down to the head of the stairs in Rebecca's dress." "I killed Rebecca," Maxim had said. "I shot Rebecca in the cottage in the woods." And the diver had found her lying there, on the cabin floor. "What are we going to do?" I said. "What are we going to say?" Maxim did not answer. He stood there by the mantelpiece, his eyes wide and staring, looking in front of him, not seeing anything. "Does anyone know?" I said. "Anyone at all?" He shook his head. "No," he said. "No one but you and me?" I asked. "No one but you and me," he said. "Frank," I said suddenly. "Are you sure Frank does not know?" "How could he?" said Maxim. "There was nobody there but myself. It was dark." He stopped. He sat down on a chair. He put his hand up to his forehead. I went and knelt beside him. He sat very still a moment. I took his hands away from his face and looked into his eyes. "I love you," I whispered. "I love you. Will you believe me now?" He kissed my face and my hands. He held my hands very tightly like a child who would gain confidence. "I thought I should go mad," he said, "sitting here day after day, waiting for something to happen, sitting down at the desk there, answering those terrible letters of sympathy, the notices in the paper, the interviews, all the little aftermath of death, eating and drinking, trying to be normal, trying to be sane. Frith, the servants, Mrs. Danvers, who I had not the courage to turn away, because with her knowledge of Rebecca, she might have suspected, she might have guessed. Frank, always by my side, discreet, sympathetic. "Why don't you get away?" he used to say. "I can manage here. You ought to get away." And Giles and Bee. Poor dear tactless Bee. "You're looking frightfully ill. Can't you go and see a doctor?" I had to face them all, these people, knowing every word I uttered was a lie. I went on holding his hands very tight. I leant close to him, quite close. "I nearly told you once," he said. "That day Jasper ran to the cove.
and you went to the cottage for some string. We were sitting here, like this, and then Frith and Robert came in with the tea."
"Yes," I said. "I remember. Why didn't you tell me? The time we've wasted when we might have been together. All these weeks and days."
"You were so aloof," he said. "Always wandering into the garden with Jasper, going off on your own. You never came to me like this."
"Why didn't you tell me?"
"I thought you were unhappy, bored," he said. "I'm so much older than you. You seem to have more to say to Frank than you ever had to me. You were funny with me, awkward, shy."
"How could I come to you when I knew you were thinking about Rebecca?" I said. "How could I ask you to love me when I knew you loved Rebecca still?" He pulled me close to him and searched my eyes.
"What are you talking about? What do you mean?"
he said. I knelt up straight beside him. "Whenever you touched me, I thought you were comparing me to Rebecca," I said. "Whenever you spoke to me or looked at me, walked with me in the garden, sat down to dinner, I felt you were saying to yourself, 'This I did with Rebecca, and this and this.'" He stared at me bewildered, as though he did not understand. "It was true, wasn't it?" I asked.
"Oh my God,"
he said. He pushed me away. He got up and began walking up and down the room, clasping his hands. "What is it? What's the matter?" I said. He whipped round and looked at me as I sat there huddled on the floor.
"You thought I loved Rebecca?" he said. "You thought I killed her, loving her? I hated her, I tell you. Our marriage was a farce from the very first. She was vicious, damnable, rotten through and through. We never loved each other, never had one moment of happiness together. Rebecca was incapable of love, of tenderness, of decency. She was not even normal."
I sat on the floor, clasping my knees, staring at him.
"She was clever, of course," he said, "damnably clever. No one would guess meeting her that she was not the kindest, most generous, most gifted person in the world. She knew exactly what to say to different people, how to match her mood to theirs. Had she met you, she would have walked off into the garden with you, arm in arm, calling to Jasper, chatting about flowers, music, painting, whatever she knew to be your particular hobby. And you would have been taken in like the rest. You would have sat at her feet and worshipped her." Up and down he walked, up and down across the library floor. "When I married her, I was told I was the luckiest man in the world," he said. "She was so lovely, so accomplished, so amusing. Even Gran, the most difficult person to please in those days, adored her from the first. 'She's got the 3 things that matter in a wife,' she told me, 'breeding, brains, and beauty.' And I believed her, or forced myself to believe her. But all the time I had a seed of doubt at the back of my mind. There was something about her eyes. The jigsaw pieces came together piece by piece. The real Rebecca took shape and form before me, stepping from her shadow world like a living figure from a picture frame. Rebecca slashing at her horse. Rebecca seizing life with her 2 hands. Rebecca triumphant, leaning down from the minstrel's gallery with a smile on her lips. Once more I saw myself standing on the beach beside poor startled Ben, telling me I was kind and not like the other one, asking me not to put him in the asylum. There was someone who walked through the woods by night, someone tall and slim. She gave you the feeling of a snake. Maxim was talking, though. Maxim was walking up and down the library floor. "I found her out at once," he was saying. 5 days after we were married. You remember the time I drove you in the car to the hills above Monte Carlo? I wanted to stand there again, to remember. She sat there laughing, her black hair blowing in the wind. She told me about herself, told me things I shall never repeat to a living soul. I knew then what I had done, what I had married. Beauty, brains, and breeding. Oh my God. He broke off abruptly. He went and stood by the window, looking out upon the lawns. He began to laugh. He stood there laughing. I could not bear it. It made me frightened, ill. I could not stand it. "Maxim!" I cried. "Maxim!" He lit a cigarette and stood there smoking, not saying anything. Then he turned away again and paced up and down the room once more. "I nearly killed her then," he said. "It would have been so easy. One false step, one slip. You remember the precipice? I frightened you, didn't I? You thought I was mad. Perhaps I was. Perhaps I am. It doesn't make for sanity, does it, living with the devil?" I sat there watching him, up and down, up and down. "She made a bargain with me up there, on the side of the precipice," he said. "I'll run your house for you," she told me. "I'll look after your precious Manderley for you. Make it the most famous show place in all the country if you like. And people will visit us and envy us and talk about us. They'll say we are the luckiest, happiest, handsomest couple in all of England. What a leg pull, Max," she had said. "What a triumph." She sat there on the hillside, laughing, tearing a flower to bits in her hands. Maxim threw his cigarette away, a quarter smoked, into the empty grate. "I did not kill her," he said. "I watched her. I said nothing. I let her laugh. We got into the car together and drove away. And she knew I would do as she suggested. Come here to Manderley, throw the place open, entertain, have our marriage spoken of as a success of the century. She knew I would sacrifice pride, honor, personal feelings, every damned quality on earth, rather than stand before our little world after a week of marriage and have them know the things about her that she had told me then. She knew I would never stand in a divorce court and give her away, have fingers pointing at us, mud flung at us in the newspapers, all the people who belonged down here whispering when my name was mentioned, all the trippers from Kerrith, trooping to the lodge gates, peering into the grounds and saying, "That's where he lives in there. That's Manderley. That's the place that belonged to the chap who had that divorce case we read about. Do you remember what the judge said about his wife?" He came and stood before me. He held out his hands. "You despise me, don't you?" he said. "You can't understand my shame and loathing and disgust." I did not say anything. I held his hands against my heart. I did not care about his shame. None of the things that he had told me mattered to me at all. I clung to one thing only, and repeated it to myself over and over again. Maxim did not love Rebecca. He had never loved her. Never. They had never known one moment's happiness together. Maxim was talking, and I listened to him, but his words meant nothing to me. I did not really care. "I thought about Manderley too much," he said. "I put Manderley first, before anything else, and it does not prosper, that sort of love. They don't preach about it in the churches. Christ said nothing about stones and bricks and walls. The love that a man can bear for his plot of earth, his soil, his little kingdom, it does not come into the Christian creed." "My darling," I said, "my Maxim, my love." I laid his hands against my face. I put my lips against them. "Do you understand?" he said. "Do you? Do you?" "Yes," I said, "my sweet, my love." But I looked away from him, so he should not see my face. What did it matter whether I understood him or not? My heart was like a feather floating in the air. He had never loved Rebecca. "I don't want to look back on those years," he said slowly. "I don't want even to tell you about them, the shame and the degradation.
The lie we lived, she and I. The shabby, sordid farce we played together, before friends, before relations, even before the servants, before faithful, trusting creatures like old Frith. They all believed in her down here. They all admired her. They never knew how she laughed at them behind their backs, jeered at them, mimicked them. I can remember days when the place was full for some show or other, a garden party, a pageant, and she walked about with a smile like an angel on her face, her arm through mine, giving prizes afterwards to a little troop of children. And then the day afterwards, she would be up at dawn driving to London, streaking to that flat of hers by the river like an animal to its hole in the ditch, coming back here at the end of the week after 5 unspeakable days. Oh, I kept to my side of the bargain all right. I never gave her away. Her blasted taste made Manderley the thing it is today. The gardens, the shrubs, even the azaleas in the Happy Valley. Do you think they existed when my father was alive? God, the place was a wilderness. Lovely, yes, wild and lonely with a beauty of its own. Yes, but crying out for skill and care and the money that he would never give to it, that I would not have thought of giving to it, but for Rebecca. Half the stuff you see here in the rooms were never here originally. The drawing room as it is today, the morning room, that's all Rebecca. Those chairs that Frith points out so proudly to the visitors on the public day, and that panel of tapestry, Rebecca again. Oh, some of the things were here, admittedly, stored away in back rooms. My father knew nothing about furniture or pictures, but the majority was bought by Rebecca. The beauty of Manderley that you see today, the Manderley that people talk about and photograph and paint, it's all due to her, to Rebecca. I did not say anything. I held him close. I wanted him to go on talking like this, that his bitterness might loosen and come away, carrying with it all the pent-up hatred and disgust and muck of the lost years. And so we lived, he said, month after month, year after year. I accepted everything because of Manderley. What she did in London did not touch me, because it did not hurt Manderley. And she was careful those first years. There was never a murmur about her, never a whisper. Then little by little, she began to grow careless. You know how a man starts drinking. He goes easy at first, just a little at a time, a bad bout, perhaps, every 5 months or so. And then the period between grows less and less. Soon it's every month, every fortnight, every few days. There's no margin of safety left, and all his secret cunning goes. It was like that with Rebecca. She began to ask her friends down here. She would have 1 or 2 of them and mix them up at a weekend party, so that at first I was not quite sure, not quite certain. She would have picnics down at her cottage in the cove. I came back once, having been away shooting in Scotland, and found her there, with half a dozen of them, people I had never seen before. I warned her, and she shrugged her shoulders. "What the hell's it got to do with you?" she had said. I told her she could see her friends in London, but Manderley was mine. She must stick to that part of the bargain. She smiled. She did not say anything. Then she started on Frank, poor, shy, faithful Frank. He came to me one day and said he wanted to leave Manderley and take another job. We argued for 2 hours here in the library. And then I understood. He broke down and told me. She never left him alone, he said. She was always going down to his house, trying to get him to the cottage. Dear, wretched Frank, who had not understood, who had always thought we were the normal, happy married couple we pretended to be. I accused Rebecca of this, and she flared up at once, cursing me, using every filthy word in her particular vocabulary. We had a sickening, loathsome scene. She went up to London after that and stayed there for a month. When she came back again, she was quiet at first. I thought she had learnt her lesson. Bea and Giles came for a weekend, and I realized then, what I had sometimes suspected before, that Bea did not like Rebecca. I believe, in her funny, abrupt, downright way, she saw through her, guessed something was wrong.
It was a tricky, nervy sort of weekend. Giles went out sailing with Rebecca. Bea and I lazed on the lawn. And when they came back, I could tell by Giles's rather hearty, jovial manner, and by a look in Rebecca's eye, that she had started on him, as she had done on Frank. I saw Bea watching Giles at dinner, who laughed louder than usual, talked a little too much, and all the while Rebecca sitting there at the head of the table, looking like an angel. They were all fitting into place, the jigsaw pieces, the odd strange shapes that I had tried to piece together with my fumbling fingers, and they had never fitted. Frank's odd manner when I spoke about Rebecca, Patrice in her rather diffident negative attitude. The silence that I had always taken for sympathy and regret was a silence born of shame and embarrassment. It seemed incredible to me now that I had never understood. I wondered how many people there were in the world who suffered and continue to suffer because they cannot break out from their own web of shyness and reserve, and in their blindness and folly built up a great distorted wall in front of them that hid the truth. This was what I had done. I had built up false pictures in my mind and sat before them. I had never had the courage to demand the truth. Had I made one step forward out of my own shyness, Maxim would have told me these things 4 months, 5 months ago. That was the last weekend Bea and Giles ever spent at Manderley, said Maxim. I never asked them alone again. They came officially to garden parties and dances. Bea never said a word to me, or I to her, but I think she guessed my life. I think she knew, even as Frank did. Rebecca grew cunning again. Her behavior was faultless, but if I happened to be away when she was here at Manderley, I could never be certain what might happen. There had been Frank and Giles. She might get hold of one of the workmen on the estate, someone from Carith, anyone, and then the bomb would have to fall. The gossip, the publicity, I dreaded. It seemed to me I stood again by the cottage in the woods, and I heard the drip-drip of the rain upon the roof. I saw the dust on the model ships, the rat holes on the divan. I saw Ben, with his poor staring idiot's eyes, asking me not to put him in the asylum, and I thought of the dark, steep path through the woods, and how, if a woman stood there behind the trees, her evening dress would rustle in the thin night breeze. She had a cousin, said Maxim slowly, a fellow who had been abroad and was living in England again. He took to coming here, if ever I was away. Frank used to see him, a fellow called Jacques Favell. I know him, I said. He came here the day you went to London. You saw him too? Said Maxim. Why didn't you tell me? I heard it from Frank, who saw his car turn in at the lodge gates. I did not like to, I said. I thought it would remind you of Rebecca. Remind me, whispered Maxim. Oh, God, as if I needed reminding. He stared in front of him, breaking off from his story, and I wondered if he was thinking, as I was, of that flooded cabin beneath the waters in the bay. She used to have this fellow Favell down to the cottage, said Maxim. She would tell the servants she was going to sail. It would not be back before the morning. Then she would spend the night down there with him. Once again I warned her. I said if I found him here, anywhere in the estate, I'd shoot him. He had a black, filthy record. The very thought of him walking about the woods in Manderley, and places like the Happy Valley, made me mad. I told her I would not stand for it. She shrugged her shoulders. She forgot to blaspheme. And I noticed she was looking paler than usual, nervy, rather haggard. I wondered then what the hell would happen to her when she began to look old, feel old. Things drifted on. Nothing very much happened. Then one day she went up to London and came back again the same day, which she did not do as a rule. I did not expect her. I dined that night with Frank at his house. We had a lot of work on at the time. He was speaking now in short, jerky sentences. I had his hands very tightly between my 2 hands. I came back after dinner. about 10:30, and I saw her scarf and gloves lying on a chair in the hall. I wondered what the devil she had come back for. I went into the morning room, but she was not there. I guessed she had gone off there then, down to the cove. And I knew then that I could not stand this life of lies and filth and deceit any longer. The thing had got to be settled, one way or another. I thought I'd take a gun and frighten the fellow, frighten them both. I went down right away to the cottage. The servants never knew I had come back to the house at all. I slipped out into the garden and through the woods. I saw the light in the cottage window, and I went straight in. To my surprise, Rebecca was alone. She was lying on the divan, with an ashtray full of cigarette stubs beside her. She looked ill, queer. I began at once about Fauvel, and she listened to me without a word. "We've lived this life of degradation long enough, you and I said. "This is the end, do you understand? What you do in London does not concern me. You can live with Fauvel there, or with anyone you like, but not here, not at Manderley." She said nothing for a moment. She stared at me, and then she smiled. "Suppose it suits me better to live here, what then?" she said. "You know the conditions," I had said. "I've kept my part of her dirty, damnable bargain, haven't I? But you've cheated. You think you can treat my house and my home like your own sink in London. I've stood enough, but my God, Rebecca, this is your last chance." I remember she squashed out her cigarette in the tub by the divan, and then she stood up and stretched herself, her arms above her head. "You're right, Max," she had said. "It's time I turned over a new leaf." She looked very pale, very thin. She began walking up and down the room, her hands in the pockets of her trousers. She looked like a boy in her sailing kit, a boy with a face like a Botticelli angel. "Have you ever thought," she said, "how damned hard it would be for you to make a case against me, in a court of law, I mean, if you wanted to divorce me? Do you realize that you've never had one shred of proof against me from the very first? All your friends, even the servants, believe our marriage to be a success." "What about Frank? What about Beatrice?" She threw back her head and laughed. "What sort of story could Frank tell against mine?" she had said. "Don't you know me well enough for that? As for Beatrice, wouldn't it be the easiest thing in the world for her to stand in a witness box as the ordinary jealous woman whose husband once lost his head and made a fool of himself? Oh no, Max, you'd have a hell of a time trying to prove anything against me." She stood watching me, rocking on her heels, her hands in her pockets and a smile on her face. "Do you realize that I could get Danny, as my personal maid, to swear anything I asked her to swear in a court of law? And that the rest of the servants, in blind ignorance, would follow her example and swear too. They think we live together at Manderley as husband and wife, don't they? And so does everyone, your friends, all our little world. Well, how are you going to prove that we don't?" She sat down on the edge of the table, swinging her legs, watching me. "Haven't we acted the parts of a loving husband and wife rather too well?" I remember watching that foot of hers in its striped sandal, swinging backwards and forwards, and my eyes and my brain began to burn in a strange, quick way. "We could make you look very foolish, Danny and I. We could make you look so foolish that no one would believe you, Max. Nobody at all." Still that foot of hers, swinging to and fro, that damned foot in its blue and white striped sandal. Suddenly she slipped off the table and stood in front of me, smiling still, her hands in her pockets. "If I had a child, Max, neither you nor anyone in the world would ever prove that it was not yours. It would grow up here in Manderley, bearing your name. There would be nothing you could do. And when you died, Manderley would be his. You could not prevent it. The property's entailed. You would like an heir, wouldn't you? For your beloved Manderley. You would enjoy it, wouldn't you? Seeing my son lying in his pram under the chestnut tree, playing leapfrog on the lawn, catching butterflies in the happy valley. It would give you the biggest thrill of your life, wouldn't it, Max? To watch my son grow bigger day by day, and to know that when you died, all this would be his." She waited a minute, rocking on her heels, and then she lit a cigarette and went and stood by the window. She began to laugh. She went on laughing. I thought she would never stop. God, how funny. How supremely, wonderfully funny. Well, you heard me say I was going to turn over a new leaf, didn't you? Now you know the reason. They'll be happy, won't they? All these smug locals, all your blasted tenants. It's what we've always hoped for, Mrs. De Winter, they will say. I'll be the perfect mother, Max, like I've been the perfect wife. And none of them will ever guess, none of them will ever know. She turned round and faced me, smiling, one hand in her pocket, the other holding her cigarette. When I killed her, she was smiling still. I fired at her heart. The bullet passed right through. She did not fall at once. She stood there, looking at me, that slow smile on her face, her eyes wide open. Maxim's voice had sunk low, so low that it was like a whisper. The hand that I held between my own was cold. I did not look at him. I watched Jasper's sleeping body on the carpet beside me, the little thump of his tail now and then upon the floor. I'd forgotten, said Maxim, and his voice was slow now, tired, without expression, that when you shot a person, there was so much blood. There was a hole there on the carpet beneath Jasper's tail, the burnt hole from a cigarette. I wondered how long it had been there. Some people said ash was good for the carpets. I had to get water from the cove, said Maxim. I had to keep going backwards and forwards to the cove for water. Even by the fireplace, where she had not been, there was a stain. It was all round where she lay on the floor. It began to blow, too. There was no catch on the window. The wind kept banging backwards and forwards, while I knelt there on the floor with that dishcloth and the bucket beside me. And the rain on the roof, I thought. He does not remember the rain on the roof. It pattered thin and light and very fast. I carried her out to the boat, he said. It must have been 11:30 by then, nearly 12. It was quite dark. There was no moon. The wind was squally from the west. I carried her down to the cabin and left her there. Then I had to get under way, with the dinghy astern, and beat out of the little harbor against the tide. The wind was with me, but it came in puffs, and I was in the lee there, under cover of the headland. I remember I got the mainsail jammed halfway up the mast. I had not done it, you see, for a long time. I never went out with Rebecca. And I thought of the tide, how swift it ran and strong into the little cove. The wind blew down from the headland like a funnel. I got the boat out into the bay. I got her out there, beyond the beacon, and I tried to go about, to clear the ridge of rocks. The little jib fluttered. I could not sheet it in. A puff of wind came, and the sheet tore out of my hands, went twisting round the mast. The sail thundered and shook. It cracked like a whip above my head. I could not remember what one had to do. I could not remember. I tried to reach that sheet, and it blew above me in the air. Another blast of wind came straight ahead. We began to drift sideways, closer to the ridge. It was dark. So damn dark I couldn't see anything on the black, slippery deck. Somehow I blundered down into the cabin. I had a spike with me. If I didn't do it now, it would be too late. We were getting so near to the ridge, and in 6 or 7 minutes, drifting like this, we should be out of deep water. I opened the seacocks. The water began to come in. I drove the spike into the bottom boards. One of the planks split right across. I took the spike out and began to drive in another plank. The water came up over my feet. I left Rebecca lying on the floor. I fastened both the scuttles. I bolted the door. When I came up on deck, I saw we were within 20 yards of the ridge. I threw some of the loose stuff on the deck into the water. There was a life buoy, a pair of sweeps, a coil of rope. I climbed into the dinghy. I pulled away and lay back on the paddles and watched. The boat was drifting still. She was sinking too, sinking by the head. The jib was still shaking and cracking like a whip. I thought someone must hear it. Someone walking the cliffs late at night. Some fisherman from Carith, away beyond me in the bay, whose boat I could not see. The boat was smaller, like a black shadow on the water. The mast began to shiver, began to crack. Suddenly she heeled right over. As she went, the mast broke in two, split right down the center. The life buoy and the sweeps floated away from me on the water. The boat was not there anymore. I remember staring at the place where she had been. Then I pulled back to the cove. It started raining. Maxim waited. He stared in front of him still. Then he looked at me, sitting beside him on the floor. "That's all," he said. "There's no more to tell. I left the dinghy on the buoy, as she would have done. I went back and looked at the cottage. The floor was wet with the salt water. She might have done it herself. I walked up the path through the woods. I went into the house. Up the stairs to the dressing room. I remember undressing. It began to blow and rain very hard. I was sitting there, on the bed, when Mrs. Danvers knocked on the door. I went and opened it in my dressing gown and spoke to her. She was worried about Rebecca. I told her to go back to bed. I shut the door again. I went back and sat by the window in my dressing gown, watching the rain, listening to the sea as it broke there in the cove. We sat together without saying anything. I went on holding his cold hands. I wondered why Robert did not come to clear the tea. "She sank too close in," said Maxim. "I meant to take her right out in the bay. They would never have found her there. She was too close in." "It was a ship," I said. "It would not have happened but for the ship. No one would have known." "She was too close in," said Maxim. We were silent again. I began to feel very tired. "I knew it would happen one day," said Maxim. "Even when I went up to Edgecombe and identified that body as hers, I knew it meant nothing, nothing at all. It was only a question of waiting, of marking time. Rebecca would win in the end. Finding you has not made any difference, has it? Loving you does not alter things at all. Rebecca knew she would win in the end. I saw her smile when she died." "Rebecca is dead," I said. "That's what we've got to remember. Rebecca is dead. She can't speak. She can't bear witness. She can't harm you any more." "There's her body," he said. "The diver has seen it. It's lying there on the cabin floor." "We've got to explain it," I said. "We've got to think out a way to explain it. It's got to be the body of someone you don't know, someone you've never seen before." "Her things will be there still," he said. "The rings on her fingers. Even if her clothes have rotted in the water, there will be something there to tell them. It's not like a body lost at sea, battered against rocks. The cabin is untouched. She must be lying there on the floor as I left her. The boat has been there all these months. No one has moved anything. There is the boat lying on the seabed where she sank." "A body rots in water, doesn't it?" I whispered. "Even if it's lying there undisturbed, the water rots it, doesn't it?" "I don't know," he said. "I don't know." "How will you find out? How will you know?" "The diver is going down again at 5:30 tomorrow morning," said Maxim. "Captain Searle has made all the arrangements. They are going to try to raise the boat. No one will be about. I'm going with them. He's sending his boat to pick me up in the cove, 5:30 tomorrow morning." "And then?" I said. "If they get it up, what then?" "Searle's going to have his big lighter anchored there, just out in the deep water. If the boat's wood has not rotted, if it still holds together, his crane will be able to lift it onto the lighter. They'll go back to Kerith then. Searle says he will moor the lighter at the head of that disused creek halfway up Kerith Harbor. It drives out very easily. It's mud there at low water, and the trippers can't row up there. We shall have the place to ourselves. He says we'll have to let the water drain out of the boat, leaving the cabin bare. He's going to get hold of a doctor." "What will he do?" I said. "What will the doctor do?" "I don't know." "If they find out it's Rebecca, you must say the other body was a mistake," I said. "A ghastly mistake. You must say that when you went to Edgecombe you were ill. You did not know what you were doing. You were not sure even then. You could not tell. It was a mistake, just a mistake. You will say that, won't you?" "Yes," he said. "Yes." "They can't prove anything against you," I said. "Nobody saw you that night. You had gone to bed. They can't prove anything. No one knows but you and I, no one at all, not even Frank. We are the only two people in the world to know, Maxim, you and I." "Yes," he said, "yes." "They will think the boat capsized and sank when she was in the cabin," I said. "They will think she went below for a rope, for something, and while she was there the wind came from the headland, and the boat heeled over, and Rebecca was trapped. They'll think that, won't they?" "I don't know," he said. "I don't know." Suddenly the telephone began ringing in the little room behind the library.